All right, John King, thank you so much. Every electoral vote counts, and 4 more are on the line right now as polling places are about to close in Hawaii. And we project Kamala Harris will win the state of Hawaii with its 4 electoral votes. Not a surprise. Hawaii, a reliably Democratic vote. But that does mean a pickup of 4 electoral votes for Kamala Harris. Donald Trump has 230. He is 40 votes away from winning. Kamala Harris has 169 electoral votes. She is 101 votes away from the 270 needed to win. John King?
So, Jake, let's look at the map where we are right now, and then we'll go through some of these battleground states where we're still waiting. But just look at the map right now. You see a lot of red, right? So let's look at the 2020 map. You see the blue, right? The blue wall states, Georgia, Arizona, Nevada, right? Now watch. This is where we are now. 2024 looks a lot different than 2020. But at the moment, looks pretty similar to 2016. Donald Trump won the blue wall. Donald Trump won North Carolina. Donald Trump won Georgia. Donald Trump won Arizona. The only difference would be Hillary Clinton in 2016 did carry Nevada. Donald Trump leads there right now when you come back to 2024. But it's just, sorry, 2024. Let me come up here and do this and hit this. And you go there at 2024. So that's the one, it's just a dramatic change when you come here. And so Donald Trump is remaking the map again at the moment. And the question is there any way for Harris to come back? Again, we've given Donald Trump North Carolina. So let's see where we are in Georgia. If Donald Trump also carries Georgia, the vice president cannot afford to lose Pennsylvania. Yes, Nevada's out there, Arizona's out there, Michigan and Wisconsin are out there. 19. I'll show you what I mean in a minute. So can she come back in Georgia to stop that from happening? She's limiting her. If he wins Georgia, her path is so limited. So it's 118,000 votes right now in a state decided 4 years ago by 11,700 votes. Donald Trump with 93%, that's an important number, of the vote counted is ahead by nearly 120,000 votes. So you're looking, this is where they would have to be. You can pick up votes elsewhere, but that's where most of the votes are. That's close to half of the state population, right in Atlanta, in the metropolitan area around it. So what's out there? Are there live outstanding votes out there? Well, let's take a look. The answer is yes. Let me get rid of the coloring so you don't have to see that. The answer is yes, they're out there. You're at the point now where you're talking about drawing to an inside straight flush, essentially. You need these votes to come in overwhelming numbers for you. But you do see there's the mathematical possibility. This is why the Harris campaign is on the phone. This is why I assume Donald Trump has not come out yet to say anything, because he's hoping that this one comes off the board as well. You're looking at the math right there. It's possible. So we're waiting for more votes in Georgia. So then you come up, Jake, and we'll look at the blue wall states in a minute to see if any of the math is changing. But if you look at the map right now, you would so much rather be Donald Trump than the vice president.
All right, and we have a projection, John. CNN can project that Kamala Harris will win the Commonwealth of Virginia. Commonwealth of Virginia, with its 13 electoral votes, will go to the Democrat Vice President Kamala Harris. What does that mean for the electoral math? Let's take a look. With 270 electoral votes needed to win, Donald Trump is only 40 behind that with 230. Kamala Harris has 182 electoral votes. Let's bring you a key race alert. Where are we with all the states that we have not projected yet? Pennsylvania, Donald Trump in the lead. 51.3% of the vote. Kamala Harris, 47.6% of the vote. Donald Trump has a more than 213,000 vote lead over her with 84% of the estimated vote in from Pennsylvania. In battleground Michigan, Donald Trump up there, 51.2% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 47% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 107,294 vote lead over Harris. But there's still about 55% of the vote that has not been counted in Michigan. A lot of votes to count in Michigan. Wisconsin now, Donald Trump 51% of the vote, Kamala Harris 47.4%. Donald Trump with a more than 92,000 vote lead over Harris. That's with more than 3/4 of the votes counted in Wisconsin, 77% of the vote. In battleground Georgia, Donald Trump up 50.7% to Harris's 48.4%. Donald Trump with a 118,838 vote lead over Harris with 93% of the estimated vote in. In battleground Arizona, Donald Trump up 49.8% to Harris's 49.3%. Donald Trump with a 9,600-plus vote lead. That's with slightly more than half of the vote counted in Arizona, 52%. In Nevada, Donald Trump up 73% to Harris's 26.2% of the vote. Donald Trump with an almost 11,000 vote lead. But that is, again, with only 2% of the estimated vote in Nevada. counted. Still a lot of votes to count in Nevada. John?
So, Jake, let's look at, right now you're looking at the big map and you're seeing all that red. Yes, Virginia, we just projected for the vice president. That one's blue. I'll take a closer look in a minute at that one. But you're looking at the blue wall states. Essentially, Harris's only path is to come back in these 3 states right there. I can give you a conceivable possibility where she only has to come back in 2 of them, but she has to come back in all 3 of them to have a reasonable path to 270 electoral votes. And it's a problem at the moment, 168,000 votes. I'm told more votes just recently came in Philadelphia, and indeed they did. So now you're up to 76% estimate. These can change a little bit as more votes come in. But you see that, the vice president opening a healthy lead in Philadelphia, which is a building block of a Democratic win in Pennsylvania. The question is it enough? I just showed you Trump was leading. So 78%, 477,000 votes. If you go back 4 years ago, it's 81%, and it's 603,000 votes. Remember that. 81 and 603. 78 and 477. Can she move both numbers up when we get the final quarter of the vote? That's the challenge, because you need that math, forgive me, to overcome that. 168,000 votes in a state that was decided by 80,000 votes 4 years ago and 40,000 votes 4 years before that. That is a big lead in a tight state like Pennsylvania with 85% of the votes. So you're saying, is it just Philadelphia and the suburbs where there are outstanding votes? Again, if you're joining us late, the larger the circle, the more votes that are still outstanding to be counted, the color, the way the candidate, who's winning in that area at the moment. And so you still do right here, Philadelphia, Delaware County, Chester County, Montgomery County. There's still some math to be done there. A little bit out there in Allegheny County, where we talked to Brian Todd early in the night. A little bit up in Erie County, which is a swing county. Tends to be very close, though. So let's come back and look at this as we come through it. Number one, there are bellwether counties in Pennsylvania. Northampton is one of them, and Trump is winning with 52% of the vote right now. This county usually picks the winner in the state. As I say that, I'll say its twin is Erie, way over here. It's not twin geographically. It's twin in that they voted twice for Obama, then for Trump, then for Biden. Erie and Northampton, 2 of the 25 counties that did that. At the moment, the vice president is leading in Erie County. In the last campaign, it was Vigo County, Indiana. Their streak of picking the winner went off the board. We'll see if the 2 swing counties in Pennsylvania split as this election goes through. But if you're looking at this map right now, 85% of the vote, it's this. That's big. If you're looking at 50,000, 60,000, it's easier to do the math. You're looking at 168,000, the math gets hard. Is it impossible? No. But the question is, when you start coming in here, Chester County's at 81%. Large suburban counties where if you get 20 or 30% of the votes still out, you can do some big math. Montgomery County at 68%. As you can see, this is a much more populous county, so you're waiting for the 30% to come in there. The vice president would have to win it gangbusters, probably higher than the percentage she's getting so far. I just want to check it against President Biden. She's a little below President Biden, which seems pretty consistent when you go through some of these areas across these states. Bucks County is this one here. Yes, I'm in the right place. That's Montgomery. Oh, Bucks has turned red. That's why I couldn't find it, because Bucks has turned red. Only 55% of the vote in, but if this is red at the end of the night, Donald Trump's going to win the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. This is the more blue-collar, the more competitive of the 3-collar counties. It's Bucks, Delaware, and Montgomery. Used to be, this was solidly Democratic, and the others were Republican. The education divide has flipped that one. Montgomery and Delaware are reliably blue, but look at this. Donald Trump, only 55% of the vote in, but look at that, 50 to 49. If you do it there, you go back in time, 51, 48, 47. So Trump was competitive here. It was a 4-point race, a little more than that 4 years ago. But again, in a close battleground state, you want to move the margins, you flip a county. So let's see if that one holds as we go. If you're in the Harris campaign, that particularly makes you nervous. And then you come out here, and again, I just want to pick them randomly. This is where Trump just runs it up. So you're saying, can she come back in the Philadelphia suburbs and in Philadelphia? Mathematically, you can make the case. Common sense-wise, you start after a while to think, he's getting 75% here, he's getting 78% here. There's a little bit of vote out there, not much, not hardly anything left there, not much left there. So his vote is mostly in. Trump's vote is mostly in when you look at the map. But the question is there really enough there? And let's see where they are here. 94% in Allegheny County. So again, you're getting 59 to 39, 20-point gap. 20-point gap. So yeah, but it's got to be a lot of votes to come in, and they say they're at 94%. So it's not impossible. I would say we're starting to lean into the improbable. And let's go over into Michigan. This is a state where the vice president was leading early on. Then Donald Trump took the lead. He takes the lead sometimes in these states when all these rural counties fill in. Look at them all, right? And again, you just find him, and he's at 67% here. and he's at 65% here, and he's at 66% plus there. Not a lot of people, but when you've got 83 counties and you're winning 60 or 70 of them, that's how it works. And he builds it up there. And then the question is, can the Democrats overcome it with huge numbers where the people live? Number one, Wayne County, we're still only at 16%. So if you're in the Harris campaign, you're saying, okay, we have almost nothing, or less than 20% from Detroit, right? So she's getting 62%. She has 88,000 votes. And Jake, if you go back to 2020, again, when Donald Trump won Michigan, he's getting 68, and he gets close to 600,000 votes. So that's sort of our test. When Wayne County gives us more votes, do we get a huge number like that, and is the split, right? Donald Trump at 30%, that's Detroit and the suburbs around it. Donald Trump right now, it's only 20%, it's less than 20%, 16%. So, but that if he's even above 30, right? Anything he's above 30 is an improvement for him. And so we can't see it all on this map. We have to get more granular. But Detroit, is he doing better? Is Trump doing better with the black vote? Or where is overall turnout maybe down a little bit from 2020? That's a big question, too. And then here, you have Hamtramck and you have Dearborn. They're not on the map, but they're right here. Those are two very important pockets of Arab American voters that were 200,000 plus voted for Joe Biden 4 years ago. We don't know. We don't have that granular detail just yet, but that was one of the big questions in the campaign. Spent a lot of time on my trips at Wayne State campus, younger voters, a lot of Arab and Muslim students at Wayne State, and a lot of young progressive students at Wayne State. Did they lose the youth vote there? A lot of the questions. Now, I'm raising questions that we'll answer in more detail tomorrow and next week and the week after that when we have final results. But if you're 158,000 votes ahead, only halfway in Michigan, I mean, I hate to say it, but like you're looking at this and like that's the best of the three blue wall states.
Let's go to Wayne County right now. Let's go to Detroit where we find Jim Sciutto, who has an update on the vote count there. Jim?
Jake, there have been a lot of questions and some consternation as to why we haven't seen more data from Wayne County yet. And I just spoke with the Secretary of State, Jocelyn Benson, and we believe we have the answer here. I asked her quite specifically. And she said the reason is that Wayne County, in part, given all the scrutiny on this county as it impacts the outcome of the election in this state, is not reporting partial results. It's waiting until it has either all or the vast majority of those results in before it, in effect, gives that batch and makes it public. And I just want to highlight one point that's going to happen in the next hour, perhaps even the next few minutes. A nondescript U-Haul van is going to drive in one of these doors behind me here with the last remaining outstanding absentee ballots in Detroit, part of Wayne County, about 4,000 we expect. That's the final batch, not just, we are told, of absentee ballots outstanding, but the final outstanding votes in Detroit, big part of Wayne County. So when that truck comes through the door, they begin to tabulate those. That gets us to the point where they're going to have, in effect, all the votes they need to count and get to that point where they're going to be ready to report those final figures. We were told it could be in the next few minutes. We'll be watching. We'll report back when it happens. But that could be the point when you get that big batch reported publicly.
All right, Jim Sciutto in Detroit, Wayne County. And you were noting that we don't have Wayne County to the granular level, that we can't see Dearborn and other places where there were a lot of uncommitted votes during the Democratic primary. But just to remind our viewers, during the Democratic primaries, as a protest of President Biden's support for the Netanyahu government of Israel and its war on Hamas in Gaza, 100,000 Democrats voted uncommitted, presumably most of them as a protest vote against Biden for that issue.
Yes, absolutely. And most of them were located here in Wayne County. Again, you have Detroit, progressive city, but also Hamtramck and Dearborn, just to the north and to the west. Large pockets, Arab American communities there that are very angry at the White House. And then the next one, you come out here, again, this is Washtenaw County, where I've been 4 times, maybe 4 times, maybe 5 times, no 4, in this election to go to the University of Michigan and talk to people out there. And again, we're at 71% right now, so the numbers can change, but she's at 66%. This is Ann Arbor, University of Michigan. Again, you have a big college campus. It tends to be a very liberal pocket, progressive pocket. You're saying, wow, 65% of the vote, 66 if you round up, that's great.
Oh, my God.
73%. And the math, 157,000 to 103. Well, again, we got 30% of the votes still to come in, and maybe the percentages change as well. Maybe all the votes that are out are from the campus, and and it juices up the number a little bit. But if you're looking at that now, you're underperforming the President of the United States, and Donald Trump's at 32%. At 26%. I mean, if that gap holds, and if his improvement like that holds, I'm sorry, go ahead. That's a big deal, though.
Well, I was just going to say, one of the things you hear from the Arab American and Muslim American community in places like Michigan is not that they were going to vote for Donald Trump,
right,
but they either were not going to vote or they were going to vote for Jill Stein,
right,
or Cornel West. I'm not sure if Cornel West is on the ballot in Michigan, but I mean, these numbers don't add up to 100 here, right, so I'm guessing that there is a better than, my guess would be, educated guess would be, there's going to be a better than average showing for Jill Stein in Michigan than in other states.
Right, and she worked it hard. She was out there quite a bit. Every trip I was out there, you saw activity. Either she was in the state or had just been in the state.
Yeah. So just to explain it. Now, one of the other things I heard about people talking about Michigan is everybody in the media, all you talk about is the Arab American, Muslim American vote, but really the issue in terms of a big sizable, bigger chunk of votes is white working class voters, union voters, because the Trump campaign ran ads slamming Harris's position on electric vehicles, EVs, and that is actually going to be more significant ultimately. That was, this is just their projection, than the Arab American, Muslim American vote. Is there any way we can gauge that, how well or poorly she did compared to Biden when it comes to white, non-college educated union voters?
David would have the exit polls. We could look at union households. That's a question on the exit polls. I can show you some counties where we were. 3 times I went out there to talk to union auto worker groups. And I want to just say this up front. There are more automobile manufacturing jobs in the United States today than at any point during the Trump presidency. I repeat, there are more auto manufacturing jobs in the United States today than at any point in the Trump presidency. However, the EV debate is a debate. Stellantis just laid off 1,100 people, right, and in part because they say they have electric vehicles sitting on the lot. The union says that's BS. It's corporate greed. They're not keeping their word. But this is a conversation. Are they going too fast? At a minimum, are they going too fast? There are some auto workers who say, why are you forcing this on us? There are others saying the infrastructure is not in place. Culturally, people aren't ready for them. Why are you going so fast? So one of the places you'll find that is right here in Macomb County. We met Joseph Knowles, just laid off from Stellantis, a black union auto worker. No one in his family had ever voted Republican for president. He was voting for Donald Trump. He said everybody in his family was mad at him. This is where you find them right here. Bill Govier is another Ford worker in Macomb County who wanted to vote for Robert F. Kennedy Jr. When he dropped out and backed Trump, Bill Govier said, that's great. I love them both. And he voted for Trump a 3rd time. So some of them have been in Trump's camp, like a Bill Govier. Joseph Knowles is a +1, voted Democrat all his life, right? So there, Macomb County, we got a long way to go here, 36%. But Trump at 58, when you round that up, Trump at 53 right there. So again, we'll see if that sustains itself.
Yeah.
And the Biden number at 45, the Harris number at 40. If that's the number at the end, then it's very hard.
Well,
to
there
see
you go, and you
Michigan.
can see why. Not all of that change is from that one issue or that one demographic I described, but that is quite significant if it holds. Let's go to Pamela Brown at the voting desk. Let's jump to Wisconsin if we could, because Pamela wants to talk about Milwaukee and what's going on there. Pamela?
Yeah, I've been talking to officials there, Milwaukee County as well as the city. Let's look at Milwaukee County right now. A large portion of the vote that remains is from Milwaukee City itself. This is the largest county. This is the largest city in Wisconsin. According to a source in Milwaukee County, 9 out of 19 municipalities are completely reported. And the source also says that the county clerk there expects all results from Milwaukee County to be reported between 2 and 4 a.m. tonight, Central Time. So these results coming in overnight there from Milwaukee County. That is the expectation. Now, let's dive in here to the Milwaukee City. I just spoke to an official there. Milwaukee City has 27,724 mail-in ballots left to be counted so far. In addition, officials are still waiting for results from 4 wards still, and those would be the day of votes. So from election day. So there's still quite a bit to go to count tonight there in Milwaukee City. For context, 69% went for Biden in 2020. And as I mentioned, this is the largest county in Wisconsin. So we're keeping a close eye on this.
All right, Pamela, thanks so much. Let's take a look at Wisconsin as long as Pamela drove us here.
So a critical point she makes, 4 wards in the city of Milwaukee still have not reported their election day votes. And again, anecdotally, just texting people out in the state, they said turnout was good. They weren't saying great or gangbusters. They were saying good. So we wait. You wait. But again, so we're waiting for the city. This is Milwaukee plus the suburbs around it. The county is what you see here. But she's at 66%, and Joe Biden's at 69%. So when those city of Milwaukee votes come in, that not only does that percentage need to move, but that math needs to change quite significantly if you're trying to make up that. Now, 96,000. That's better than 150,000, right? Simple math, people. We always say politics can be very complicated. Sometimes it comes down to basic arithmetic. Are there enough votes still out there to overcome a 96,000 vote lead? And so if Pam says 4 big wards are still out in Milwaukee City and there's a little bit more in Milwaukee County, the answer is maybe, right? Again, you're getting to the point where you're drawing to an inside straight flush, but maybe. So then you look around in other Democratic areas, and again, Eau Claire, she's getting 55% of the vote. I just want to compare that. She's a little,
Same thing.
That's okay, a little better maybe, but it's not a ton of. It's just not a ton of people there. Then you come down to La Crosse. You're looking at the blue areas and you're saying, is there anything left? Not much left, right? It's not a huge swing anyway. So even if you pick up some votes, you're not picking up a ton there. So if you're looking at this map now, I just want to check what was our percentage here? 95% in Dane County, and these other blue counties around it. I'll hit them for you. You just see they're pretty small population-wise. I mean, not tiny, but again, you're at 95% Rock County, 95% Greene County. 92% Lafayette County. That one is a little bit smaller. So again, the math's getting really hard if you're trying to figure out, can Harris come back in Wisconsin? And I would say simply that it comes down to that, and those Milwaukee precincts that are out better be gangbusters.
May I do a personal prerogative? May I see the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania? We haven't checked in there in a while, and that's obviously a place near and dear to my heart. And I have questions about it. One of them is Allentown, which is blue right now. Allentown, the city of Allentown is 54% Latino, 54%, and Pennsylvania, as we've discussed, has the 3rd largest Puerto Rican population on the mainland, behind only New York and New York and Florida. So my question is, how is she doing in this Latino area compared to Joe Biden 4 years ago?
Again, cannot go granular just into the city of Allentown, but you can look at Lehigh County here, right? And I can already tell you, 51 to 48, if you're the Trump campaign, sure, you'd like to win it. But you're looking at 48% in Lehigh County, and you're feeling pretty good because you were 46 last time. Right? And again, within a battleground state, you think margins within the margins, the battlegrounds within the battlegrounds. So Joe Biden at 53% with 98,000 votes, the vice president at 50% with 93,000 votes. Now, we're not completely done there, but that 5,000 votes makes a big difference. It just does. Right? So and that's there, right? So then you come out here and you come up, let's just move on up, right? Carbon County, look at this, Trump getting 73% of the vote. He's improved. That's one of the places he's overperformed himself. And then you move up here, this is Lackawanna County, Scranton, Pennsylvania, Joe Biden's hometown. It's a tough, competitive blue-collar area, but 51 to 48 now, 54 to 45.
And if that movement of 4%,
right.
It can be the whole thing.
It's a couple thousand votes here. It's a couple of thousand votes there. I want to show you something.
By the way,
else.
Can I just point out?
Erie has now flipped.
Erie, has always voted with the presidential victor in Pennsylvania and nationally, is now with Trump.
Has flipped, and let's see where the turnout is there. Again, it's one of the 25. They're at 95%. It's very close, but it's always very close. So you see Erie County, very close there, and I just want to come across the state, Northampton County. So you're on the your Buffalo, New York border, and here's New Jersey here. You've got 52 to 47 there. Not done yet, but the 2 multi-pivot counties, twice for Obama, then for Trump, then for Biden. At the moment, they're going back to Trump. I just want to show one more thing we haven't shown tonight. I just want to bring this up and bring this out. It's not here. It is here. No, it is here. Sorry. I will figure this out eventually. I promise you. I just have too many gizmos. Just want to come in here. Come on. And show you this. So let's go out nationally first. Everyone's been talking all night long about the headwinds. There'll be a lot of questions asked about this after the fact. This is not a good environment for any incumbent. Kamala Harris is the incumbent vice president. What this shows you is not votes. This shows you the darker the county, the more that county has been hit by inflation. Meaning, the darker the county, the more cost of living, energy prices, gas prices, housing prices in a lot of places have outpaced wage increases. Right? Try to find me. See the green?
Yeah, what does that mean? That's
the county where your wages have outpaced inflations. You can use a hand. You will fill one hand in the more than 4,000 counties and townships in the United States you use one hand to fill out the counties where wages have outpaced inflation.
So can I make two observations?
So I just want to come back into your Commonwealth.
Oh my goodness!
I want to come back to your Commonwealth. The darker the county, the more punishing, the more inflation has outpaced your wages, your cost of living. And just look, I mean, the fact that she's doing as well in the suburbs is a testament to the Democratic strength there. But you see in these other places, it's just that was the headwind, and that came up. I can tell you, I was on the road for 15 months, and that came up from the first trip to the last trip, even for people voting for Harris, even for people gladly and proudly voting for Harris. We're saying it still sucks when I go to the grocery store.
Yeah, and that's also why the right track, wrong track numbers are 75% wrong track, 25, but the election's not 75%, 25, because there are people who think it's wrong track, but they're still going to vote for the Democrat. Yet, this is difficult to fight against if you're the incumbent.
That's North Carolina. Especially you're trying to win back.
Look at all the dark colors in Arizona and Nevada.
It gets worse as you go west. That's what I was going to say. Then you're in Georgia. Look, this is the Atlanta suburbs, right? If she loses just a little tiny bit, right? And look down here. These are working class people, right? And then you're absolutely right. Then you come out here and you look at in Arizona. That's Maricopa County. That's the largest county. Up here is usually Democratic area.
He's winning Maricopa County.
He is at the, well, that's just the, let's see. Let's come up there. It's close. That one's close still at half and half as you bring that out. And then you come here. This to me, of all the visits, you want to talk a place that still has the COVID body bruise because unemployment hit 30%, twice the national average.
Tourism.
And then the cost of living. I mean, look at it right there where, again, the darker the county, the more, and out here it's housing more than anything. Housing in Vegas, a lot of people rent. There's not a lot of land to build new houses, so the rents go up. And once the COVID moratorium on rent increases went up, rents went up through the chutes, and a lot of the working class people out there complaining about that.
I wasn't done with Pennsylvania,
well,
but hold on, because Pamela. No, to go to Pennsylvania because Pamela's. I'm gonna throw it to Pamela. She has some information on Georgia. If you could. There you go. Pamela, what do you got for us in Georgia?
This is important information in Georgia. I'm getting from Gabriel Sterling, the top election official there. The margin right now in Georgia is 118,000 votes, right? 100,000 votes are outstanding right now. This is what I'm being told from Gabriel Sterling. Now, he says the split will go marginally for Harris. So let's break down what we know about where some of that outstanding vote is. Chatham. 40,000 outstanding, I'm told. This is a county that went to Biden in 2020. Carroll, outstanding, 18,000. This is a county that went to Trump in 2020. And then you have the blue counties of DeKalb and Fulton. DeKalb has 3,000 outstanding ballots. Fulton has 2,000 outstanding ballots. Again, just to recap, tight margin, 118,000, 100,000 votes still out in Georgia. And Gabriel Sterling says it's the split coming from that will be marginally, his prediction is for Harris. But this is what the data coming in is showing right now. Back to you.
John, do you have any questions for Pamela?
You say the total outstanding votes is 100,000?
He said 100,000 votes out. Yep.
Well,
and so I just gave you a little snapshot of where some of those places are. Chatham, Carroll, I asked, when are we going to find out these results from these counties? He did not have a timeline exactly for that, but hopefully soon.
But the significance, obviously, that Donald Trump right now has a margin of 118,838 votes, and you're saying there's 100,000 left.
If he's being literal, sometimes 100,000, they're getting calls from counties and they say 20,000, it's really 22.
Right.
They say 30,000, it could be 33.
John,
but if he's
can I just jump in?
Yes, please.
Actually, we asked about how do you know these numbers, and actually by law they have to have it, the actual numbers. So I understand your point, but I think they do have more precise numbers based on what the law requires.
Interesting.
Well, then if that math sends a shockwave through the Harris campaign.
Yeah.
If that is literal, just even if she won them all, if there's 100,000 left, and she won them all, and she won't, he's 118,000 votes
She said
ahead.
marginally for Harris, which means probably like 53, 47 or something along those lines. Interesting. Well, we'll have the decision desk talk to the people in Georgia. Can I go back to Pennsylvania just for 1 second? I want to look at Philly for a second because it was so important. It's so important for every Democrat to drive up the margins here. Harris is with 78% reporting. Harris is at 78.1%. to Donald Trump's 20%. We've already talked about this. This is a better performance by Donald Trump than in 2020 and also in 2016.
So watch where he is, right? You can look at it either way. He was at 18%. Now he's above 20%. If we go all the way back in time, 21 the state, he He was at 15%. The third-party candidates mattered a little bit there, more statewide than they did in Philadelphia, but a little bit. So look at, you just track Donald Trump in Philadelphia, right? Philadelphia, 15% and 108,000 votes in 2016. 18%, 132,000 votes in 2020. We're not quite done in 2024, but it's a lower vote count.
It's the margins.
Because we're not at 100 yet, this down.
Yeah.
If he keeps that number, he's got that's going to pass the last one. Absolutely. The margins, again, she's at 78%. And there are some places that are swing counties, and you're fighting to move them. When you're starting a plan to run for president, and you know how deep Trump's support is across Pennsylvania, you know you have to do it here. You just have, it's math. It's math. I mean, 30% of the state population lives right here.
Yep.
Right here. So if you're going to offset that, you just got to run it up. You just got to run it up here. And she's at 78%. He was at 81%. This will be the conversation. If this plays out the way it's going right now, this will be the conversation in the Democratic Party, is what's happening in urban America, both in terms of the numbers, the turnout, the math, and the percentages.
So I read this in an exit poll, and whoever is listening from the exit poll desk, Challian or whoever, if I get this wrong or if there's been an updated number, please let me know. But it said black men in Pennsylvania, in 2020, 10% went for Trump. In 2024, 25% went for Trump. Black men in Pennsylvania more than doubled for Trump.
Well, if that number's true, I mean, after every election, you have the conversation, right? After 2016, it was what's happening to Democrats. I mean, it was already happening, but Trump put on steroids the Democrats' problem with white working-class people who work with their hands. And now I would say, take the white out of that. Take the white out of that.
It's just about working-class people.
The gains among black men, the gains among Latino men, are among people who work with their hands, who have been punished, the conversations that strike you from 15 months on the road is, I could afford a new car, but then if any prices go up, I can't take that loan. Like I cannot put, there's no way. So you're asking your mechanic, can I keep this thing on the road for a little bit longer? And your Christmas time, you're telling your kids you're getting one gift, not two. Or we were going to try to go to Disneyland, but we're not this year.
Yeah.
We're going to go to the amusement park, that's a couple hours away by car, but we're not going to Disneyland or some big thing like that. These are the conversations you're having in state after state after state with people who have working class jobs. And some of them, I mean, union auto workers, they think that's a good middle-class job. Union auto workers who get the employee discount, who can get preferable financing, saying, I'm not going to take the risk to buy a new truck. I'm going to keep this older one on the road because I just can't do that on the family budget right now. Can't do it.
Yeah. Back to Caitlin Collins at Trump HQ in West Palm Beach, Florida. Caitlin, what are you learning right now about the former president's plans this evening?
Well, Jake, we have been waiting to hear whether or not he was actually going to come here to the convention center. And just to remind everyone at home, there are two separate parties happening right now. A watch party here where I am at the convention center in West Palm Beach, Florida. And then Donald Trump was also having an event at his Mar-a-Lago club surrounded by Republican allies, major donors, people like Elon Musk and RFK Jr. But we are now hearing from sources that Donald Trump is making plans to come over here. Obviously, they have to prepare the motorcade for him to get into to take about a 10-minute drive over here where the convention center is. But, Jake, that is a sign of how good the Trump campaign is feeling based on the numbers that John King just read there, that Donald Trump is preparing to come over here. He said earlier he had no speech planned. We'll see what he says when he's here. Kristen Holmes, we've been watching all of this. And obviously the Trump team has been watching the breakdown here of how he's been doing with certain demographics and how he's improving from where his standing was actually in 2020, certainly in 2016.
Yeah, and we were told that that was what they were seeing in internal polling, but of course, given what we were seeing and the people we were talking to on the ground, we had to wait and see how it played out. Now, I do want to add to what Donald Trump is doing right now, because we were told that while he was over at Mar-a-Lago, essentially this was a watch party, that was a dinner, they had giant screens, but the plan was always that if Donald Trump was going to come over, they were going to bring those members that were there at Mar-a-Lago over here, and I am told that currently those members are being bussed over here, meaning that Donald Trump's arrival is likely imminent. Now, all of those members are obviously going to have to be in place. As we've reported, it's kind of sparse here. There's not a lot of people. They're expecting over 100 people to be bussed over here. Those people are going to have to be in place before Donald Trump takes the stage, because these are going to be some of his biggest fans. They're going to want to fill the crowd here. But now they're coming over, so that gives you a little bit of a timeline of when we see Donald Trump moving from Mar-a-Lago to here. As we know, this room is about to fill up pretty quickly, probably within the next half hour.
Yeah, and of course the big question is what he's going to say. Obviously, obviously he wouldn't come here likely and not take the stage that's behind us. It's already a room that's filled with his supporters. We'll be waiting to see what they say. Jake, obviously something that we've been watching closely, as ever since a few hours ago when those Virginia numbers were coming in, that was what first gave that sense of confidence to the Trump campaign. And obviously that has only continued to grow ever since seeing the calls in North Carolina, how well these Republican Senate candidates are doing also, and those numbers there in Pennsylvania, Jake.
All right, Caitlin, thanks so much. As we prepare for what we think is going to happen, Mr. Trump coming out and speaking, it is a good moment for us just to take a measure of where the night is at this moment. We're still, of course, waiting to call several of the battleground states, 6 out of 7 of them. But Chris, right now, I think it's fair to say anybody watching would rather be Donald Trump than Kamala Harris at this moment.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, if he declares victory, he hasn't won the race yet. There is still a potential path to 270 electoral votes. None of the blue wall states have been called. If he says the trends are looking very good tonight, you can't argue with that.
And I'm going to go to Jake for a major projection.
That's right. We have another major projection for you now. And CNN can project that Georgia will go to Donald Trump. Georgia, a very highly contested battleground of 16 electoral votes. This is the second of 7 battleground states that we have called, and both of them have been for Donald Trump. Let's take a look at what that means for the electoral math. Donald Trump right now has 246 electoral votes. Kamala Harris right now has 182 electoral votes. There are 270 needed to win. As of right now, CNN is not ready to project who is going to win the presidency, but I'm sorry for so rudely interrupting. Donald Trump has now been projected to have won the second of 7 key battleground states, with 5 more to go. And obviously, the blue wall states, as you were saying, are crucial.
And this is a flip because in 2020, Joe Biden won. Now, despite the fact that Donald Trump tried really hard to find those 11,000 plus votes, they weren't there. And this time around, the projection that you just made is that they are there, plus, who knows however many votes there are. So this is even more evidence why we heard the Harris campaign manager, Jenna Malley-Dillon, say to reporters maybe an hour or 2 ago that the Sun Belt is basically gone, and they're looking at the blue wall, and they're still insisting that it is possible. But this is, again, a very, very bad news for
Yeah, I mean, we
Harris.
went into the night with a lot of people talking about a potential realignment with both parties. Who would be the mix of people in each coalition? But it's actually looking pretty close to what we know in the past. You have white women voters with no college degree going for Trump in our exit polls. Similarly, with Latino men also going very heavily for Trump in our exit polls. So there's a sense that, people did not necessarily go into the ballot box and secretly vote for someone else. The people who in the past voted for Trump came home to Trump.
People will be going through these exit polls and the analysis and what worked for Trump and didn't work for Harris. On gender, back in 2020, Biden won women by 7 points more than Trump won men. This time it's exactly even. Harris won women by 10 points. Trump won men by 10 points. But the one that just stands out, sort of a flashing light, Jake, Hispanics. Biden won Hispanics 4 years ago by 32 points. As of tonight, Harris has won Hispanics by 8 points.
Can I just add one other thing about what this Georgia projection means? What it means is that she's got to win Pennsylvania. If she doesn't win Pennsylvania, it's over.
Yeah, no, absolutely, especially with the fact that he is leading right now in the 5 battleground states that we have not called. He is leading in all 5 of them: Nevada, Arizona, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. Donald Trump widening his lead in the race to 270 electoral votes with this new win. In Georgia, ballots are, of course, still being counted in these crucial battlegrounds. We could get new reporting on votes at any time. We're going to squeeze in a quick break. We'll be right back.
That made the point.
It is election night in America, and let us bring you back to where we are right now with 270 electoral votes needed to win. Donald Trump is in the lead with 246. Kamala Harris is at 182. There are still 5 battleground states that remain uncalled by CNN. Let us go and look at where they are. Pennsylvania, Donald Trump in the lead with 50.8% of the vote. Kamala Harris with 48.1% of the vote. Donald Trump has a more than 165,000 vote lead. Let's go to Kamala Harris headquarters right now. Let's listen in.
Good evening, HU. I want to say good evening to all of the Harris campaign, the campaign family. Thank you for all that you have done. Thank you for being here. Thank you for believing in the promise of America. We still have votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the Vice President tonight, but you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation. So thank you. We believe in you. May God bless you. May God keep you. And go HU and go Harris. Thank you all.
Cedric Richmond, top advisor to Kamala Harris, used to be top advisor to Joe Biden in the White House, basically telling people at Howard University, where Vice President Kamala Harris was going to have her celebration party, theoretically, that Kamala Harris is not going to come out tonight. She will come out tomorrow and address the nation, which I guess is what we could expect, given the fact that we're not going to know definitively this evening the results.
Ever been to Howard University when there's a big crowd? That is not the sound of a big crowd there. That is not celebratory mood, and I think that was a tough kind of coming out conversation for Cedric Richmond.
Yeah, I mean, it's the 2024 version of the Javits Center at this time. I'm not saying that it's going to end that way, but at this time, it's feeling like it's too early, and the senior person comes out and says, everybody go home and we'll see what happens, and we will see what happens when we get the rest of the votes. But
in the immortal words of Bob Dylan, you don't have to be a weatherman to know which way the wind is blowing.
Right.
And this very much felt, I mean, you know, we talked before about whether this felt more like 2020 or 2016. This felt so much like the Javits Center, and specifically her campaign chairman, John Podesta, came out at almost exactly this same point 8 years ago and made almost exactly that same speech. And the next day, Hillary Clinton came out and conceded. Now, again, he is not at 270 yet. She has not lost this race, but you don't have to be a weatherman.
Right. And just to go over where we are right now, so there are 7 battleground states, and we have called, CNN has called, projected that Donald Trump will win 2 of them, North Carolina and Georgia. So of the 5 that are remaining, there's Arizona. Trump is in the lead currently with 0.72% of the vote. Pennsylvania, Donald Trump is in the lead with 2.6% of the vote. Wisconsin, Trump is in the lead by 3.53% of the vote. And then there's Michigan. Donald Trump is in the lead with 6.12% of the vote. There's also Nevada, which I don't see on that list there, and I haven't committed it to memory, but there wasn't enough really percentage of the vote that had come in yet for us to be definitively saying anything. In any case, the point I'm trying to make is, of the 5 battleground states that are outstanding, Donald Trump is currently in the lead in all 5 of them.
And in a place like Nevada, the demographics are something that is more favorable to them. That's an electorate that has more male voters, more Latino voters, and those are 2 groups we're seeing who are leaning towards him.
And I just want to go back to, even though we don't know where the blue wall states are yet, we're still waiting for votes to come in, some of the underlying themes that we are seeing that, Audie, you were talking about a little while ago, that I think it's important to go back to. One of the things that we started out the evening with was about the women, the question about whether or not women were going to come out for Kamala Harris, whether or not men were going to come out for Kamala Harris in a post-Roe world on that issue. And if you just look at, for example, suburban women, they, according to the national polls, they went for Trump.
It seems like abortion was not the animating issue it was the way it was right after the Dobbs ruling. In so many of these exit polls, I'm seeing that the economy, the people who were most upset, listed themselves as angry or facing severe hardship. Those are the people who really went for Trump.
Yeah, I have to confess that I always thought in the last week or two of the campaign, this idea of the trying to appeal to secret voters was something of a risk. Anderson?
Jake, thanks very much. This is the first time we've all talked. David Axelrod, what do you make of what we've seen?
Look, I think that this was a race that was very, very close in the polling. And for the longest time, including up until last night, I and others said we had notions, we had feelings, but we weren't going to make any predictions. And the truth is we're sitting here tonight and we're waiting for the 3 states that can determine the race one way or the other to render a verdict, and they're close. And she's right to wait to have those votes counted. But what was very clear watching the night unfold is that rural areas voted for her in significantly less numbers than, or percentage-wise, than they did for Joe Biden 4 years ago. And she could make up the difference in some of these suburban areas and the cities. And I think the discussion that John King had was very pertinent. I care deeply, more than I can say tonight, about democracy and what it means. I've said it a million times, I'm the son of a refugee, and I revere this country, and I'm so grateful for what it's given my family and everyone else. But part of democracy, and this is my major difference with Donald Trump, part of a democracy is to honor the will of the people, to honor its institutions. And I imagine that that's what the vice president's going to do when the final verdict comes in, if it's not a positive verdict. And I think there is a message in that. Yeah. There is a message in that. And I think it's an important message.
I think the reality is Kamala Harris faced tremendous headwinds heading into this. I was riding on a bit of a vibe, in a sense, in the final stretch because she did feel like she had energy. But the fundamentals have been against her from the outset. Biden's unpopularity was dragging her. She had opportunities to create distance with him, and I think chose not to. I think it's a respectful thing. You don't want to throw your boss under the bus. But the reality is Donald Trump was going to blow Joe Biden out of the water, and she needed to create that distance. There's also just some fundamental shifts that I think are happening, a realignment with the parties and within the country, and I think we need to be more in tune with them. This could end up being the most diverse coalition that ends up possibly electing Donald Trump, and we need to hear about why that is. It's the issues of the economy,
I mean,
borders.
the way this is playing out tonight, right? I think we need to recognize that over half of America feels very strongly about the things that Donald Trump feels strongly about, right? A secure border, the economy, crime. It might not be a perfect messenger, but the message resonates. And what we talked about this earlier, about the check engine light, all those things are real. Democracy is a luxury when you can't pay your bills. And I think, there are a great deal of Americans tonight who are sitting back and saying, kind of look at it, that everyone, that they view as the elite, and kind of sneering and saying, we told you so. We're not garbage. We're hardworking people. We believe in these things, right? People don't like to be talked down to. This coalition, this is Hispanics. Trump is crushing in Hispanics, the Hispanic vote in Pennsylvania, right? He's getting 50% of the women vote.
Lehigh County, he's up from 2020. He was at 45%. He's now at 48%.
Yeah, Allentown is. We were talking about how the Puerto Ricans would come out. He's winning those votes because you know what those people care about? They care about security. They care about economy. They care about those things around the kitchen table. So if the former president is going to be the next president, I think there's a lot of, America's going to have to sit back. He's going to win. It looks like he may win the popular vote, right? There's going to be a reckoning in America that people are going to have to sit back and say, maybe some of these things Trump's espousing, are not crazy. Maybe he's right. Maybe the Democratic Party needs to come back to the center if they want to be competitive again. There's going to be a part where they're going to say, we need to go further to the left.
Van?
I hear what you're saying, and I do see it differently because I'm thinking about the people who are not a part of anybody's elite who are hurting tonight. There are African-American women who know a little bit about being talked down to and know a little bit about having their economic dreams crushed, who tried to dream a big dream over the past couple of months. And tonight they're trading in a lot of hope for a lot of hurt. And they were hoping that maybe this time, one of their own could be seen as worthy. And once again, they were facing rejection. And that hurts. They thought tomorrow morning they're going to walk out with their shoulders back a little bit, maybe able to breathe for the first time and feel like they belong someplace. They did everything that they knew how to do. And it's going to be harder than it should be tomorrow for them to hold their heads up. And they're not the only people who are hurting tonight. If you're a parent of a trans kid, your child's face was used as a springboard to power for somebody. That doesn't feel good. There are going to be people tomorrow, we're going to be handing clothes at the dry cleaners to people who don't have papers. There are going to be people who are going to be cleaning your teeth tomorrow who don't have papers. And they're terrified tonight. And so it's easy to blow this off. Oh, look at the elites. They're going to get their comeuppance. It's not the elite that's going to pay the price. It's people who woke up this morning with a dream and are going to bed with a nightmare. And those people didn't deserve to be respected and held and talked to. Those are the people who are going to pay the price for whatever Donald Trump decides to do.
Yeah, but Van, how do we know that those people didn't vote? A large portion of those people aren't a part of the people that elected Donald Trump.
Well,
right? I think that's a good part of the electorate. And the black women, the Democratic Party let those black women down. Not Donald Trump.
Dave,
we got to go.
Okay.
Let's go back to Jake.
All right, thanks so much. And we're going to bring you a key race alert right now. Let's check in with the states that we have not projected. Pennsylvania, Donald Trump still in the lead there. 51.1% of the vote. Kamala Harris says 47.8%. Donald Trump with a more than 216,000 vote lead there, with 92% of the estimated vote coming in from the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Michigan now, the Wolverine state. Donald Trump, 52% of the vote. Kamala Harris, 46.1% of the vote. Donald Trump with a more than 203,000 vote lead, with 61% of the estimated vote in from Michigan. Wisconsin, that's the Badger state. Donald Trump, 51.1% of the vote. Kamala Harris with 47.3% of the vote. Donald Trump with a more than 110,000 vote lead, with an estimated 86% of the vote in from Wisconsin. Arizona now, Donald Trump in the lead there too, 49.9% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 49.2% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 12,242 vote lead there, a little bit more narrow, with 52% of the estimated vote in from Arizona. We are awaiting more votes from the outstanding presidential battlegrounds as this race goes into the night shift. And we expect to hear Donald Trump speak to his supporters very soon. We're going to squeeze in a quick break. We'll be right back. Stay here. And we have a projection for you now. CNN can project that Kamala Harris will win the state of New Mexico. New Mexico, as expected, will go to the Democrat, Vice President Kamala Harris. New Mexico with its 5 electoral votes. What does that bring us in terms of the math? Let us look. Donald Trump has 246 electoral votes. Kamala Harris, with the addition of New Mexico, has 187 electoral votes. There are 270 electoral votes, as always, needed to win. Let's look at the states we have not called yet. In Pennsylvania, Donald Trump in the lead there still, 51.1% of the vote, ahead of Kamala Harris, who has 47.8% of the vote. Trump leads with more than 214,000 votes. That's with an estimated 92% of the vote in. Michigan now, Donald Trump in the lead, 52.1% of the vote. Kamala Harris, 46% of the vote. Donald Trump with a more than 215,000 vote lead. That's with 62% of the estimated vote in from the Wolverine state. The Badger state of Wisconsin now, Donald Trump, 51.2% of the vote. Kamala Harris, 47.2% of the vote. Donald Trump, more than 113,000 votes ahead of Harris, with an estimated 86% of the vote in from Wisconsin. In Arizona now, Donald Trump in the lead there too, 49.9% of the vote. Harris with 49.2% of the vote. Donald Trump with a more than 12,000 vote lead. That's with only 52% of the estimated vote in from Arizona. Still a lot of votes to count in Arizona. Nevada now, they've really counted a lot of votes. Donald Trump, 50.9% of the vote. Kamala Harris, 47.6% of the vote. Donald Trump with a more than 33,000 vote lead. That is with 70% of the estimated vote in from Nevada. Last time we looked, it was only 2%. John King, look at that. Your buddies in Nevada reporting their votes there.
Well, last time it took a very, very long time. So if they're starting to get some in tonight, that's progress for Nevada. I just want to show this. This was a conversation you guys were having over at the panel table the other day, just on the importance of Pennsylvania, as we're at this point now, where North Carolina and Georgia have gone for Trump. You see the yellow of the states still on the map. Now, we project Alaska is going to come in for the Republican. If that were to change, that would change these paths. But there is no path to 270 for the vice president that does not include the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. So, yes, she needs to win all blue wall states to get there. That would get her there on its own as long as she wins Nebraska's 2nd congressional district. But there's no way to get there without Pennsylvania, which is why that is absolutely critical that she win there. I just want to show you what I mean. Let's assume that she came back and won Michigan. She's trailing now. Let's assume she came back and won Wisconsin. She's trailing now. She's trailing here, and she's trailing here. Even if she won them all, if Donald Trump won that, he'd be over the top. And so, if she is winning this, she can afford to lose something else along the way. But because this is why we've talked about this for weeks, and that's why both campaigns spent more money in Pennsylvania than any other state, Commonwealth by far. The 19 electoral votes, it's just 19 versus 16, 19 versus 11, 19 versus 10. It just affects your path to 270 math in such a profound way. So as you look at where we are now and you come back out into the latest vote count right there, Pennsylvania is paramount. That does not mean the other ones don't matter. Just winning Pennsylvania wouldn't be enough to get her there either. I'm just saying she can't win without Pennsylvania. Donald Trump can. Donald Trump can, but she cannot win without Pennsylvania. And so if you look here right now, where are you? That's 219,342 votes with 93% of the vote in. This is why when you heard Cedric Richmond at the Harris event, said we would not hear from the vice president tonight and that she wants every vote counted. You did not hear him say, we see a viable path to victory. He did not speak those words. That doesn't mean it's not mathematical. The states have not been called. But he did not say we see a viable path to victory. He said we want all the votes to be counted. And so you look here at 51%. Again, one of the big questions was, could Donald Trump get over 50? In most of these battleground states in 2016 and 2020, he was a 47, he was a 48, maybe he was a 49. In Pennsylvania right now, Donald Trump is at 51.1. And again, you're looking at a state, the vice president simply, there's a lot of states to count still, but if you want to look at one question, she cannot lose Pennsylvania. She just cannot. The math doesn't work if she does. So you're looking, yes, there are still some votes down to be counted down here. I think when we get closer to 100% in Philadelphia, that's going to settle the math once and for all. It's improbable at the moment. Let's just be honest about it, but it's not impossible. So you keep it on the board right there, and you look, 78% though. 78% estimated in Philadelphia. She's at 78%. Look at the 484. You come back here, 78% to 81%. 3 points in the state's largest city that is absolutely fundamental to Democratic victory, underperforming Joe Biden by 3 percentage points, and at the moment, more than 100,000 votes. We're not done with the math yet. That's it. I mean, you can find other places too. You can find. We looked through some of the blue-collar counties earlier where she was underperforming Biden and Trump was moving up. We can come back and look at that again if you want. Just Trump outperforming 2020 by 3% or more. This is significant. It's happening mostly in counties he's winning anyway. But she's overperformed a little bit in Chester County down there, which, again, 8-10 years ago was a Republican county. But where is in Bucks County, which he's right at is currently flipped to red. But a lot of it's out here in places where Donald Trump already runs strong. He's running stronger. And that's critical. One of the questions coming into the campaign was, well, Donald Trump got 2016 phenomenon, more votes in 2020, but he lost. Are there really more Trump voters out there? Well, yes, apparently there are. And you see them right there, and you see them in other states as well. So there's Pennsylvania. Jake, I just want to go through these quickly to see if the math has changed. 63%. We've been stuck there for a little bit. You come down here. Again, when you're looking at 224,000 votes, Joe Biden won Michigan by 154,000 votes. Donald Trump's at 224,000 votes. And so you're looking and you're saying, where? Where? Is it possible? Well, the only place you can get that many votes is Wayne County. They're at 24%. So you see, she's at 58% right there. Donald Trump at 39%. Again, the conversation that is going to start once these states are called, assuming we stay on the trajectory we are on, which the trajectory we are on, not there, we're not the finish line, but the trajectory we are on is an overwhelming Donald Trump victory in the Electoral College. The possibility of flipping back all 3 blue wall states, but even if he loses Michigan, look at that. That's going to be a conversation in the Democratic Party. How's that happening? How is Donald Trump getting 30% up to 39%? How's that happen? How did he get 30%? The Democrats were already debating how did he get 30% 4 years ago. If that number holds, and Donald Trump's above 35%, close to 40% in Wayne County, Michigan, the Democratic Party has a big conversation on its hand. When I started doing this a very long time ago, it was about the Reagan Democrats in Macomb County. Now it's going to be about the Trump Democrats everywhere. Including black men in Wayne County. There'll be people saying it's the Arab American vote. Young voters didn't come out. The analysis will start as soon as we're done getting someone to 270. But that's a huge problem, and you see it again here. Again, the foundation of the Democratic Party is urban America, and then the close-in suburbs. That's where the math is, and that has allowed Democrats, allowed Joe Biden to withstand all of that. Donald Trump's phenomenon in rural America, where he's not only winning those counties, but the math is up, and this time again, he turned out more voters. Milwaukee, Wisconsin, this is Milwaukee County, the city and the suburbs around it, but the vice president's at 66%. That looks impressive, except when you go back 4 years ago, and you see the President of the United States was at 69%. And so in place after place, especially starting in the foundations, Anderson, the building blocks of the Democratic Party, which is urban America, she's having a problem. We're not done with all the vote counting yet, but she's underperforming President Biden from 4 years ago. In the close-in suburbs, you can find some exceptions to this, but in the close-in suburbs, she's doing reasonably well, reasonably close, exceeding it in some places. But Trump is doing better in urban America, a little bit better in some key suburbs in battleground states, and turning out even more voters in the red rural counties where we have seen the Trump phenomenon in 2016 and 2020. It's with us again in 2024.
Yeah. John, we'll come back to you. Caitlin Collins is at Trump headquarters, where we expect the former president to speak soon. Caitlin, do we know, how soon he may get there, and any idea on what he may say?
No, Anderson. Obviously, we're waiting to see what this is going to look like because this is so new to the Trump campaign as well. They've been watching these numbers carefully all night as John King has been going back and forth on the magic wall, but they themselves obviously were waiting to see, were there any surprises in store? They were watching closely. The gut check of North Carolina and Georgia obviously came through for them, and now we are told Donald Trump is he is making preparations to head over here to the convention center. This is where the official watch party is, and Anderson, we saw aides preparing a teleprompter on stage, heightening the lectern and the microphone to make sure it's ready. So a clear sign that we do expect to hear from him. When that happens remains to be seen. And Kristen, obviously, as we've been looking at this, Trump is famously very superstitious. He doesn't like to, start planning things too far in advance, talking too much about who he'd put in a potential cabinet, much less working on a speech, which he said today he did not have remarks prepared.
And even the people around him were hesitant to put anything down. There were some conversations about potentially drafting something either way, drafting 2 versions of the speeches, but they were still hesitant to even do that. And a reminder that Donald Trump finished up his rally last night at 2:30 in the morning. When they got on the plane, there were some conversations about what tonight was going to look like, but essentially everybody was like, let's wait and see, let's go and see. Now, I am told that when Donald Trump gets here, it's not clear if he's going to go to the stage right away. We know, obviously, they have called North Carolina and Georgia, which were big wins for the Trump campaign. Whether or not they're going to wait for one more of those big swing states remains to be seen. We do believe he's going to be here imminently, that he's going to leave Mar-a-Lago, head over here. We obviously know that they've bussed over all of the people from Mar-a-Lago who have just arrived here. We've seen this room fill out. But how exactly he's going to handle this moment remains to be seen. We know what happened, obviously, in 2020. I am told he's in a very different headspace now than he was at that point, probably because of the fact that they are telling him that he could win this.
Yeah, you could sense that today when he was voting at his polling place as well. He was talking in more reflective ways about the campaign. He was saying he believed it was one of the best campaigns they've ever run, talking about in terms of just pure messaging. I mean, obviously, some of his allies would disagree from the candidate himself on that front. But one thing about this room tonight, obviously it's filled with his supporters who were here, who were invited by the campaign. A lot of his allies were also at Mar-a-Lago with him, people like Elon Musk, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., Dana White. We've seen Senator Marco Rubio trickling in here. House Speaker Mike Johnson is also on the way. So it's also important to see who's going to be around him in
That's
this
going to
moment.
matter to Donald Trump a lot. It's going to matter to Donald Trump a lot who actually steps up and shows up here tonight, who left their races early before they were called or right after they were called to come to Palm Beach. And we were told that there were a lot of people considering doing that because of the fact that they know Donald Trump cares about loyalty. They were considering coming if it looked like the race was going the way that it currently looks like it's going. So we can likely expect more House members here that we've seen already.
Yeah, and we know family members obviously have been around him. We saw, I was told by someone that Barron Trump was with him in Mar-a-Lago earlier. Obviously, Melania Trump went and voted with him at their polling place just a few hours after y'all got back from Michigan from that early morning rally. Ivanka Trump, Jared Kushner, I think that's an open question. They do live down here, obviously, in South Florida, but they have not been prominent faces on the campaign trail.
And even during his trials, I mean, one thing to remember is that they came and saw him after he was convicted, but stayed behind closed doors at all times. They were up at Trump Tower. They never made an appearance with him. He has really done this campaign without any of their help. They've been with just Aaron.
Yeah, obviously, Kristen, thank you. Jake, back to you.
Thanks so much. We have a major projection in the battle for control of Congress. And CNN can now project that Republicans will win back control of the United States Senate. We can make this projection because CNN projects Republicans win the U.S. Senate seat in Nebraska. The GOP picking up enough seats to reclaim the majority that they lost 4 years ago. This is a huge victory for Donald Trump's party as we're still waiting the final outcome of the presidential race. And Dana Bash, there were a lot of questions in the air about what was going to happen. Ultimately, what happened with the U.S. Senate is what we generally thought was going to happen. Republicans now have control.
It was a very, very good map for Republicans this time around and a very bad map for Democrats. One of the questions was whether or not these kind of brand name, long-serving Democrats would be able to kind of outperform the realities of their states, whether it's Jon Tester in Montana or Sherrod Brown in Ohio. And the answer is no.
Yeah, Sherrod Brown is a great example because he came to office in 2006 during a kind of blue wave, survived 2018. Like, he was always there for when it was more favorable for Democrats, and that was not this year.
I mean, let's talk about the significance of a Republican Senate if, and I repeat, if Donald Trump is elected president. It means that they can confirm without any Democratic votes any appointment he makes to his cabinet, to the government, to the Supreme Court, should there be a vacancy. It's an enormous advantage to a president. And at this point, we haven't talked about it much, but in the House, although that hasn't been decided yet, the Republicans have flipped 3 Democratic seats. The Democrats haven't flipped a single Republican seat. So there is the possibility here of a complete united Republican government with Donald Trump as the president and with a Republican House and Senate, which means that in terms of appointments, in terms of immigration policy, economic policy, environmental policy, you name it, he could have a pretty blank check.
So, for example, on immigration policy, which is something that we think that Donald Trump would, if he wins, want to enact something along the lines of the proposals he's made. Republicans have said, we passed an immigration bill, H.R. 2, which was a
compromise package.
A tough, it wasn't a compromise package. It was a tough immigration bill.
At least.
It was, H.R. 2.
He's talking about the House.
Sorry. The House version is what I'm saying. The Senate version was bipartisan. The House version, when you ask Speaker Johnson, what have you accomplished? He said, well, we passed all this legislation, but it just died in the Senate because Chuck Schumer wouldn't even allow a vote on it. Assuming that Republicans hold on to the House, we have no idea, but it's not crazy.
But you're getting into a level of detail that I think, I mean,
my point is just that
Donald Trump campaigned on mass deportations. So this
what I'm saying is he could do
was for.
That's what I'm saying. My point is whatever Donald Trump wants, if they have the Senate now, if they get the White House and if they get the House, if they keep the House, whatever Donald Trump wants will become law. There will not be the backstop of the Senate controlled by Democrats.
Did not want the backstop. This is what I'm trying to say. We may be looking at a map of voters who weren't looking to give him a backstop.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Not to get too sort of dorky here, but I think it is still possible, if he is president, that some big pieces of legislation could be stopped in the United States Senate, because legislation at this point still needs 60 votes. But it is the cabinet who he's going to have in his, not just in and around his administration, but again, the bench. That is all regular majority.
Yeah, it's interesting when you think about it, because the Supreme Court they ruled on the Chevron deference and basically said executive agencies can't have the untrammeled authority to do what they want. It has to be passed by Congress. And you could end up with the Democratic minority. I mean, again, all of this is somewhat speculative. Democratic minority in the Senate being able to block legislation, and the Trump agencies not able to enact it on their own.
Yep. Just one of many things that we would be talking about if Donald Trump does, in fact, win. We're not there yet. Jake, over to you.
Thanks, Dana. Let's bring you back to the key race alert and where we stand with the battleground states that we have not called yet. Pennsylvania, Donald Trump in the lead, 51.1% to Kamala Harris's 47.8%. Donald Trump has an almost 220,000 vote lead. That's with 93% of the estimated vote in from the great Keystone State. Michigan, Donald Trump up 52.4% to Harris's 45.8%. Donald Trump with a more than 244,000 vote lead in Michigan, with 66% of the estimated vote in. In Wisconsin, Donald Trump 51.2%, Harris 47.1%. Donald Trump with a more than 120,000 vote lead, with an estimated 89% of the vote in from the Badger State of Wisconsin. Arizona, Donald Trump in the lead, 50% to Harris's 49.1%. Donald Trump has a 16,000 plus vote lead, with an estimated 53% of the vote in from Arizona. In Nevada, Donald Trump in the lead there, 51% to Kamala Harris's 47.4%. Donald Trump with a more than 37,000 vote lead, with 70% of the estimated vote in from Nevada. John King?
You're looking at the map and we're watching, and we're just trying to see. The only question really now is, well, the first question is, can the vice president win Pennsylvania? If she does not, Donald Trump is the next president of the United States. And then from there, if she wins Pennsylvania, Donald Trump still has other paths to 270. So for the vice president, your priority is here. And you'll notice all three of those states are red. That's the so-called blue wall. The blue wall is ruby red at the moment, not done counting the votes. So let's turn it off and wander through them, starting in your home state, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Key thing here, these are close battleground states. Look at the size of Donald Trump's lead as we go through them. Right, Joe Biden wins this by 80,000 and change 4 years ago. Donald Trump is ahead with 93% of the vote in by 219,000 votes plus. So that's hard to overcome. When you're at 93%, and statewide so far you're getting 48% if you round that up. Do the math at home. She has to get well in excess of that, hugely in excess of that when you're at 93% to have a chance to catch up. Hugely, way overperform where she has been throughout the night. Miracles happen. So you look here at Philadelphia, you kind of come here. This gets pretty stunning when you go through it county by county. We're not at the final results. Maybe the end will look a little better than this. Maybe the vice president can come back. But again, you look at here, Donald Trump getting 21% in Philadelphia, the vice president getting 78%. You go back when Joe Biden won the state, Donald Trump was at 18, the president was at 81. And you're seeing this over and over again. You go out to Bucks County here, Joe Biden at 52%. If you round that up, Trump at 47 4 years ago. You come back here. I said early in the night, if this stays red, Donald Trump will win the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. It's still red. Not done, but it's still red. This is the blue-collar suburban area. Your cops, your firefighters move out of the city to get a little house with a patch of grass. It gets a little bit bigger out here when you move out, but look at this. It's just, she's at 48%, 49% if you round that up. The President of the United States was at 52. Again, it's a very competitive battleground county, but to win Pennsylvania, you want to be on the top end in Bucks County, and at the moment, the vice president is on the losing end. Then you move over here to Lehigh County. This was the big conversation, right? Both candidates there in the final days because of the Madison Square Garden event, the debate about is the Trump going to lose to Puerto Rican votes and other Latino votes because of this. Well, at the moment, Harris, 95%, so not a lot of room for this to change. 51% for the vice president. She's winning the county, but she's not winning the county again Look at Joe Biden. Now, this is Joe Biden's birth state. He had a home field advantage, maybe. It was in a pandemic. Donald Trump was at his weakest, I guess you come out of that. So you can rationalize it away, but we do the math here. And the math is that she's running behind. That's 53% for the president. And once again, the vice president. So there'll be a lot of conversations about blue-collar workers. Is it sexism? Is it racism? Is it because she didn't break with Biden on cost of living issues? This is going to be the conversation if this map continues. So you come back out again and you look. Here's a place. This is Trump country, Pennsylvania, Luzerne County, right? But you always look at sometimes the margins with it, where the other guy's winning or the other gal's winning. You just want to cut into their margins in a close battleground state. Donald Trump at 60, the vice president at 39%. And you come back here, Joe Biden at 42%. That's the difference. The margins within some of these places, even where you're losing, you have to improve your margins. Where you're winning, run them up. Where you're losing, try to cut the other guy's margins up. And she simply has failed to do that across the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. I could go on, but the point is the point. And then there's this. Again, in a big state like this, a complicated state like this, this is just Trump country. 70% here, 51% there, a little bit more competitive, but 75% there, 73% there. That's how he does it. And you have to combat that and contrast that. And even in those counties, again, in most of them, Harris not matching where the president was. So that's the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. You look at the popular vote when you come on out. Again, Donald Trump lost the popular vote twice. Even when he won the presidency in 2016, he lost the popular vote. He lost it by more than 7 million votes 4 years ago. At the moment, a lot of votes to be counted. At the moment, he's 5 million votes ahead in the popular vote. And again, you know Donald Trump would like that trophy. In addition to winning 270 electoral votes, which he's not at yet, he's on a path to it, but he's not there yet, he would love that trophy. We'll see if he gets it. Michigan, we're up to 67% now. This has been a slow walk. You're up to 67%. But again, 154,000 votes for the president 4 years ago. Donald Trump's lead is well in excess of that. 224,000 votes. You're at 67%, so there's more vote out. A lot of it is right here. This is essentially it. Just like I said, Philadelphia is it. If the vice president's going to come have some improbable mathematical comeback in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, it must be based in Philadelphia. That's where the most people live. That's where the most votes are out. The same for the vice president here in Michigan, only 32% in Wayne County. But again, this will be the conversation. If we get to the finish line and the result is as it is, look at Donald Trump at 41% in Wayne County. That's Detroit and the suburbs around Detroit. 30% in 2020, 40% in 2024. If Donald Trump has a 10-point gain in Detroit, that's Dearborn, that's Hamtramck, that's Wayne, auto factory, auto workers here, inner city Detroit here, that's going to be a giant conversation in the Democratic Party now, much like this was in the late 1980s when Ronald Reagan flipped Macomb County from blue to red. Trump has flipped it back. You see Trump at 57%, 58% if you want to round that up. Again, this will be the conversation after. If this race continues where it's looking right now, 41% for the Democrat in Macomb County right now, 45% for Joe Biden 4 years ago. So pick your challenge. Black voters in the urban area, cities in general, blue-collar workers in places like Macomb County, blue-collar workers in places like Luzerne County or Lackawanna County. You keep going on. She's underperforming where Joe Biden was 4 years ago. There can be many reasons for that. I would say one of them was a very effective Trump ad, what she said on The View when they asked her, what would you change? She said, not a thing. The Trump campaign, Trump himself, flawed candidate, although people are going to say, you all said he was a flawed candidate. This looks pretty impressive. But Trump's the ad messaging, the cost of living thing, where she said, not a thing. She tried to amend that answer later, but they turned that around pretty quickly.
It was, without question, and we've been saying this all year, the most professional campaign that Trump has had in his 3 runs for president. I came over here because I want you to show me, even in the blue states, what's going on. Let's, like, for example, take me to New Jersey. All right, that's a state. I mean, just look at that. 51. It's with 80%, 88% in, so not all the votes in, but 51% to 46%. How did Joe Biden do?
5 points. 5 points better for Donald Trump. Look at him more than him. You know, if you're a Democrat in a blue state, you're trying to figure out what's happening to my party. You know, is it all Trump? And I mean, there's a separate fascinating conversation going because a lot of the people who are going to be in that Republican Senate with a President Donald Trump, if this continues to go where it's going, you know as well as I do, a lot of them don't like him. They wish he was not the leader of their party. But he is, and there's nothing they can do about it, and they know that. And so they're going to work with it. But again, so the Republican candidate for president 4 years ago got 41% in New Jersey, and the Republican candidate for president this time is getting 47% in New Jersey. There'll be all sorts of, oh, nobody spent any ad money there. Oh, nobody focused on the presidential race there. Oh, make all the excuses you want. That's a problem.
But it was a 16-point spread last time, and it's a 5-point spread now. What about New York? Take me to New York.
Come back out and come back in. The Empire State.
Okay, so she's up by 11 percentage points. Not all the votes in, 92%. So 11 points. How did Biden do?
Yeah, it's a lot more.
23.
23.
From 23 points to 11 points. So, I mean, it's not, and actually, you know what? Show me some of the counties. Can you go into like Queens and?
You can come down here and you can get into Manhattan here.
So Manhattan.
And Manhattan is not Donald Trump territory.
Right.
It wasn't then.
I mean like Queens, Bronx.
Now, you can wander around in here if you want to come over here to Bronx. So 27% for Donald Trump. Yeah.
83%.
Yeah.
So he made inroads in these outer boroughs as well. It's all about the blue wall as we wait for a final verdict in the battlegrounds of Pennsylvania and Michigan and Wisconsin, 3 potential deciders in this presidential race. We're expecting Donald Trump to speak any moment, but first we're going to squeeze in a quick break. We'll be right back.
President of the United States, after everything that we saw on this end.
It's election night in America, and forget the pundits and forget the polls. It is time to count votes. Let's take a look at where we are in the electoral math. Donald Trump has 246 electoral votes. Kamala Harris has 187 electoral votes. 270 are needed to win. There are still a number of states that are outstanding. Let's bring them to you now. Pennsylvania. Donald Trump, 50.9% of the vote. Harris, 48%. Donald Trump with a more than 189,000 vote lead, with 94% of the estimated vote in the Commonwealth. Michigan, Donald Trump, 52.1. Harris, 46.1. Donald Trump with a more than 236,000 vote lead, 69% of the estimated vote in from Michigan. Wisconsin, Donald Trump, 51.3. Kamala Harris, 47.1. Donald Trump with a more than 123,000 vote lead, 90% of the estimated vote in from the Badger State of Wisconsin. Arizona, Donald Trump 50%, Harris 49.1%. Donald Trump with a 16,368 vote lead, with 53% of the estimated vote in from Arizona. Nevada, now Donald Trump 51.1%, Harris 47.3%. Donald Trump with a more than 38,000 vote lead over Harris, with an estimated 71% of the estimated vote. I have 2 more I want to show you right now, because as you know, Maine and Nebraska award their electoral votes according to congressional district. Maine's 2nd congressional district, that is the more rural part of the district, Donald Trump is in the lead there, 53.9% of the vote. Harris, 43.9% of the vote. Donald Trump with a almost 14,000 vote lead there in Maine's 2nd congressional district. That's with just over a third of the estimated vote there. Then Nebraska, this is actually the congressional district number 1, not the more competitive one. But in this one, which has not been called yet, Donald Trump has 51.5% of the vote. Harris with 46.7% of the vote. Donald Trump with an 11,311 vote lead there. That's with 75% of the estimated vote in Nebraska's District 1. Nebraska's District 2, though, we should note, John, is actually the one that we're really keeping an eye on.
Keeping an eye on for the miracle trajectory for the vice president, if she can pull it off. She would need the blue dot, as they call it, the Omaha area 2nd congressional district, in addition to the blue wall. I just want to note, your eyes aren't playing with you at home. The so-called blue wall is deep red at the moment, and that is the vice president's biggest problem. She lost North Carolina and Georgia. She's losing Arizona and Nevada. We're not done there yet. But this is watch this map. I just want to circle one state. This is where we are now at 1:34 a.m. in the east. It might be 1:33 a.m. in the east if somebody wants to correct me. And that's 2020. There's a lot more blue there, but this is what I wanted to get to in 2016. This is Donald Trump remaking his 2016 map. And at the moment, if things hold up, we're not done yet out there. We got a long way to go, and sometimes Nevada takes days. It's possible he'll even add Nevada to the 2016 map. Now, we're not done, but this is a very impressive map for Donald Trump. I shouldn't have waited until 1:35 in the morning to do this, Jake, but as you know, we're on television. There's a great team of people here that you can't see, working the cameras and everything else. I have a great new media team that helps me with the Magic Wall. I want to show you one of the things the Magic Wall team, the new media team, came up with as we look at these votes. So your challenge in Wisconsin, right? the vice president has to turn around Donald Trump's pretty big leads. I shouldn't say pretty big leads. Big leads, 125,000. Wisconsin, 2 elections in a row, decided by 20,000 votes and change. His lead with 90% of the vote in is 125,000. That's a landslide in current day Wisconsin. We're not done yet, but our team has come up with a great way to look at this. So you're looking at votes over time, right? And what is the challenge for the vice president? Well, the vice president needs to narrow the gap, but go back to the beginning. Trump was ahead early. Harris got ahead of him. They kind of danced together for a while. You see this flat line as we go. We've moved 1 a.m. You see 1 a.m. down here. The only way for her to win is to close those. Not happening. Has not been happening for a long time. That's Wisconsin. Let's move over to battleground Michigan. Same thing. She starts off way ahead. He comes up. They're competitive. He pulls ahead. And again, you're going, we cross past midnight to where we are now after 1 a.m. Pretty much a straight line across, meaning what? She's not narrowing the gap as more votes come in, right? Which you're trying to come back. It's pretty simple to look at home. So there's those two there. And let's come over to the biggest of them all, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Closer. You see it right there. It's closer. But she opened up a big lead early on. That's the early votes. You see what happens. Then essentially, welcome to battleground Pennsylvania. They are just running in a straight line across. But the red line has stayed on top all the way across. That's close, 51 to 48. But she, that's close. But she needs it to narrow even more. Just one different way to look at it is just to see you're trying to find the trajectory, and is there any possibility that it's going to close? And at the moment, there's no evidence that those lines are coming closer together. Closest in your home state, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. But again, Donald Trump at 51%, 191,000 votes ahead, 94% reporting in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Just want to go back in time. At the beginning of the night, I said she's the variable. Her first time on the national ballot as the presidential nominee. He was the constant. Not in my lifetime. 3 elections in a row, the same Republican nominee for president. Well, Donald Trump getting 50%, 51% right now in Pennsylvania. In 2020, he was a 49. In 2016, he was a 49. Trump was the constant, right? The question, Democrats always said Trump can't get to 50 in the battleground states. So you have to eliminate the third-party candidates and just get above him. Just get above 49, get 49.5. Well, Trump tonight blew that part up, at least where we are right now, because he's above 50 in Pennsylvania. He's above 50 in Michigan, where he was at 48 again, and you go back to 2016, 48. Trump was a constant, except for this year he grew. He grew, or he's growing anyway. We don't have the final numbers right now, but he's above 50 there. And then in battleground Wisconsin, I won't go back and forth again through it again, but he was a 47, 48, 2016, 2020, and there he is above 50% with, again, this state decided by 20,000 votes, 2 elections in a row. Donald Trump's ahead by 125,000. This state won by Joe Biden last time by 154,000 votes. A big win for the Democrats here. Then the Democratic governor wins in 2022. The Democrats may gain in the legislatures. Democrats think Michigan is growing in their favor. Donald Trump's 243,000 votes ahead with 69%. Still some room there maybe to see it happen. That's the one with the most outstanding vote. And Anderson, as I throw back to you, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, so critical to Trump cracking the blue wall, flipping the blue wall in 2016. His biggest disappointment when he lost it in 2020. Still won't admit he lost it in 2020. And now you see in 2024, again, it was an 80,000 vote win for Joe Biden last time. Donald Trump with 94% of the vote counted, Anderson, up by 191,000 votes. In battleground Pennsylvania, that's a blowout.
Yeah, it's amazing to see, as you were pointing out, in Wayne County in Detroit, he 10 percentage points higher than he ran in 2020. I mean, we're seeing that in county after county. David, what do you expect him to say tonight?
I don't know, Anderson. Listen,
he's going to be short.
Listen,
he's going to be concise.
There's going to be hopefully we see happy Trump. Happy Trump sells, right? Happy Trump's great for America. I think he'll thank the team, Susie, Chris LaCivita, the people who've been there when no one else believed. Those folks believed. Susie has been on this team since so far back, nobody can remember. Nobody wanted to see Donald Trump. Nobody wanted to go talk to him. He was a pariah, and Susie was there, and this team has been there the entire time. We've sat here, Anderson, through a lot of different trials and tribulations, literally, and 2 assassination attempts. And so I think he has a right at this point to be a little victorious on the stage and, pump his fist and say, damn it, we won. Be a little happy. Take the big
The trials are probably over now, and the question is, will the tribulations be ours?
Can I just say, by the way, like, this isn't the outcome I personally wanted. I'm happy with the decision I made not to support him. But you know what? I think Americans are going to accept the results of this. I think we're going to move forward. I don't think we're going to be storming the Capitol and spreading lies about our elections, because that's what you do if you care about democracy. I do want to hit on one thing, though. Abortion, abortion, abortion. We thought this was, many people, I should say, thought this would be the driving issue this election. It was going to drive women out in the suburbs. I warned about a year ago that in the key battleground states, Georgia's the only one that has what would be considered an ultra-restrictive abortion law. So if you're expecting voters to be highly animated about the laws of another state, in Pennsylvania and Michigan, I just don't think that materialized. Also, that a significant portion of the country actually did support the overturning of Roe. That is a fact in it. So I think there was an overemphasis there and not reading the mood that there are other issues that were driving women.
Well, there are two states that had abortion initiatives on the ballot today, Arizona and Nevada.
And Florida.
Well, but I'm saying that of the battleground states, they were on the ballot, and yet we'll see what happens in those states. But he appears to be headed toward it. But I think, look, first of all, let's just note that I hope what he does is stand up and talk about the country and show grace and thanks. You say he should take a victory lap, but
I mean, David, he's been getting the shit kicked out of him for 4 years.
Yes, because he refused to accept the results of the last election, because he helped instigate what we saw on January 6th. That's why he's been taking what he's been taking. These are things of his own making, but that's in the past now. The people have made this judgment. The question is, what does he do now? And one of the things that has not been apparent is the ability to actually put others first and put the country first and not make it all about him. You heard the whole discussion about he's going to remember who showed up and who left their campaign headquarters to be here and so on. These are not the instincts of a big leader. These are the instincts of these are selfish instincts. So, can he change at 78? We'll see.
I just think that I'm still absorbing all this. It's a lot. I think when he steps out on the stage, we see him as like, America's next president. The world's looking too.
Yeah.
If you're a soldier in Ukraine looking at Russians being more and more aggressive, you're very nervous tonight. You're very nervous tonight. If you're a solar farmer in a red state trying to deal with this climate issue, we've had billion-dollar climate disasters. Your financing might fall apart tomorrow morning, because you can't now count on the federal government being at the front lines of this fight the way that the Biden-Harris administration had put the United States government at the front of the climate fight. So you've got people all around the world whose fates are now in the hands of someone who can either be aggrieved or it can be big. He's usually not big. And so I think this is a shock. It's a political realignment for sure. The Republican Party can now claim to be a multiracial working class party. That is a shock. But the policy implications for planet Earth are yet to be known.
I mean, I think that's the real open question. So are we getting 20% tariffs? That's going to be devastating for the economy. Are there going to be mass deportations on American soil? That's what he ran on, and I believe it's actually the mandate the voters gave him.
So I think on the tariff things, as you see, tariffs are a negotiating tool, right? That's what it was in the first administration. That's what it'll be in this administration. There are 350,000 criminal aliens here in the United States. I think it'd probably take 4 years to just find, locate, deport those murderers and rapists that are wandering around. The Biden Department of Justice acknowledges are out there. We need to get those folks off the streets. I don't think anybody in America is going to be complaining if we lock those folks up and deport them out of here.
He doesn't speak with that level of specificity when he talks about it.
I always hear that. During the Obama administration, they actually deported criminal aliens, more of them than were deported during the 4 years of the Trump administration.
We should keep rounding them up and kicking them out.
But the point is, what he says to get elected and we don't know. We just don't know, because it's basically a vehicle for him. And the question is, does the country benefit?
We expect Donald Trump to speak any moment as we await more votes from the key battleground states. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
We have right now at this hour as
It is election night in America, and Americans have voted, and the votes are being counted. Let's look at the electoral vote math right now. Donald Trump has 246 electoral votes. Kamala Harris has 187 electoral votes. Obviously, 270 electoral votes are needed to win. So let's look at those states that remain outstanding. Pennsylvania, outstanding in so many ways. Donald Trump has 50.9% of the vote. Kamala Harris, 48% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 193,000 vote lead there, with an estimated 95% of the vote counted in that great Commonwealth. In Michigan, the Wolverine state, Donald Trump 52.2%, Kamala Harris 45.9%. Donald Trump with a 253,000 plus vote lead, with 71% of the estimated vote in the great state of Michigan. In Wisconsin now, Donald Trump 51.3%, Kamala Harris 47.2%. Donald Trump leading by more than 121,000 votes, with an estimated 90% of the vote counted in Wisconsin. John King, those are the three blue wall states. They remain uncalled as of now, but Donald Trump leads in all three.
Right, blue wall states uncalled, but the blue wall states are red as we get to approaching 2 a.m. in the morning, and we continue to count the votes. And you went through the margins. I mean, these are not insignificant margins. This is not 10 or 20,000 votes that a big county somewhere can change. 193,000 votes, again, just to remind you, Michigan was 81,000 votes. I mean, Pennsylvania was 81,000 votes 4 years ago and 44,000 votes 8 years ago. Donald Trump's lead at the moment is 193,000. So the math there is pretty obvious. He is overperforming his 2016 and his 2020 performance in one of the states that is trademark to the Trump movement when you look at all that red in rural areas. So that's Pennsylvania. And you're looking, well, let me just, before I leave it, you're looking at, where's the math, right? Where's the math? Is it at all possible? I would say it's very improbable. But the votes, most of the votes that are outstanding are in Democratic areas. That's a fact. However, the percentages of those votes and the number of those votes that would have to come in to overcome 193,000, again, not going to say impossible, but I'm going to say highly improbable as you look at that. So then you move over to the next one, the state of Michigan. This one's now up to 71%. It was 63% the last time we looked at it. I think it was right here. LaPierre County just came in 70% for Trump, 69% for Trump. Modest-sized county. It's in the middle. It's about 23rd of 83 counties in Michigan. And you see right there, so again, the counties, the more votes that just came in that drove the percentage reporting up, right? If you're Harris, trying to catch up before that gets to 99-100, the new votes that just came in helped Trump. 253,601 again in Michigan. This was a big win for Joe Biden in 2020, 154,000 votes. It's a bigger win at the moment for Donald Trump, 253,000 votes in battleground Michigan. That's a big deal. Then we move over to Wisconsin. We're at 91%, and Donald Trump is 120,000 votes ahead. That is 100,000 more votes than decided the state of Wisconsin in both of the last two presidential elections. It was 22 in one, 20 in the other. It's 120, 549 at the moment, 91% in. So you look again, is it possible? Are there Democratic votes out there? This is where they're missing the biggest basket. There's some good Trump circles here too. So if you look at that, again, I'm not going to say impossible. We have a decision desk that does that work for me. For you, I'm going to say that's improbable. You're just looking at the math, again, with a lead that big. And we'll see how it plays out. I do want to show something. We're looking at Donald Trump above 50% nationally. You're looking at Donald Trump at the moment winning the popular vote, which he has not done in his prior two runs for the presidency, by 5.1 million votes. So I just want to show you something. How's he doing that? Well, he's obviously overperforming what he did in 2020. That's sort of a simple duh when you think about it. He's winning, so he's obviously overperforming 2020. These are states where he's outperforming himself by 3% or more. That doesn't matter as much to me. What I want to get to, I want to get you to some of these counties. So you look at these places. Jake, we talked about this earlier. New York, you were looking at that. All throughout New England, Connecticut, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, he's performing better than he did in 2024. But I want to look. Remember the last couple of weeks of the campaign? Where's Nikki Haley? Why isn't she with him? Why is he demeaning the vice president, calling her stupid? Why is he beating up on Nancy Pelosi? Why is he so dark on immigration? Why isn't he trying to reach out to the middle, to the suburbs? Why he's going to repel people away? Well, guess what? if you come here, well, let me start here in Arizona. He's not winning. 60% of the population in Arizona lives in Maricopa County. She's leading in Maricopa County. Donald Trump is not overperforming in Maricopa County, but look where he is overperforming, in Republican areas. The big conversation has been, well, he got 2016, got more votes in 2020. A lot of Democrats saying there can't possibly be more Trump voters out there in rural America. Well, yeah, there are. He's over, smaller counties, Apache County here, only 6% in, too. So more votes coming in from here. And then you come over here, Navajo County, and down here in the southern part of the state, Yuma County, 64% of the vote. Again, you think, oh boy, but that's double. That's almost double when you look at the raw vote count there. So how does he do it, right? So that's Arizona. You come up to Nevada. Again, it's not in Clark County. That's Vegas and the suburbs around it. But in these other places, that's the end of the campaign when everyone was obsessed about why is he only talking to his base? Well, he was talking to those people, and they turned out, and he overperformed in a lot of Republican counties. Most of the places he overperformed dramatically. This is by 3%. You'll see suburbs where that'll be something we're talking about in the days and weeks after too, by 1 point or 1.5 points. This is 3% or more, right? So when you look at this, don't think about California yet. Let the votes be counted.
So these are all the counties where he overperformed by 3% or more.
Over his 2020 number by 3% or more. And right now we're over 1,000. Counties and townships, mostly up here in New England, but in other places too, they use the word townships, not counties. So I'm not trying to, if you live in a township, don't take my county. But there are 4,600 counties and townships, and in more than 1,000 of them, he has overperformed. But the thing is, they're mostly red. There are some blue, and the Democrats have to study that. But the idea of, we always say, are Republicans going to stand up to Donald Trump? Not looking at that, they're not, because he's increasing the vote that he already got. He's up over 2016, up over 2020, and now up over 2024. So you come in here and you look, and it includes Bucks County, very significant, close in there, and these other counties out here that Donald Trump likely wins anyway. So let's just bring this out now and come back to the real world.
Can I just make one more note about Bucks County? Can you bring us back to Bucks County? Yeah,
absolutely.
That was an area where Kamala Harris made a big play, even though it's a county that Donald Trump, that Joe Biden won. She made a big play there. She did an event with Liz Cheney there. She made a real pitch to the Haley voters you talked about. Let's check in with Pamela Brown at the voting desk, who has an update on the ballots left to be counted in Pennsylvania. Pamela?
All right, I'm getting some information for both Philadelphia and Bucks County, that Collier County right outside of Philadelphia, that right now Trump is slightly ahead. Let's talk about Philadelphia soon. We were just talking about the fact that 6,000 mail-in ballots came in there. I'm told by an official there in Philly that maximum left for mail-in ballots, the outstanding mail-in ballots, is 31,000. But this official says, look, there's going to be some issues with some of these. The signatures don't match up and so forth, and it's too late for them to be cured. So that's the max amount. Let's turn it over now to Bucks County. Again, this is a county that Biden won in 2020. It's typically a blue-leaning county just outside of Philly. I'm told by an official there are 56,000 mail-in ballots left to count out of 140,000 mail-in ballots cast there overall. And they're still waiting for 41 out of 304 precincts to report the results of in-person Election Day votes as well. I should note these counties across Pennsylvania, including Bucks, including Philadelphia, they're going to be continuously counting there until every mail-in ballot is counted. That's per the law there. Jake?
All right, Pamela, thanks so much. Appreciate it. I'm sorry to interrupt. Take me back to the places where Donald Trump is overperforming. Are there any places where Kamala Harris overperformed from where Biden did?
I'll show you that in just 1 second. I just want to put a button on what Pam was just talking about, in the sense that, so there's votes out there. Maybe Kamala Harris comes back, and that's close.
He's up by 11,000.
Yeah, right. So maybe she comes back, but again, you're talking about the margins, right? He's winning by 4. Right? If she comes back and beats him, it's going to be 50-50, 51 right there. Again, underperforming the president in places. So you asked, are there any places that the vice president is overperforming Joe Biden in 2020? So we could show you that as well. We just bring that out here. Harris overperforming 2020.
Holy smokes.
There you go. So let this go away and see if there's anything on the east side there.
Literally nothing?
Literally nothing.
Literally not one county?
By 3% or more. At least in the county right now, and so you come in full county there. So there you see, but that's states, yeah. So in counties, in 58 counties, We just showed Donald Trump was over 1,000 counties of the 4,600 counties and townships across America. So if you do the full county level, there's where you see Harris at the moment. Again, there might be more out here on the West Coast, possible 1 or 2 more as they finish the count here. But in the states that matter, again, I just showed you all those Trump counties. In one county in battleground Pennsylvania, she's outperforming President Biden by 3% or more.
There were Biden stalwarts who argued that kicking him out of the nomination was a mistake. Now, I don't know that I buy that, because I don't know that the Joe Biden of 2024 is the Joe Biden of 2020. But what do you think?
I think that, well, so let's come out of this map to have this conversation, just to show where we are at the moment in this race. And let's turn this off here as well. After the debate, all of the energy collapsed. The debate you moderated with Dana, the Biden-Trump debate, the air came out of the Democratic balloon. Joe Biden was going to get blown out.
So you think it would have been worse because Minnesota and Virginia, New Mexico, Colorado, those would have been...
Would the Democrats have lost those in the end? I don't know the answer to that, but all of the Democrats would have broken with the president. It would have caused amazing dissidence in the Democratic Party. Donors were not going to give money. And again, I don't want to be disrespectful to the President of the United States, but have you seen anything? The Vice President of the United States looks like she's about to lose the presidential election. She was campaigning vigorously from the second she got the nomination up until the votes counting today. Is there any evidence on the table that the President of the United States could do half of what she did?
No.
A third of what she did. I mean,
no.
we could go. I don't want to be mean.
Agree.
I don't want to be mean to the President of the United States.
No, and we saw over the last week him calling Trump supporters garbage, et cetera.
Yeah.
Like
I can tell you from my first trip 15 months ago, people were saying, "Where's the president?" I think one of the legacy conversations about this election is not just going to be the switch from Biden, but the 2 years before that.
Yeah.
You would travel and people would say, "Where's the president?" He was invisible because he couldn't do events, and he wasn't talking about his record and his agenda and trying to explain that cost of living stuff, trying to explain that, yeah, it sucks in a lot of places, but look around the world, the United States is actually doing better than most advanced economies. He was missing.
Yeah. There's going to be a lot said and told about that. Let's check in with Caitlin Collins, who's at Trump's headquarters, ahead of remarks that were expected by the former president. Caitlin?
Yeah, Jake, just to give you a reality check of where the Trump campaign has been watching this election day play out, they woke up confident this morning that ultimately their candidate was going to win, that Donald Trump would win this race. But when I was talking to them about what they thought the next few days were going to look like, one, they thought that this would go on for several days. They did not think that the numbers would be as generous as they are, as what the numbers have been coming in, as they have been reported. And they also had counseled Donald Trump that there would likely not be any kind of decision within the next 24 hours or so. Donald Trump himself was frustrated about that and was saying that he wanted to know what the outcome of this race was going to be tonight, and he said, Kristen, that he had not prepared a speech. And obviously, we are seeing now the Trump campaign in real time, as we've been talking to them, are adjusting to what they've been watching play out over the last 3 or 4 hours or so.
Yeah, and he's feeling really good. I talked to a number of people who were with him who said that he is ecstatic, that they had already said that they thought he was in a different headspace than he went into 2020 when he was angry. He was watching those results come in. But as you said, he still couldn't understand why they weren't going to get the results tonight. Now, obviously, we're seeing a lot more of these states being called right now than even his own team anticipated. I was told that they were looking very carefully at Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, and they thought that maybe they'd have some idea by tomorrow what those results would look like. But as we're seeing those results coming in, there's so much more of that vote counted in these states than they even anticipated. So clearly that shifted their entire mentality around this, and Donald Trump coming here and getting ready to speak.
Well, and so Donald Trump is in the building right now. I should note, we're waiting to hear from him. He has made his way over from Mar-a-Lago, about a 10-minute drive away. And you just think of, I was there at Trump's victory party in 2016 when he first won, and the entire room was shell-shocked after he won Florida, that he had actually won that election. He himself was stunned by winning, and it was kind of this surreal moment to see Trump and his family on stage as he was speaking. Then, of course, we all know what happened 4 years ago when he came out and spoke and declared victory that was not his and never would become his, which belonged to Joe Biden. And so I think the question for a lot of people watching now is what he is going to say tonight as he's going to come out. And the race has obviously not been called yet. What he's going to say when he gets on stage after seeing the numbers that are better than even they were expecting this morning.
Yeah, and we know that their team had not spent a lot of time coming up with any drafts for him. They were going to let Donald Trump speak off the cuff, but they were trying to come up with scenarios in which Donald Trump would not come out early. The difference between now and 2020 is that their internal polling was showing them a lot of these kind of numbers. Maybe not exactly, obviously, as you said, they were even surprised by how generous some of the numbers were, but they did believe they had a real path towards winning, unlike in 2020 when that seemed a lot more uncertain, which meant that Donald Trump went into this in a very different way. So the speech that he gave, obviously, in 2020, declaring victory when he did not win the election. We'll see what he says tonight, because we know that, again, he was in a very different place. The election is in a very different place than when he came out then.
Also, the access of influence around him is so different. Like 4 years ago, Rudy Giuliani was in the White House, intoxicated, according to testimony from other aides who were there, urging Trump to go out and declare victory. He's now down the riser from us this evening. He was not at the Mar-a-Lago event. But Donald Trump was surrounded by Elon Musk, we know, was at Mar-a-Lago tonight. There were photos of him sitting with Donald Trump as he was preparing to come over here. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is there as well. Dana White, Tucker Carlson. There are Donald Trump Jr., obviously Senator J.D. Vance, and those who are now, around him that has changed, including his own campaign managers, Susie Wiles and Chris LaCivita.
Yeah, and one of the most interesting things about Susie Wiles and Chris LaCivita is they've really managed at times to keep him at bay and protect him from his own instincts. Obviously not all the time. Donald Trump can say and do whatever he wants, and he often does. However, for example, one of the things we saw just over the weekend when he was in Pennsylvania speaking and making incredibly inappropriate and insulting comments was Susie Wiles go stand at the buffer and stare at him. Now, we heard from the campaign that they were saying, oh, he was just trying to wrap him because he was going too long, but there's obviously a lot of questions as to whether or not it was because of timing or because of the fact that everybody knew what he was saying could potentially cost him an election that was such narrow margins. I mean, there was a lot of uproar, even from his allies, calling him afterwards on that, and that is something that Susie Wiles is very aware of. So his orbit has changed in terms of the people he is surrounding himself with, people who try to essentially stop him from his own instincts.
Yeah, and also, I think as they're looking at today and surprise themselves by how the numbers have gone, and some places, obviously they thought North Carolina and Georgia would be a gut check. Kristen Holmes will stay with you. Jake, back to you.
Thank you so much, and we have a major projection. CNN projects that Donald Trump will win the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. This is a huge achievement for Donald Trump and a huge bucket of electoral votes, 19 of them, for his path back to the presidency. As of right now, with those 19 electoral votes added from Pennsylvania, Donald Trump is within spitting distance of 270 electoral votes. He has 265 electoral votes. Vice President Kamala Harris has 187 electoral votes. 270 are needed to win. John King, Donald Trump is within a hair's breadth of being reelected president.
Yes, he is. And let's just walk over. We'll look at where we are now, 265 to 187. And you're looking at this map. He's leading here. He's leading here. He could get a congressional vote there. There's another one at Maine he could possibly get. But if you just look out here, he is almost certain to get this. The state of Alaska has voted Democrat forever. That would get him to 268. So you're at the point right now, Jake, where pick it, right? Just pick it. There's be one congressional. He could possibly win both in Nebraska. That would get him to 270, assuming he wins Alaska, which I think is a pretty safe bet. Then you just look at the map, right? Unlikely to get any of these over here. He could possibly get an electoral vote out of Maine, but he's leading here, leading here, leading here, and leading there, and he needs two. He needs two. So if he gets that one, and that one, he's way up. And if he keeps holding these, then now that's where he was. When he won, he was at 304, 306. That would be 310. 310 if he sweeps. There's no guarantee he's going to sweep by any means. But he's leading in enough states right now. Plus, there's a couple other congressional districts on the board where he could, emphasis on could, pass 310 electoral votes. You come back to where we are now, though, he's just in a commanding position. Let's do the math the other way, okay, which is what gets interesting, right? This is now red in our count. There we go. That gets Donald Trump there. Here's the challenge when you do the math the other way. You assume that stays for the Republican. Let's just, for the sake of argument, big comeback for the Democrat. Big comeback for the Democrat. Democrat holds New Mexico, holds Minnesota. Excuse me for that one. Wins Wisconsin. Wins Michigan. You see this count? See this count? It's New Jersey. There's Connecticut. There's New Hampshire. Pop it out. What do you want to pick? You want to go state? Well, you could even go statewide. It's not going to happen, but let's say statewide. All right, you do all the Maine. You come back out. What does that get you? All right, so it comes down to this: if she wins everything. If she wins everything. The Pennsylvania is what makes Donald Trump. Again, we're not done until we're done, but Pennsylvania, in every path she had, any reasonable, plausible path to 270, included the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania for the Vice President of the United States. So you get to a place now where as you come back over here, you're just looking at this map and you're saying, is she going to win Alaska? No one's going to Vegas on that one. So where is she in any of these? Do you start coming back? Is there any way to come back? 73% of the vote. It's 266,000 votes. Again, let's just look at the live outstanding vote. Let me move this up so you can see it better. Yes, the outstanding vote in Michigan is disproportionately Democratic, but there are a fair amount. See those big red circles? A fair amount of Republican votes out there. We have a 266,000 vote lead and a map that looks like that of what votes out. Again, I don't do impossibles, but I do improbables, and that's improbable. You come over here to Wisconsin. Again, 119,000 votes ahead. That's come down a little tiny bit. It has. But it's a state won by 22,000 votes in the last two elections, and Donald Trump is ahead at the moment by 119,000 votes. And so, again, you're looking at what's left. You're at 92%. Sure, the biggest is here, but look at those. Those are modest circles for Republican votes as well. Essentially, in chess, she's blocked. Donald Trump's not across the line yet because we have more states to go through, but she is essentially blocked from getting to 270.
All right, stand by for a projection because CNN can now project that Kamala Harris will get that one electoral vote from Omaha. Nebraska gives its electoral votes according to congressional district. Kamala Harris will get one of them. Donald Trump will get another one of them. Of the five, let's look at the electoral map. Donald Trump now has 266 electoral votes because we just gave him one from Nebraska's, I think, first congressional district. Kamala Harris has 188 because we just gave her one from Nebraska's second congressional district. 270 are needed to win. Donald Trump needs only 4 more electoral votes in order to be the president. Dana?
I mean, Pennsylvania, if you look at those numbers, 266. 266. 4 more. And you just saw the math that John did, the path that the different paths that he put out there for Donald Trump and that for Kamala Harris. And
I'm so
again,
proud.
we're not.
I mean, that map of where she did not perform, the completely grayed out map where she never overperformed Biden more than 3%. That's just rough.
I think there are 2 stories here. One is the burden that she faced, and to go back to the very beginning of the night when we did the right track, wrong track. 26% of the country thinks that the nation is in the right track. 72% think they're in the wrong track. And when it came to the performance of Joe Biden, it was 41% to approve to 58% disapprove. So she had an enormous burden. And people are unhappy with the way the Biden-Harris administration has run this country for the last 4 years, and she did not succeed. I'm not sure it was possible for her to succeed in somehow positioning herself as an agent of change and distancing herself from Biden. There's another part of the story, though, we got to talk about, which is Donald Trump. The fact is that when you go back to January 6th of 2021 to today, it is an extraordinary comeback. He was a pariah when he left town on January 20th, refused to even go to the inauguration. There was the vast majority of members of his own party wouldn't be seen with him. He, over the course of the 4 years, he proceeds to win himself back into the party, declares right after the tremendous defeat of the Republicans. There was certainly an unsuccessful showing in the midterms in 2022, wins a contested primary, and this is his party. This is these voters.
Not just his party.
What?
It's not just his party now, and that's
it's his country.
I mean, we have to be careful. We haven't called it yet, but Pennsylvania makes it extremely tough for Kamala Harris, and that's one of the things. I mean, the Trump side of this, one of the most extraordinary dynamics that we didn't necessarily see coming was that there still was a hidden Trump vote. Everybody who, even those who are big supporters of Donald Trump, would tell me, well, now they're loud and proud. People who are MAGA are very open about it, and so on and so forth. Except if you look at just these exit polls across these states and then nationally, there are so many pockets of formerly Democratic sort of coalition voters who have moved in an extraordinary way. I mean, Latino men, an 18-point swing for Donald Trump. He got 18 percentage points more among Latino men than he did in 2020.
Also, the campaign made this concerted effort to go after the never Trump vote, being out there campaigning alongside Liz Cheney, talking about having Republicans in the cabinet. It seems like that did not move people, that is still, in some ways, the never Trump community is kind of a homeless community, and it didn't help Democrats in this conversation in really any of these states. You don't get the sense that there was this vast, as you said, hidden vote that somehow pollsters missed or that people voted in secret. That kind of conversation, it just looks like it didn't pan out.
The fact is that the Trump campaign identified what the majority of Americans, and it appears that for the first time he is going to win the popular vote in addition to the electoral vote, what they cared about. That what they cared about is the fact that a box of cereal costs $9, that with Southern Republican governors shipping illegal immigrants north, that the whole migration issue has become a national issue, that you feel it in New York and Illinois and a bunch of northern states. The transgender issue was this version of the cultural wars. Yeah. And, people were surprised at the fact that he spent more money on the transgender issue than he did on the economy or immigration in terms of advertising. And it obviously seems to have worked like gangbusters. So he really identified what the concerns of the majority of Americans was, and he played to it. And she faced this overwhelming burden that people just didn't like the direction of the country as it stood now after 4 years of Biden and Harris.
Yeah, well, and, the big term of 2024, Anderson, is the manosphere. And we're all living in the manosphere now.
Dana, let's talk about some of, mistakes that were made, things that weren't looked at, or, obviously there's going to be a lot of finger pointing. There's going to be a lot of navel gazing. What stands out to you?
Listen, I'm still convinced that Kamala Harris performed better than Joe Biden would have tonight. I just think that there were so many of us, even those of us who didn't like Donald Trump, who after the debate performance couldn't in good conscience vote for Joe Biden for 4 more years. But there were tremendous headwinds here. I think there was a misreading, and I'm guilty of this to some degree, of a lot of people don't like Donald Trump, the man, but they felt better when he was in office. That's just the fact. It's the border. It's feelings around crime, feelings around the economy. And I think there was this very powerful ad, the Republican Jewish Coalition, that was all over the airwaves. Yeah. A bunch of women sitting around, Jewish women, just saying, I can't stand him, but I felt like we were supporting Israel and we were stronger and we were tougher. And I think that resonates with people.
Yeah. Look, I don't want to engage in an autopsy prematurely, and I'm sure there'll be a lot of discussion, not just about what happened in this campaign, but about when parties lose, it's an occasion for evaluation. And I think the evaluation is necessary.
Do you think the Democratic Party will do that?
I think
Yes.
I think it will do that, and it should do that. And I said, I mean, as I was saying to you guys before, I mean, I appreciate the Democratic Party because I think it believes in the use of institutions to help lift people up, and that we're a better country when you do. But the Democratic Party has become more of a suburban, college-educated, professional party, and it still feels allegiance to working people, and it still tries to fight for working people, but it approaches working people like missionaries, like Margaret Mead would approach the natives, and they come and the Democrats say, we want to help you become more like us. And the implication is that somehow if you work with your hands or work with your back, that you're less than. And these are the people who make our country go. And they deserve respect and dignity. Everybody deserves that. I think Kamala Harris tried to express that in this campaign, but it has to be more of an exercise over 90 days of a campaign. It has to be a really rethinking. I mean, we talk about, you talked, Van, about solar panels and so on. I don't even understand how people can question that we need to do something about climate change, given the catastrophes that are besetting us now. That said, if you make your living extracting fossil fuels and old energy from the ground, and you make a good middle class living that way, and you have to give that job, and people come to you and say, for the good of humanity, you're going to have to give up your good middle class job. That obviously doesn't sit well, and there needs to be an honest discussion about that. I think the Democratic Party has to do that. But let me just say one other thing, because I pushed one of your hot buttons there.
Don't worry.
But Kamala Harris.
Me too.
Kamala, there'll be plenty of critiques and so on. Kamala Harris completely overperformed expectations. I think she handled herself with a lot of grace. I think she did. She probably turned in one of the great debate performances that we've seen, to the point where now, the guy who appears to be the president-elect, Donald Trump, didn't want to debate her again. And I think she tried to appeal to the better angels of people's nature. And so I'm not
I
going
was just going to say, it was this moment that I realized America just elected the guy who said they're eating the cats and they're eating the dogs. So I'm just taking a moment to take that in. But go, Van.
Yeah, look, I think Kamala Harris had to do two things. She had to introduce herself and disqualify Donald Trump. She tried to do that by saying that she was on the economy, for the people, middle class, contrasting his kind of rich as hell kind of thing. She tried to do that. The border's an issue. She tried to be tough on the border and accused Trump of playing politics on the border. And she thought abortion was going to really make it work for her. She just got beat by, her own words.
Her own words from 2019. And also some during the campaign.
And more recent ones as well. If you look at Trump's ads, Bidenomics is working. Whoever came up with Bidenomics needs to be put in the corner someplace. So then, because she doesn't separate herself, and then she says, not a thing comes to mind. So she doesn't separate herself from Biden, and then the whole transgender thing. So the ads just beat her to death on tying her to the economy, tying her to Biden, and tying her to weird stuff. Yeah. And so there was really never a great response. And then to your point, the ad that came out that was beating Kamala up around fear about Israel not being protected, there was never a response from the campaign on that, which I thought was a big mistake. Amanda Berman from Zioness had to raise money running her own ads trying to fight back alone. That didn't work. So, but listen, you tied her to the economy, you tied her to Biden, you tied her to weird, and it was not a good response.
I agree with everything you're saying. I just didn't want to engage in the autopsy before before we've called the race and before she dropped out. But one thing on that, the answer on, I can't think of anything offhand about where she would differ with Biden, was disastrous, and there's no doubt about it. The question is what motivated it, and whether she just felt she did not want to.
Loyalty.
Yes, loyalty. And so she should have just said, "Look, I'm grateful to him. I'm proud of many of the things we did together, and I'm not going to critique him. I'm talking about the future." Would have been a better answer, but it's easy to be on the sidelines.
Look, I think, you can critique whether she's the correct messenger or not. I think the message, right? when you're selling a product that Americans don't want to buy, it doesn't matter who the messenger is. So I think the Democratic Party needs to sit back, talk about navel gazing, sit back and think, what were we selling? What are the American people looking to buy, right? Maybe it's not Green New Deal. Maybe people like driving. Listen, I'm just telling you.
You got to keep 330,000 clean energy jobs, and people are still digging about it.
I get it, but I'm saying
pretty good.
There's something afoot here. When you look at that map of the counties that she won by 3%, and there's not one of them in America. There's not one. There's a blank map.
Yeah.
There's something the Republicans are selling that people want. And the Democrats don't.
We're awaiting
not selling it.
Donald Trump's remarks at any moment as he's on the cusp of reaching the 270 electoral votes he needs to return to the White House. We'll hear from him ahead.
November 17th, I'm venturing across the globe to see how these new weight loss medications are transforming lives and disrupting the industry.
These drugs are very effective, but they're not going to be for everyone.
Is Ozempic right for you? November 17th at 8 p.m. on CNN.
Can you believe this, man?
Everyone's getting that new Simply Safe outdoor monitoring. Now they can help prevent crime before it even happens.
How do we compete with AI-powered outdoor cameras that alert live agents of an intruder?
Stop. This is Simply Safe. Police are on the way.
Whoa! I didn't even see those guys.
So what about us now?
Luckily, I'm pretty adorable. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Home sweet home. The North Pole has been taken.
There's worse ways to go out than trying to save Santa Claus.
Is my face still there? That was so embarrassing.
Red 1, rated PG-13, only in theaters November 15th.
I've been warned by celebrities, athletes, and world leaders. But I've always felt most comfortable up here with the folks that made me who I am. I'm right at home, out here on the land. And I'm in my lane on the shoulder of the interstate. Because this is where I come from. I've been showing up here for nearly 200 years, and I can't wait to see what's next.
Hats off to the future.
Nothing runs like a deer.
Dr. Box, there were many failed attempts to fix my teeth. I retouched all my wedding photos, and it was even affecting my health. I trusted you because you specialize in dental implants. You created a permanent solution and customized my teeth so it still felt like me. My new teeth have improved my life and changed my future. Thank you. You're so welcome.
Get the smile you want from the #1 provider of fixed full-arch dental implants in the U.S. Schedule a free consultation.
Your memory is an amazing thing, but sometimes...
Tweeted back at him.
And former President Donald Trump, there you see him on the stage. Let's listen in.
From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston, and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say, there ain't no doubt.
Former President Trump obviously waiting for the Lee Greenwood song to end. You see Speaker Mike Johnson, Vice Presidential candidate J.D. Vance. Let's listen in.
Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends in this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes. But it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's great. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races. And I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives. And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job. Terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady. Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country.
Wild. Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America. And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that little thing called special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now, we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come. We also express tremendous appreciation for Susan for the job you did. Susie, come, Susie, come.
For the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hard-working man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelk boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, Bustin' with the Boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
That is a piece of work. No, he's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like probably like no other. This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around. It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast, and We're going to turn it around. We're going to do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're going to do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. So I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people, these are hard-working people. These are fantastic people, and we can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He came in. And he's going to help make America healthy again. And now he's a great guy, and he really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go to it. I just said, but, Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. But we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen any young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all helping us tonight. When you think, I mean, I was looking at it, I was watching it. They had some great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all corners, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars. 4 years we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time, but we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. But this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny, and we're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from them. Can you imagine? 901 something, a lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try. We're going to try. We have to try. And it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term when we became more and more successful. People started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it. Because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, Donald Trump taking a victory lap of sorts. I do not think that, as far as I know, any major news organization has declared him to be the victor, but it certainly seems that he is on his way to that point. And there he is giving a generally, as far as he goes, unifying and generous speech. He invited to speak his campaign managers, as well as Dana White, as well as his running mate, Senator J.D. Vance of Ohio. Maybe I have missed something. Has anybody actually declared him? In any case,
Fox has.
Fox has. Okay. Well, in any case, he's well on his way to that point. So,
and if you notice, he did not dispute in any way the results of this election. So obviously, he is feeling more confident in it than in another scenario.
I think there was one, in that long speech with all the weave, there was one key line. America has given us an unprecedented mandate. Now, it may not be unprecedented, but there's no other way you can read these election results than he has received a mandate in his personal victory, in the Senate, the Republicans taking the Senate and picking up more seats than were expected. He said that they'd taken the House. They haven't taken the House yet. Nobody has declared that, but I don't see any other way to read this than that he has a mandate to fulfill his agenda.
100%, and I think one of the things that's so significant about that is that the Democrats treated his first term as a fluke because he lost the popular vote and won the electoral vote, and in that sense it was to a degree, although that has certainly happened in history before. This is a sweeping victory, and John and I were going over the margin of error, even in the blue states, New Jersey and New York. He significantly shrank the partisan chasm in those states, and we have declared that the Republicans are going to take back the Senate. We do not know what's going to happen to the House, but he does have a sort of mandate without question.
Yes, and he talked in this speech about the promises that he's made, and he said he's going to keep them. And so some of the most clear promises that he has made are on the economy, very, very sharp tariffs that have been controversial in the business world and among economists. Assuming that he gets that through, assuming that that happens, we will see if that is true or whether it will help. On the immigration front, which was, since the minute he came down that escalator in 2015, a huge topic for him. This time around, he has said point blank, he is going to engage in mass deportation. We'll see how that works. We'll see just even the mechanism of that. And the other thing that I don't think we should lose sight of is that he has said very clearly, multiple times, that he will go after and prosecute his enemies. And how he will go about doing that, what that means for who would be his attorney general, we will have to wait and see. We also should remember that if he is the person that raises his hand and takes the oath of office January 20th, 2025, thanks to the Supreme Court, there will be far fewer guardrails, checks on him legally. That will be the law of the land, that he will be able to do a lot more. And not to mention, the federal indictments against him will almost surely disappear.
They're gone. Absolutely.
They'll disappear.
Yeah.
Yeah, he talked about putting the last 4 years behind us. Maybe those are some of the things that'll go away. And, you know, I also want to recognize something that Dana White said at the UFC, where he said this is karma. Just to hear that through the lens of his supporters, that they feel that between his convictions, impeachments, et cetera, that he has been persecuted and that this was their response to that. That was like a huge applause line in that room.
Yeah, I mean, think about it. This is a man who has been impeached twice, a man who has survived 2 assassination attempts, very serious, 4 indictments, almost 100 charges, and he looks like he's going to have walked through all of it.
And he's at 34 counts, a
Right.
convicted felon.
And well, when we'll see what happens on that conviction and
Yeah.
what punishment he faces. I don't understand how a man like that couldn't feel tremendously empowered to do whatever he wants, because he has got the mandate. The system, I don't believe it was a persecution by the system or weaponization or legal, but he certainly does. And it seems to me he's going to feel they did their worst to me, and I survived it, and I thrived, and the country gave me a mandate.
I think probably there are a lot of Americans out there watching who are trying to make sense of tonight and trying to figure out why this happened. And I know that there are those who think that this is a manifestation of ugliness among their fellow Americans, that this is a vote for bigotry, and this is a vote for misogyny, or this is a vote for racism, et cetera. And I want to take a moment and just reflect on the fact that if you look at the reasons why the voters who decided this election voted the way they did, it is not because of those parts of the MAGA movement or Trump's comments in the past. It's not about vindicating Trump for the lawsuits or the criminal charges or the impeachments. The people who decided this election, the people in the battleground states who switched or who turned out, don't like the country as it is right now, mainly because of the 3 issues. And like the people like it or not, Donald Trump ran an issues-based campaign, whether or not his 2-hour stemwinder rally speeches covered all of it. It was mainly because of the economy and the beating the people are taking at the gas pump and in grocery stores, inflation, and immigration, and the fact that immigration, there is a crisis at the border. There has been for several years. The first couple years of the Biden-Harris administration, they were in denial about it and acted as though anybody who asked about it was just reading right-wing talking points. And then also having to do with foreign policy and the standing in the world. Now, you can say, you can look at what's happening in Ukraine, and you can look at what's happening in the Middle East and all over the world and believe that Trump had something to do with it, or not believe Trump had something to do with it. But it is true that there are wars going on right now that were not going on during the Trump presidency. I'm not saying that correlation. But I want to reassure, because I know that there are people out there who are worried that this is a statement, that this vote for Donald Trump is a statement of dislike of them. And I don't think that is what people should read into the election results.
The only point of which I agree with most of what you said. The only thing I would push back on is this is a man who would get up in rallies and say, I am your retribution. This goes back to what David Axelrod said. There obviously are millions of people in this country who feel that there's an elite, an inside game, that they're looked down on. As Axelrod said, where the party, the Democratic Party, approaches them almost like missionaries, like we want to help you and make you like us. And he was in effect saying, I'm representing you against those people. I agree that a lot of it doesn't have to do with misogyny and racism, but I do think that there's a You know, we talk about one of the big dividing lines here is college-educated people versus non-college educated people. I think there is certainly a class element.
I'm not dismissing any of that. I am saying that the people who either swung their votes, changed their votes, the people who decided this election. I'm not saying all 85 million or however many people ultimately ended up voting for Donald Trump did so for one monolithic reason. I'm just saying I think that people need to think about the economic reasons first and foremost.
That's what I was just going to say, is that one of the things that I think maybe the biggest thing that Donald Trump benefited from was the fact that he had been in the White House before. And the economy was better. Whether it was on him or not, the economy was better. And people remembered that. And that is such a fundamental across the board for pretty much everybody who voted for him.
Let's bring in Caitlin Collins, who is at Trump campaign headquarters. Caitlin, your takeaways from what we heard from Donald Trump.
Well, Jake, just on that conversation that y'all were just having, you know, what I'm hearing from the Trump campaign in the last hour or so as they're looking at these numbers is they're taking all of that and seeing what the margins are in these states that they were so worried about even as of this morning, and also looking at the popular vote right now and believing all of that is an affirmation of what they have been saying on the campaign trail for the last 2 years and what Donald Trump has been arguing about the current administration, and believing it was a message that resonated, that despite, you know, moments like the Madison Square Garden rally and all of these other moments, that there are this underlining message where all of that did not necessarily matter. And it was still essentially Kristen Holmes, what he has been arguing for 2 years on immigration or the economy, criticize the message or not, that is what came through. And I think the other thing that stood out from him being on that stage tonight was the power sources around him. Susie Wiles getting up there, she did not speak. She was the only person he called to get on stage who did not say a word into the microphone.
And actually adamantly shook her head that she wasn't going to speak.
And is maybe one of the most powerful and influential people of this campaign that was up there on that stage tonight.
Absolutely, and her name's already been floated for chief of staff. There's a lot of people around him who believe that if she wants that job, she can have it, and that she's the best person fit for it because they believe she is somebody who can keep him at least somewhat in line. Again, it's former President Donald Trump. We know that he is not somebody who can be controlled, but for the most part, Susie Wiles has done a very good job at trying to keep him in line as much as you possibly can. And one thing I just want to point out on what you were saying about those issues like immigration, crime, and the economy is that when we saw Kamala Harris ascend to the top of the ticket, there was an argument inside of the Trump campaign. They kept pushing out that it would be, if Donald Trump could beat her, it would be because they would be able to link her to the current administration and the unhappiness that Americans felt, particularly when it came to issues like immigration, crime, inflation. And they believed, they kept pushing that message, trying to drown out all the other noise, particularly the noise that comes with having Donald Trump as a candidate, somebody who is a loose cannon, somebody who says whatever. If they could drown him out with this constant messaging about the economy in particular, about crime, that they could win this election. And if that is why the American people voted, and I'm sure we're going to pour through the exit polls and pour through the data as to why they were right during that time. And obviously we saw the enthusiasm that came with Kamala Harris's ascension, but their point during all of that was at the end of the day, if he can make the case that she is tied to the current administration, then they can make the case to win in November. And I can guarantee you they believe and they feel very good about the fact that they stuck to that messaging. Again, Donald Trump did not always stick to the messaging, but the campaign themselves was pushing that.
Whether it was the ads or what the surrogates were saying, that was something you saw constantly. It was a different campaign than what we'd seen in the past. Obviously, the candidate himself was the candidate. We were at the Madison Square Garden rally. But the campaign, there weren't major staff shakeups weeks before the actual race, and that was really a question of the closing message also, whether that would affect it. A lot of them, even inside the campaign, began to feel that way. Obviously today changed their perspectives, and just looking also on that stage tonight, Ivanka Trump was there with Jared Kushner. They were standing to the far right just off camera. That is, I believe, her first campaign trail appearance. She did not attend the trial in Manhattan. Nope. She was not at the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee. We've heard from her, but she hasn't been out on the campaign trail at all.
That's right, and actually we only saw Jared once. We saw him at Donald Trump's actual announcement just about a year ago, or 2 years ago, gosh. Time flies.
2 years ago,
2 years
November
ago at
15th, I
Mar-a-Lago,
believe.
but Ivanka was not there. She made that announcement shortly before Donald Trump announced that he was going to be running, that she and Jared were going to take a step back and take care of their family, and she has largely stayed out of light. Now, after his conviction, as we talked about, she was up at Trump Tower. She never came down with him. Even when he spoke, she wasn't there. She was never seen publicly with him, and there was a lot of questions about that. You know, even he brought up on the campaign trail in the last 2 days how she was there on the campaign trail with him back in 2016 and 2020.
Yeah.
And she had largely disappeared. It was notable that she was there today. And I was speaking to somebody earlier before the Mar-a-Lago event who said they weren't even sure she was going to show up to that Mar-a-Lago watch party. Now, obviously, everything started shifting when they started seeing those numbers coming in. But she has really taken a back seat here, and it was interesting to see her on the stage.
Yeah. And Jake, obviously a moment there that J.D. Vance and Donald Trump himself summed up. J.D. Vance calling it, as he put it, the greatest political comeback ever. And Donald Trump saying that he believed that they are seeing the results that we're looking at now for a reason. Obviously, the question is what that means and what's to come.
Caitlin, thanks so much. And Anderson, it is hard to think of a political comeback that is actually more significant than this one. I'm tempted to say Richard Nixon, but that really falls short of what Donald Trump has achieved.
Yeah, I mean, winning not just the electoral votes, but the popular vote as well. Let's continue the discussion about just what this means, and obviously Democrats are going to be looking at this very closely about what it was why they didn't deliver.
Yeah, well, and we talked a bit about that. We should, we heard a discussion about what it was. We should talk about what it wasn't. It may have been a mandate for some of the policies around economy and immigration. There'll be battles over some aspects of that and the wisdom of some of it. But certainly he should feel like he's been affirmed on that. It wasn't a mandate to wantonly use the power of the presidency to punish his political enemies. It wasn't a mandate to help enrich himself and his friends. It wasn't a mandate to single out groups in our society for scorn or worse. I'd love to hear from Van on this, but let's be honest about this, okay? Let's be absolutely blunt about it. There were appeals to racism in this campaign, and there is racial bias in this country, and there is sexism in this country, and anybody who thinks that did not in any way impact on the outcome of this race is wrong. I'm not saying that was the main reason that Kamala Harris lost and Donald Trump won. And I think they ran honestly, strategically, his campaign, and I've said it many times, they ran a very smart campaign. It was an ultimately rational, well-conceived, and well-executed campaign for an often irrational candidate, and they overcame him to sell his message, or the message that they thought he should be selling to the country. But let's not confuse what this was and what it wasn't. Let's be very clear-eyed about it.
I think it's going to be a long time for us to figure out what it was and what it wasn't. I hope that it goes the way that you said. But like I do think it's bitter in the mouth. The racial and gender dimension of this. And the only way that you can kind of begin to see it if you don't see it right away is, can you imagine a woman of color acting like Donald Trump acted, even for one day? The kinds of stuff that he said, the kinds of things that he did, the way that he would insult people. If you're a person of color, you don't feel you have that freedom. You feel like you really are somewhat constrained. You're always running something in the back of your mind like, how am I going to be perceived? And also, if I say this, will they think that all black people are this way or all women are this way? So there's a license that he had to just be a fool, just to be an obnoxious ass to everyone. And for people to go, well, he can still be president. There's nobody who doesn't have that phenotype that feels that free. And so I do think that what I'm hearing from people is, what do we have to do to be acceptable? I'm hearing from women of color, like, from people see things very, very differently. I just want to make sure people like Kamala Harris. Look, she's not Oprah or Beyonce. She's not like some untouchable black woman in the popular, but she is a respectable woman, and she's somebody who served in all three branches. She served in the courts, she served in the legislature, she served in the executive branch, she served local, state, federal. She should have been qualified enough to be able to not have this sort of an outcome. And just give me a second now. And so then I think what happened last time when Trump won, everybody ran to the economic argument. The Tea Party was just people, they had economic anxiety, that's all it was. But the people with the most economic anxiety were black and brown people who at that time did not join the Tea Party. So I just don't want to take out that many things can be true at the same time.
I would just say this. Maybe you got a bad messenger and a bad message. Kamala Harris has never run an election in a state that wasn't 100% Democratic. She's been elected in the state of California her entire career. She's run as a prosecutor. She ran for AG. She ran for Senate in a blue state. So she's never had to build a coalition. She's never had to really campaign. When she ran for president the first time on her own, she tanked. She didn't get anywhere. And then so when this came about, this opportunity came about, she didn't run again. She's never been battle tested. And actually, you've said this before. Running for president is a skill. Barack Obama wasn't good at it when he started.
Right.
There was no racism at it. Barack Obama got good at it. You helped him get good at it, right? And so maybe she's just a bad messenger, selling a bad product.
No, I mean, look, I think, again,
You don't think there's any validity to that?
No, I think that there are plenty of ways to critique her as a candidate. I think there'll be time to do that. I think the fundamental point, and it's been made again and again and again tonight, no one, I don't care how good a candidate you were, it's very hard when there's a 28% right track number in this country, when people have 2/3 of the country think the economy is bad, regardless of whether it is,
No, again, I'm saying not just messenger, I'm saying the message as well.
But no, but that is all true, but that doesn't obviate the fact that there were some people who probably voted against her. We've never had a woman president, that there's sexism in this country. There are people who probably voted against her because there may be some people there are clearly people who voted for her because of
Barack and Michelle Obama are some of the most admired people in America.
Let me just say, though, I wonder, I worry that...
Trust me, there were plenty of people who weren't terribly happy about having him as president.
Look at the numbers.
Please stop.
No, but I think that the wrong takeaway from this would be that by running toward the center and away from some of her 2019 positions, that was a mistake, and that she should have doubled down on ultra-leftism and tried to play to the progressive base. I think this is a sweeping indictment of a progressive left that has gone so far that it alienates so much of the center of this country. There's a rural-urban divide, but there's a cultural divide where people feel left behind where part of the party, Democratic Party, is going. And I do think she was right to moderate. That's what she should have done. But she had a 3-month, basically, window to do that. She's somebody who was not battle-tested, and she was wearing the brunt of Joe Biden in her own positions in 2019. That was a terrible position to be in.
Donald Trump on the brink of a stunning victory. Votes still coming in. We're also tracking the fight for the control of the House. A lot more ahead.
It's an historic election night with Donald Trump poised to win back the White House. Let's take a look at where the electoral vote count stands right now. Donald Trump has 266 electoral votes. Kamala Harris has 195 electoral votes. The magic number, obviously 270 needed to win. Donald Trump is 4 short of that. So let's look at the states, the battleground states that we have not called yet. Michigan, Donald Trump 52.6%, Kamala Harris 45.6%. Donald Trump a 320,916 vote lead. That's with 81% of the estimated vote in from the Wolverine state. In Wisconsin, Donald Trump 51.1%, Kamala Harris 47.3%. Donald Trump with a 120,903 vote lead in a state with 94% of the estimated vote reported in. In Arizona, Donald Trump 50.4%, Kamala Harris 48.7%. Donald Trump with a 31,223 vote lead. That's with an estimated 54% of Arizona's vote reported in. Nevada, Donald Trump 51.5%, Kamala Harris 46.8%. Donald Trump with a 51,805 vote lead with 76% of the estimated vote in. So, John King, what are we waiting for?
To see how bad the shellacking is. This is a shellacking for the Democrats tonight. The question is how bad. A shellacking for the vice president. Right now, we still haven't called, we haven't called Michigan or Wisconsin or the western states, Arizona and Nevada, but the former president is leading in those. The Republicans will take control of the Senate. The question is, how high do they go? And we're still waiting on control of the House, which now becomes vital. Donald Trump with the presidency and a clear majority in the Senate. Won't get to 60 votes, but 55 maybe. It's possible, maybe even higher than that. So the House comes everything. But now when you're looking at this, here's one way to score it. We're not done yet, but Donald Trump is winning the popular vote by 5.2 million votes. Another way, he's winning with more than 51% of the vote nationally as you look at this. To get to 270, to officially get there, Donald Trump, let's just sneak over here just a little bit. Either we call Wisconsin or Michigan soon, but we don't even have to get there. When Alaska comes in later, that would get him to the edge, and he wins one congressional district in Maine. So Donald Trump is knocking on the door. He's going to get there. He's going to get there. I was going to say barring this, that, or the other thing. He's going to get there. I'm probably not supposed to say that on television. We haven't projected it yet, but he's going to get there. So here's another way to score this. Excuse me for turning my back. This is where we are right now. That number could change. We have 50 states. The Republicans are winning 31-19. In a football game, if you lose like that, the coach gets together and says, what should we do differently, right? Ronald Reagan, Mr. Wallace and I were both child prodigies, so we were around, we remember this. Ronald Reagan won 49 states. In the next election, George H.W. Bush won 40 states over Michael Dukakis. And some Democratic governors, Bill Clinton in Arkansas, Jim Hunt in North Carolina, Roy Romer was out in Colorado. Some Democratic governors, Lawton Childs, believe it or not, a Democratic governor of Florida. Governors like that got together and said, we have a problem, Democrats. What are we going to do about it? This is going to be a fascinating conversation in the days ahead, because you see these three states right here, the blue wall states, right now, they're not done. It's possible the vice president picks up one of them. But right now, the math is pretty damning for her right there. Democratic governor, Democratic governor, Democratic governor. What do the Democratic governors say? Arizona right now is going Republican. We'll see what happens. Democratic governor. Where are the people going to stand up, Jake? That's my biggest question, and say, Houston, we have a problem. How do we fix it? Back in the Bill Clinton days, that was the Democratic Leadership Council. They said the party was too liberal. A lot of those conversations, you just had one at that table over there, are happening tonight. A lot of Democratic incoming tonight to me is Democrats need a new way to talk about urban America. They need a new way to talk about crime, and they need a new way to talk to counter Donald Trump's what the Democrats call fake populism. The voters today don't seem to see it that way, but the Democrats say it's fake populism. So how do we answer? Why are working class voters? Why is that happening out there, right? So that's what the messaging problem is Democrats are texting about. And when you say, well, what are they talking about? Well, this is what they're talking about. Again, Mr. Wallace and I were standing on a platform here in 1988 when Michael Dukakis rode the tank in Warren, Michigan. That's Macomb County. Donald Trump is getting 58% of the vote right now in Macomb County. Those used to be Democrats. Those are blue-collar workers who work with their hand a few miles north of Detroit. A lot of them are unionized, union members. 58% of the vote. He got 53% there 4 years ago. So in an election where Democrats are trying to pull back blue-collar working-class voters, Donald Trump took more. We're not at the final count yet, but there you see it there. And so then you come here to Oakland County. This is your more affluent suburbs. Again, when I started doing this, this was Republican territory. Just want to take a look at it. Donald Trump at 42% there in 2020. Donald Trump at 43%, just a tad better, right? Trump did well, made gains with blue-collar workers, and some of those are black workers and Latino workers, by the way. They're not all just white blue-collar workers. His suburban, this is going to take a while to analyze all of this. He seems to have inched up a little bit in the suburbs. That's enough to win. That would still be a place where Republicans look like, how do we improve after this? But when you have a map like this, let's come over to Wisconsin, right? I said earlier in the night, can the vice president do in Brown County, right? Can she narrow the margins? This is Green Bay, again, blue-collar workers. Green Bay Packers fans, 55% to 43%. Joe Biden had 45%, a little more. Again, it's a point or two, but the Democrats are heading in the wrong direction with the voters they need. Now, a lot of Democrats scoff when you come out to the national map and they see all this in the middle, and they say, well, nobody lives there, or they're the flyer of the states, or they have tiny roles in the Electoral College. I'm telling you, when the score's 31-19, it's time to have a conversation about who we're talking to and who we're losing and who won't listen to us. That's the issue there. So I just want to come down and look at a few other places as we come through this. We were talking about this earlier, Jake. Again, Joe Biden got 61% in New York State. It's a blue state, right? It's a blue state. 61% in 2020. The vice president's down to 56% if you round it. So even in the reliably blue states, the margins are down a little bit. You can write it off if you want to one election. You can write it off to the really bad cost of living climate that you live in, but you can also say that our candidates and our message did not counter his message. Again, she's winning 96%, 52%. So call that a 5-point race, 52, 5.5, 6-point race. 4 years ago, it was a 10-point race. So even in places that are blue on this map, the margins are more narrow, which tells the Democrats you're losing 31 out of the 50 if it finishes out that way. Your margins have shrunk even in the states where you have won for years. The 3 states that made Joe Biden president there in 2020, once again, made Donald Trump president. We're not done with the counts there, but you see that down there as well. The Democrats thought their progress was going to come down in the Sun Belt. That's a lot of red, and at the moment, that's a lot of red, Jake.
All right, John, still ahead. Will Republicans hold on to the House, or will Democrats take it back? We're going to get the latest on that, plus more on Donald Trump on the verge of victory and what comes next.
Donald Trump now 266 electoral votes, just 4 shy of the 270 needed for him to return to the White House. There's another battle going on in Washington, the fight for control of the House of Representatives. Boris Sanchez is looking at the current balance of power there. Boris?
Yeah, Jake, 2 important projections to bring you 2 flips in crossover districts, beginning with a 22nd House district in New York. This is up in upstate New York in the Syracuse area, a district that 4 years ago Joe Biden won. Democrat John Mannion defeating Republican incumbent Brandon Williams to take that seat, and we anticipate flip it for Democrats. The opposite happening in Pennsylvania's 8th district. This is in the Scranton area, a district that Donald Trump won, one that Democratic incumbent Matt Cartwright was the representative for, but now Rob Bresnahan, who had never held public office in his life, he's a business executive. He is now projected to win that seat in the House of Representatives. So what does this mean for the magic number, the number that Democrats need to take control of the chamber? As you can see, Democrats have to pick up 7 Republican seats. They are currently leading in 9 races where Republicans hold seats. But the math starts to get a little bit complicated there, because keep in mind, there are districts where Republicans are leading in races where Democrats hold seats. So if you do some math, while it appears that it's trending in Democrats' direction, they may come up short if this trend continues. Let's get you an update on some key race alerts now. These are results coming into CNN as we're getting them. In New York's 19th district, this is in the Ithaca area. Josh Riley, a Democratic attorney, is currently about 3,600 votes in front of freshman Republican incumbent Mark Molinaro, 94% of the vote in that New York district. Another one to tell you about, this one on Long Island, another district Joe Biden won 4 years ago. Laura Gillen, a town supervisor in House District 4, is currently leading Republican incumbent Anthony D'Esposito, a former NYPD officer, by roughly 6,148 votes, 92% of the vote in this district. Looking at the 1st House District in Arizona, this is the northern suburbs of Phoenix. You have Amish Shah, the Democrat in this race, an ER doctor, a slim margin, 742 votes ahead of incumbent Republican David Schweikert. Obviously, still a close race there, 56% of the vote in. Now, let's get you some more key races where Republicans are leading. Let's take a look, beginning with the state, or rather the district in Pennsylvania in the Lehigh Valley area. This is House District 7. You have Ryan McKenzie leading Democratic incumbent Susan Wild by roughly 5,500 votes, 99% of the vote in there. It looks like it's trending in Republicans' direction. In Michigan, House District 7, Tom Barrett leading by 17,000 votes against Curtis Hurdle, 97% of the vote there in the 7th district. This is in the Lansing area. This is actually the district that's got an open seat because Alyssa Slotkin is running for Senate. Keep your eyes on this one. Meantime, a key race alert from Alaska. Nick Begich, the Republican in this race, leading the Democratic incumbent Mary Peltola. She's a freshman who's actually the first Native Alaskan ever voted to Congress. This is a ranked choice, sort of open format in Alaska, so you'll see her going up against a fellow Democrat. But right now, Begich, 5,800 votes ahead, 55% of the vote in this at-large district. Obviously, Alaska, a state that Donald Trump won. So what does all this mean for the balance of power in the House of Representatives? The raw numbers right now, 169 for Democrats with 1 pickup, 197 for Republicans with 4 pickups, 69 seats remaining up for grabs. Anderson, as you know, 218 needed for control of the chamber.
All right. Boris Sanchez, thanks very much. We'll check in with you a little bit later on as well. Ashley Allison is joining us, as well as Scott Jennings. I want to hear from both of you. Ashley, obviously, this is not the outcome you had hoped for. What do you think? What are you looking at about what went wrong?
Well, I think she wasn't able to put the coalition together she needed to in each of the states. It was never going to look the same, but we've always talked about this would be on the margin. So if you pull off even 1% of one of your base constituencies, which he was able to do he was able to do in many of them, you were not going to be able to keep that state or hold that state. And so I've heard a lot of people talk about the conversations we need to have. And I think we do need to have conversations as a party. But the conversation that I want to have are for people who showed up and voted for Kamala Harris and tell them to hold their head up high. I remember in 2016 having to walk back into the White House today, and I was embarrassed to go to work because I feel like I had failed our country. Despair is not the time to lose hope. It is the time to dig down, to do some soul searching and fight for a better day. Many of the communities that are most vulnerable and that are really afraid right now, the trans community, immigrants, people of color, even if there's polling or outcomes that are showing that some people of color voted for Donald Trump, you're worthy, you're visible, you're not alone. And so you can feel what you feel right now, but we have to do work to protect the most vulnerable. And we can and we will. And then for the people who did support Donald Trump, we've sat on this network and people have said the things that he said about retribution and about going after his enemies. That's not what he really meant. So in moments when he does that, it's your responsibility to hold him accountable and not let him do that and not let him undermine the democracy, because it is bigger than him. This is not his country. It is our country. He just happened to be most likely elected to run it for 4 years.
Scott, what do you expect the next couple months to be like once he's in?
Well, look, he has an opportunity here to try to unite the country after a huge victory. And this is a mandate. He's won the national popular vote for the first time for a Republican, for the first time since 2004. This is a big deal. This isn't backing into the office. This is a mandate to do what you said you were going to do. Get the economy working again for regular working class Americans, fix immigration, try to get crime under control, try to reduce the chaos in the world. This is a mandate from the American people to do that. I think I'm interpreting the results tonight as the revenge of just the regular old working class American, the anonymous American who has been crushed, insulted, condescended to. They're not garbage. They're not Nazis. They're just regular people who get up and go to work every day and are trying to make a better life for their kids, and they feel like they have been told to just shut up when they have complained about the things that are hurting them in their own lives. I also feel like this election, as we sit here and pour over this tonight, is something of an indictment of the political information complex. I mean, we've been sitting around here for the last couple of weeks, and the story that was portrayed was not true. I mean, we were told Puerto Rico was going to change the election. Liz Cheney, Nikki Haley voters, women lying to their husbands. Before that, it was Tim Walz and the camo hats. Night after night after night, we were told all these things and gimmicks were going to somehow push Harris over the line, and we were just ignoring the fundamentals. Inflation, people feeling like that they were barely able to tread water at best. That was the fundamentals of the election. And so I think that both parties should always look at the results of an election and figure out what went right and what went wrong. But I think for all of us who cover elections and talk about elections and do this on a day-to-day basis, we have to figure out how to understand, talk to, and listen to the half of the country that rose up tonight and said, we've had enough.
I think we have to listen to everybody, actually. I think that I've been saying this whole time, I think the polls did not have it right? Like the spread in some of these battleground states are a little larger than some, not as close as we thought it was going to be. We thought we were going to be counting. I mean, it hasn't been called yet, but the likelihood that he gets to 270 is highly probable. The people who voted for Kamala Harris are struggling too. They're feeling ignored too. A Republican's pain is no greater than less than a Democratic's pain. And we have a moment now where, and I'm not saying you're doing this, we can point and be like, ha, you're the loser, I told you so. Or we can do what Donald Trump said, which I believe I have the right to feel skeptical of, that he wants to unify this country. Actions speak louder than words.
That's the opposite of what I'm saying. And I think for Van and for you and for Axe, I mean, I've been on the losing side of tough nights here and in my professional life. It's not easy to lose a race like this. One of my most crushing nights was 2012. I know it was one of your best, and one of your best because we were there in the same state together. And so I understand, and I do think that the new president has a responsibility to make the whole country feel like they can be part of a more optimistic future. I do think the way this campaign was run was basically on the Democrats thought there were enough people who hated Trump or were willing to fear him to win the race. And it turns out there's more to being president than simply not being Donald Trump in the eyes of the American people. I'm a little worried about how Democrats are going to react. They've been told Trump is a modern-day Hitler, or at least he's a fascist. And now Kamala Harris, I suspect, is going to have to wake up in the morning and concede to that person. And then she's going to have to go to the Senate and certify the election. And
which she will do.
She'll do that.
And I'm a little concerned about an election in which half the country was conditioned to believe that the person who just won the national popular vote is going to be a dictator, eliminate the Constitution, and create a bloodbath, and so on and so forth. So
can I say something about that?
We have to reckon with that in the aftermath of that argument.
The thing I think is most important to remember is the people who said that he was a Hitler lover weren't Democrats. They were Republicans. People who said that he was a fascist weren't Democrats. They were Republicans who worked for him. And so it's not just these elite Democrats over here, poisoning the well. You had a pretty broad consensus from Chomsky to the Cheneys, that was very, very concerned and remains concerned. And so I think it's not just on us to stop calling names. I think it's up to him to, as Allison said, with deeds show that he's not going to be those things.
Well, you said it. Mm-hmm. It's not just the elite Democrats. It was just the elites.
I don't think
and when I look,
so you just dismiss all criticism of Trump as just elites.
I'm not dismissing it, but how do you look at these results and not conclude that the non-elite portion of this country basically said, we've had enough, and whether that was enough on the economy or enough on immigration or enough of what you did to us during COVID or enough of whatever, and so that's always been the appeal of Trump, right? Is that you all are being misled by the elites, the experts, the institutions, whatever. And so he's never going to get along with the elites. And he didn't get along with them in this election. And it looks like the people agreed with him on it.
Scott, look, I first of all, I'm always willing to be introspective about how we talk about these things and how we think about them. Polls weren't actually that wrong. I mean, you're going to look at these polls and they're going to mostly be within I think how we use polls and how we talk about polls is a discussion that we ought to have, and whether that's how we should cover campaigns. But, you sat on this, maybe at this very table in January of 2021, and you were compelling and moving because you are someone who believes in the institutions of this democracy and in integrity and so on. The reason that people are worried and wary about Donald Trump is because of the way Donald Trump has behaved when he was president, after he was president, and during this campaign. And, how many times do we have a discussion about, his message as related in his campaign ads and the kind of really disturbing things that he said about jailing his opponents and shooting his opponents and so on. It's not like people make that stuff up. It's concerning. Now, I would say to you that it's the responsibility of people who supported him to hold him as we should hold him to the commitments that he made to work on the problems of the American people and to not indulge in the kind of craziness that we sometimes heard from him.
I got to get a break. CNN's election coverage continues right after this.
All right, welcome back to CNN's special live coverage election night in America. I'm John Berman in New York. And at this moment, Donald Trump looks like he is about to cap off what is an historic political comeback, dismantling the Democrats' blue wall. You can see right behind me right now, he's got 266 electoral votes, 4 short of the 270 he officially needs to win the presidency. But honestly, all signs point to that right now. Let's get over to Phil Mattingly at the Magic Wall and talk about where things stand. Trump at 266 electoral votes. We haven't officially called the race yet for Donald Trump. What yet still remains?
Yeah, let's start there. There's a lot to dig into about what's happened over the course of the last several hours, but start there in terms of he's four electoral votes away from the threshold, right? 270, and he's the next president of the United States. He's not there yet. What's outstanding? Why hasn't it been called yet? First off, we don't call races, you and me. We don't get paid to do that. What we do know is what's outstanding. And you will notice everything that's in gray are races that CNN has not called yet. Everything that's filled in has been called. And I think what's critical to know at this moment is the states that have not been called yet, that add up to 270, that are very much heading in Donald Trump's direction right now. Why we say Trump is on the brink of winning the next presidency? Well, start here. This is the state of Alaska. It's not been called yet. 56% reporting. Donald Trump almost 15 points ahead, 14.5 points ahead, 28,000 votes in the state of Alaska. That's a pretty substantial lead. Feels like he's on track there. The expectation was this was a state that would go into Republican hands. So what is that? That's 3 electoral votes.
That gets him to 269.
That gets him to 269. So he's looking for 1 additional electoral vote. And I want to come over here. Maine obviously breaks its electoral votes down by congressional district. One of those congressional districts right here, Trump has been favored. The expectation in forecasting was that he would win Maine's 2nd congressional district. Where does it stand right now? Donald Trump with a healthy, nearly 8-point lead with 61% reporting. Add that 1 vote to Alaska, there's your 270, and he's still leading in a number of other states as well. So what else hasn't been called here? You're thinking 2 other blue wall states, Michigan, Wisconsin. You're thinking Arizona. You're thinking Nevada. The biggest tell of the night is the fact New Jersey has not been called yet. If you're a Democrat, and I told you at 4 in the morning or near 4 in the morning, New Jersey still had not been called in your favor, particularly when back in 2020, Joe Biden won this by nearly 16 points. It has not been called yet. There's no expectation that Kamala Harris is going to lose New Jersey, but the fact that it hasn't been called yet tells you a lot. What also tells you a lot is we've been watching 7 battleground states, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, the Blue Wall, the Sunbelt states, North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, Nevada. What do you notice about all 7 of those states currently?
Trump is leading in every single one, or has already been called the winner in every single one.
Exactly. And what's outstanding right now, 2 blue wall states. We'll start with Michigan, 83% reporting. Donald Trump up by 324,000 votes. These were states that were decided by tens of 20,000 votes back in 2016. Joe Biden bumped it up a little bit higher than that. That's a huge margin with 83% reporting. Swip over to Wisconsin, always the tightest of the blue wall states. Donald Trump with 96% reporting is up by 108,000
That's
votes.
A very big margin in Wisconsin, full stop.
Yeah, and if you don't believe John Berman, your mistake. However, go back into 2020. Joe Biden won this by 20,000 votes. Go back into 2016. Donald Trump won this by 22,000 votes. Where are we again in 2024? Donald Trump, with 96% reporting, is up by 108,000 votes. We haven't even gotten into Arizona and Nevada yet, which are still kind of on the early side of reporting, but Trump with decent leads there right now. All 7 of the battlegrounds, Georgia, North Carolina, called earlier in the night, looking towards, either already called or heading towards Donald Trump.
So that's where we are. A very good description of why we haven't officially called the race yet, even though every single sign there is pointing to a Trump victory. We are on the precipice of Donald Trump perhaps being declared officially the next president of the United States. Now the question is, Phil, why? What have we seen perhaps in some of these key battleground states? Let's look at Pennsylvania, since everyone's familiar with it, that tells the story of what's happened here.
Yeah, so if you look at Pennsylvania, obviously this has been ground zero for Democrat and Republican campaigns. More than $100 million in ad spending dumped here than any other of the 7 battleground states. This was the linchpin state, that 170,000 vote lead. It's double what Joe Biden won the state by in 2020. If you want to understand why Donald Trump is where he is, why he won this state, why he flipped it back into his column, let's start here. Where are the places that he outperformed his 2020 numbers by 3% or more? That is a significant overperformance compared to the last time. And you see the area where he overperformed in kind of the eastern part of the state, that Joe Biden was able to keep the margins down. He was able to cut into Donald Trump's 2016 margins when Trump was able to defeat Hillary Clinton. These are blue-collar areas. These are areas of working-class white voters without college degrees that Democrats were able to win back behind Joe Biden in 2020. Donald Trump not only boosting his margins back up, but doing it in a major way. The other thing, and I think this has been the biggest concern, look, there were 2 theories of the case coming in to election night. The Democrats said, we have to run up huge margins in suburban areas in particular. In the state of Pennsylvania, Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, you're talking about the collar counties, you're talking about Allegheny County. You need to ensure that Donald Trump doesn't cut in too far into your urban areas. Polling had shown that he was making inroads with black voters. And that would balance out any of Trump's support in these smaller rural counties where he was going to run up huge margins. Let's look at the urban support here. This is Philadelphia County. This is the home of Philadelphia. 12% of the voting population is here. Biggest county in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. You look at that margin and say, that's great, right? You must be doing very, very well. Let's look at what happened in 2020. She's underperforming in those urban counties. Now let's push out into those collar counties. This is Montgomery County. This is where Joe Biden blew out the margins back in 2020, winning by more than 26 points. Underperforming. Bucks County. This was a county Joe Biden flipped in 2020. Won it by 4 points. Harris actually losing the county. And that's the case up and down the Democratic strongholds, not just in Pennsylvania, but kind of throughout the blue wall.
Before you were showing where Donald Trump's overperforming by 3 points or greater in all these counties in Pennsylvania, I think it's important to note he's overperforming almost everywhere in Pennsylvania, but by less than 3 points. I mean, that's in Philadelphia and Montgomery County. Everywhere he's doing better.
And that leads into kind of what I was getting at initially, which was there was a theory of the case on the Trump side, which was hold down Joe Biden's margin in their strongholds, maybe cut into them, particularly in the bigger cities, in the urban population centers. But then in your strongholds, places like Butler County, obviously everybody familiar with it. It's where the first assassination attempt took place. 65.9% to 33.3%, 99% reporting. What happened in 2020? He's around there. He's kind of matching up with it. You move over into Beaver County, at 58% back in 2020. What's he doing this time around? Bumping it up. So he's going 1, 2, 3% throughout the course of those places that you knew Trump was going to win. It was just a matter of how much. I do want to take one step back, though, because this is not a blue wall story. This is not a Sun Belt story. This is not a western part of the country story. If you pull up every single county in the country, you've got more than 3,000 counties in the country, and you show where Donald Trump has outperformed his 2020 results by 3% or more.
That's a lot of counties.
Look at all the counties. And these counties are not just in white working class communities without a college degree. This is up in New York. This is the reason that New Jersey hasn't been called yet. This is down in Florida. This is in the border of the Texas region. This is out west as well. This is the window. This isn't a one segment, a one slice type of victory. This is a sweeping victory and a sweeping comeback.
And we will note at this moment, Donald Trump leads the popular vote by 4% as well. Phil Mattingly, we have a lot of time to talk about all this. We're going to keep on digging into the numbers. We're getting new results in. CNN has been studying the numbers all night. We have assembled the best team in the business. We will talk about the American electorate and piece together the puzzle that has really created an incredible night here. CNN special live coverage continues after this. All right now the map tells the story. We are well into the morning here in New York, and there is much more red than blue. much. Welcome to CNN's special live coverage, Election Night in America. I'm John Berman, and if you're just tuning in, Donald Trump appears poised to become the 47th president of the United States, taking a wrecking ball to the so-called blue wall states that the Harris team thought was its best path to the White House. A couple of caveats right off the top. There is still vote to count. CNN has not yet projected some of the critical battleground states and a couple others that will formally decide the presidency, but that does increasingly look like a formality. Donald Trump is just short of the 270 electoral votes he needs to win. You can see he's at 266 right now, but three big battlegrounds, North Carolina, Georgia, and Pennsylvania, have all gone for Trump. In the remaining four battlegrounds, Arizona, Nevada, Michigan, and Wisconsin, Trump leads in all of them. The vote left to count is quickly shrinking, and the takeaway seems to be that the electorate is mad as hell, and tonight they're sending a message that they will not take it anymore. The economy mattered most to voters. Everything else that mattered did not matter nearly as much. January 6th, immigration, abortion, the chaos of the final few weeks, the bizarre behavior, the offensive, often racist, sexist musings of Donald Trump seem not to have mattered, at least not as much. Crucially, we are also seeing what could very well be a political realignment. According to the exit polls, the Democratic coalition of the working class, black men, Latinos, white women, who all helped propel Joe Biden to the White House 4 years ago, they are now offering Donald Trump a ladder to power. Just a short time ago, Trump spoke to his supporters in Florida and made a nod to unifying the country.
We're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country.
All right, as we said, some key states have not been officially called, so stand by for a key race alert. All right, we are waiting still for the official calls from Arizona, Nevada, Michigan, and Wisconsin. You can see where the result stands right now in Arizona with 11 electoral votes up for grabs. Donald Trump with a 48,000 vote lead at this point, 55% of the vote in. But again, he is ahead there by 2.5 points. In Nevada, 6 electoral votes up for stake. Donald Trump ahead by some 57,000 votes there, almost 5%. That's with 88% in. Again, both Arizona and Nevada were states that Joe Biden won 4 years ago. If these results hold, they would be flips for Donald Trump. The same is true in Michigan with 15 electoral votes. Donald Trump there up by 230,000 votes with 86% in. This was a state Joe Biden won by more than 100,000 votes. So a major flip perhaps in store in Michigan. Finally, in Wisconsin with 10 electoral votes, Donald Trump ahead by more than 107,000 votes at this point. Wisconsin's a state that's always very close, within 10, 20, 30,000 votes in elections since the year 2000. That 107,000 vote lead with 96% in seems very large, although we are still waiting for a few more votes to be counted there before we have an official call. Let's take a look at what that means as far as the electoral map. Donald Trump has 266 electoral votes at this point. He only needs 270 to win. So he is a state or two away at this point from the official call that he will be the 47th president of the United States. Vice President Kamala Harris currently at 205 electoral votes. Again, no official call just yet, but it does seem very close, perhaps even inevitable. Let's go over to Phil Mattingly now at the Magic Wall. Let's talk about where we haven't called. Some of these states we're talking about right now. Michigan, Wisconsin, let's start there.
We'll start there. The two blue wall states that have not been called yet, Donald Trump's lead substantial in the state of Michigan, 231,000 votes with 86% reporting. I think you go into the state of Michigan, particularly after the last two cycles, and you know where the Democratic strongholds are. You know where Donald Trump needs to do well. Let's start with one of those Democratic strongholds. That's right here, Wayne County. This is actually where a ton of vote is still outstanding. We're going to have to wait and see how that all breaks down. But I can tell you right now, if it looks anything like the current margin, like the current separation between the vice president and Donald Trump, That explains a lot about what's happening here, because this is the largest county in the state. 17.6% of the voting population lives in this state. That margin, you're saying, 29 points, it's got to be, that's a great sign if you're the Harris campaign. It's not when you look at what Joe Biden's margin was, at 5 points. And these aren't just Democratic strongholds. These are critical vote drivers in these states. We see it in Milwaukee and Wisconsin. We see it in Philadelphia and Pennsylvania. You see it right here in Wayne. But the other issue, move up here to Oakland County. This is the suburbs. This is one of those areas that Democrats have moved heavily into, taken control of, and really started to turn out major vote over the course of the last couple of cycles. This county, back in 2020, Joe Biden won it by 14 points, a little more than 14 points. Kamala Harris, underperforming. So the theory of the case from the Harris campaign is you run up your margins in those critical urban areas that you always run up big margins in, and then you blow out your margins in the suburbs, the places like Oakland County. That's how you hold down Donald Trump's gains in his strongholds, those rural counties. Smaller, but they add up if you add 2, 3, 4 points to what he did in 2020. In the suburbs, in the urban areas, in the biggest counties, and the biggest vote drivers in the state of Michigan, that just simply has not happened yet. And if you want to know where Donald Trump has been overperforming in this state, these are the places, the counties where he's overperforming by 3% or more. This isn't overperforming by a vote. This is overperforming by a substantial margin, 3% or more. One of them, Wayne County.
That is big.
Move over. What's Washtenaw County? Washtenaw County is the home of Ann Arbor. Ann Arbor is not a conservative place, and I say that even as an Ohio State fan. It's not a judgmental statement in any way. But back in 2020, Joe Biden won this county by 46.5 points. Right now, Kamala Harris is just underperforming, and whether that has to do with the Gaza issue, which is something that was very critical in Michigan, whether it has to do with students not turning out, when you move back over into Wayne County, whether this is about the African-American vote or second largest city in Wayne County, it's Dearborn, which has the largest Arab-American population in the state.
All right, we'll let you go back to crunching the numbers, Phil, taking a look at some of these other states. In the meantime, I'm going to come over here and talk to Harry Enton. Harry, you've got some of the exit polling.
Yes, sir.
You've got the story behind the story from what we've seen all night and into the morning.
Yeah, it's exactly right, John. Look, before the election, we were talking about potentially historic realignment in the electorate. It has borne itself out in the exit polls. We can start off with Latino voters. Look, Kamala Harris is leading among Latino voters by 8 points. I went back through the exit polls. There have been exit polls since 1972. No Democrat has had such a small lead as Kamala Harris has right now in the history of the exit polls. The smallest such margin was back in 2004 when George W. Bush won Latino voters by 9 points. Kamala Harris is just winning them by 8 points at this point. Now, we can also talk about Asian voters as well. What do we see among Asian voters? Look, Kamala Harris is leading among them by 18 points. You have to go all the way back since 2004 to find a Democrat performing as poorly among Asian voters as Kamala Harris is right now. What about voters under the age of 30? This is another group in which Donald Trump is excelling for a Republican candidate. What do we see here? We see Kamala Harris up by 13 points, significantly worse than Joe Biden did 4 years ago. In fact, you have to go all the way back since George W. Bush days once again to find a Democrat performing that poorly among voters under the age of 30. If Donald Trump's first victory in 2016 was about winning white working-class voters, this victory in 2024 was about going into normally Democratic bastions and taking those voters that a lot of folks never thought he could potentially do and winning them tonight in historic fashion, John.
All right, Harry, thank you very much. I want to bring in my panel of political experts. Mark Preston is here and Professor Leah Wright Rigor. Mark, the story here is pretty obvious to see. Donald Trump is doing better almost everywhere, and in some cases with almost everyone.
Yeah, and really, I think back to the idea of the Reagan Democrat, and could which was basically Democrats who live in the Midwest, and could the Democratic Party ever come back and get them, and there's been a lot of talk over the past decade or so. Well, clearly they're gone. I mean, they are absolutely gone. And I also think that the idea that the Democratic Party is this party that is immediately going to have any kind of immigrant come and support them is kind of gone as well. We've seen that with Latino voters now that are not, first of all, they're not monolithic, one, and two, they're not necessarily beholden to the Democratic Party. So talk about just a realignment across the board.
And Professor, again, I just big picture, take several steps back. We got a guy who was voted out of office 4 years ago, who has been convicted of a crime, who is now either poised to, or depending on how you look at it, pretty much secured the presidency once again. The first president since Grover Cleveland to be voted out and then voted back in. Just from a historical perspective, it's stunning.
It's absolutely stunning, but it's also a reminder that it is a referendum not on Donald Trump, but a referendum on the Democratic Party. And I think that is incredibly important. The 2020 election was absolutely a referendum on Donald Trump. Voters were very angry about the pandemic. They held him responsible for the pandemic, and they punished him for that. They voted for Joe Biden. The mistake here, though, is that the Democratic Party, rather than institutionalizing those coalitions that came out of the 2020 election, they assumed that those things were a referendum about the Democratic Party and about the strength of the Democratic Party. What we're seeing now is that the fractures, the tensions that have really been, I think, in front of all of us since at least 2016 with Hillary Clinton's loss to Donald Trump, all of those things are coming to the fore. All of the things that Democrats thought that they could rely on, the cultural questions, the questions about Donald Trump's racism, his bigotry, his xenophobia, they found out that actually those things are not enough to bind those winning coalitions together. It is no longer enough in American politics to say, hey, that guy is a bad guy. Right. There has to be more. And for this election in particular, it was about the economy.
You know, we'll have to take a look at what the numbers say in the exit poll. But going into the election, Mark, the wrong track number, the right direction wrong track number in the polls, you know, only 28% of the country thought it was headed in the right direction. That really was a sign that the battle was uphill, maybe straight uphill for the Democrats.
Yeah, and you know, and if you go into the numbers, as I'm sure Harry will over the next 25 million hours that we'll be on air discussing really this historic time, 80% of the voters who supported Donald Trump saw that the economy was on the wrong track, that we weren't going in the right direction. You know, we always talk about the economy. It seems like we have these discussions every election that you and I have worked where the day after we say, wow, the economy really was what kind of drove it through. You know, we're tripping ourselves over what we think is the hot button issue that the party is really trying to push. Abortion, you know, in this case, immigration as well. Although they were hot issues and really were driving issues. I don't mean to downplay them. The reality is it's the pocketbook that really affects people. And I think that's what we saw happen here.
And continue to see as the night goes on. There are still Senate races to call, the House of Representatives still up for grabs, but at this point, all trending in one direction. Next, we're going to go live to the site of the celebration tonight, Donald Trump's campaign headquarters, where he spoke not too long ago. Much more is seen in special live coverage of Election Night in America after this.
All right, welcome back to Election Night in America. I'm Casey Hunt in New York. Look, sometimes we overuse the word, but we truly did just watch an unprecedented political comeback for Donald Trump. The former president seems poised to cross the 270 electoral college threshold. He holds leads in all the important battleground states that CNN has yet to project. CNN's Elena Treen is at Trump HQ down in Florida. Elena, of course, a celebratory mood there tonight. Tell us what you're learning, what you're hearing at this hour.
Yeah, well, I think this will come as no surprise to you, Casey, but when I'm talking to Donald Trump's advisors, his allies, those close to the former president, they obviously say that they're excited, they're enthusiastic about where he is right now, but they also say there is a sense of relief. And I tell you that because going into Tuesday, they did not anticipate what we are seeing. Obviously, we have not yet called the race for Donald Trump, but he is well on his way to securing that necessary 270 electoral college votes. But they had really thought that this was going to be dragged out for longer. They thought this race was going to be much closer, particularly in those key battleground states, than ultimately what we saw unfold overnight. Now, I do want to talk a little bit about what we heard Donald Trump say moments really ago when he took to that stage at the convention center here in Palm Beach, his election night watch party, and gave a speech. First of all, I will say, as someone who has covered Donald Trump for several years, that as far as his speeches go, I would argue that was one of the more unifying types of remarks that we've heard from the former president. He talked about wanting to heal the country. He did declare victory, even though, like I said, we have not yet projected it. But I will say, I think at that point, Fox News had called the race for Donald Trump. But he also mentioned one key thing, which I think is so important, and this is what I'm also picking up on, is that
we saw that Republicans won the Senate. Donald Trump called that a mandate. He said he was given a mandate from the votes, but also looking ahead to having a Republican Senate if he is in office. I think that was a key thing that he had mentioned while walking through some of the top priorities that he wants in a future administration. So all in all, a good night for Donald Trump's campaign. They've returned to Mar-a-Lago. I think we're going to hear some more conversations unfolding over the next 24 hours or so as they look ahead to what this exactly means for the former president as well as his campaign.
Yeah, well, Elena, what is your sense, too, of how they're thinking about a potential, or it's almost not potential anymore because they're poised to do it. We have yet to call it, but the second Trump administration, who they're going to put in those posts, obviously Elon Musk, someone who has been a huge part of the Trump campaign. What are you hearing?
Already, Casey, that jockeying has begun. One thing I would keep in mind with this is that so far, at this point, a presidential candidate, one of the nominees, you normally have an official transition process underway. Donald Trump does have a transition team, but they have not gone through some of the more official channels for how that should operate, including working with the Biden administration on some of that process. All to say, that is because Donald Trump is very superstitious. He did not want to have serious conversations before Election Day about who would fill top cabinet positions and key administrative roles. However, we are told, and this is also according to some reporting from my colleague and I, Kristen Holmes, some people have been calling Donald Trump over the last few hours now and calling top aides to him saying, trying to feel out the sense of what possibilities there could be for them in a future administration, in this expected administration. And so we're already starting to see some of that take shape. It's very early on, and I will tell you, Donald Trump, as far as, presidential candidates go, he is far behind that process than what we would see normally for a Republican nominee and someone who had just essentially won the election. Casey?
All right, Elena Treen for us. Elena, I know you're going to be there for us throughout the night, so thank you. All right, our panel is here to discuss, and as we start, thank you all for being here with us. I want to look at this moment from earlier tonight. Donald Trump's running mate, Senator J.D. Vance, describing what we're seeing and painting the ongoing results of this election in no uncertain terms.
And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America. And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children.
The greatest political comeback. Kristen Soltis Anderson, after January 6th, I had a really hard time imagining we would ever be here again. How do you, you're a pollster who looks at this data all the time. I know you were wondering for weeks before this what was going to be right about it, what was going to be wrong about it. What did we learn about America tonight?
I think we learned that America is very, very frustrated and was looking for change, and in the end decided that change meant going back to something that they felt a little more familiar with, Donald Trump. We know that voters have been angry. They're frustrated. We know these right track, wrong track numbers are terrible. And they can be terrible for a lot of different reasons. They're Democratic voters that say it's terrible because we think Donald Trump has poisoned the climate and sowed all of these seeds that have made things terrible. But a majority of voters tonight seem to be saying, we don't think that the party that's in charge now can fix these problems. We need to go back to Donald Trump. It's in some ways the buyer's remorse election. For a lot of voters, after January 6th, Donald Trump's job approval was in like the mid-30s. It was terrible. But if you ask voters now, did you approve or disapprove of Donald Trump's job? It goes up to almost 50% that say they approve. There is a sense of buyer's remorse, and that's what we've seen in these returns.
Sure, Michael Singleton, you and I have spent so much time over the course of the election cycle. You would continually talk about black men, in particular, the economic anxiety that many were experiencing. And you saw Harry Enton walk through some of the numbers for groups of voters that honestly voted for Joe Biden in bigger numbers than they were willing to vote for Kamala Harris this time. What do you see?
Well, look, I think it was indeed a clear mandate. I think you have a lot of people in this country who do feel left behind despite ethnic differences. I think the idea that reproductive rights alone was going to propel the vice president, it certainly helped. Clearly, you saw women who voted for that issue in terms of state mandates, but also voted for Donald Trump.
Arizona,
for example, correct. And so I just think we have underestimated the frustration and the anxiety of a lot of working class people in this country, Casey. And what you're seeing is sort of this transformation of the Republican Party to, I guess one could potentially argue, a multiracial working class party, and the Democratic Party becoming more wealthier, more elites, more highly educated. And the question for me as a conservative becomes, how does the party adjust these new concerns of these new people? Our policies in the past haven't typically addressed their concerns. Now they're going to have to.
Jeff Duncan, you put it all on the line for Harris. You were someone who, in the state of Georgia, in the thick of the 2020 election, when Donald Trump tried to change those results, who really felt personally the impact of how that played out, and you worked really hard for Kamala Harris. What does it say to you that at the end of the day, voters said to Donald Trump, in bigger numbers than we expected, we want you back in the White House?
Yeah, absolutely. I think towards the tail end of the election cycle, it started to become apparent to me that Donald Trump, as an outsider, was better perceived than as an insider. So when he was running in 2016, he was an outsider, and he was judged on his rhetoric.
Mm-hmm.
He was judged on his tone and tenor. And then in 2020, he was judged on kind of the merits of what he did, right? How he reacted to COVID, how he had some issues with foreign leaders, and now again he embraced that outsider role. And I think he's audibilized that angry voice in people's heads, whether it's inflation, whether it's immigration, whether it be whatever the issues. Now he's got to figure out a way to take that from audibilizing, being the mouthpiece of that anger, to figuring out how does he solve some of these real problems, because he's made a ton of promises on the campaign trail. Some of them I hope he follows through with, and some of them I hope he doesn't.
Karen Finney, in many ways, I'm sure for you it feels like you've been here before. The last time there was an election where people were based here in New York City, there were celebrations ready right at Hillary Clinton headquarters. Yeah. I don't think they went so far this time with Kamala Harris's team, I think, being very well aware that this was going to be a very close election. It's less close than they expected. What lessons do you think the Democratic Party needs to learn from this?
I think it's hard for us to say that right here tonight as we're looking at the initial data because I just don't want to draw broad conclusions. I mean, look, I think clearly on the economic message, there's something about that it certainly resonated. But I think what people were missing doesn't exist anymore. So I'll be curious to see how does Trump try to deliver on that promise? Our economy is not the same as it was pre-COVID. So how does he supposedly bring back all this good times? Look, I think it says, too, that, again, we talked about this over the last couple of years. The administration has not done a good enough job communicating with people about what they've done. And the Trump campaign was able to, once again, I think Jeff is exactly right, tap into frustration and anger as an outsider, right? Without sort of as an incumbent outsider in some ways. But in 2020, it was much harder for him to distance himself from being the incumbent because he was in the White House, and we were in the middle of a pandemic where we needed to see him every single day talking to us about the economy and what's going on.
Bakari Sellers, you were, I will say, one of the more optimistic Democrats that I would talk to on the regular. I mean, you were kind of very bullish on Harris's chances. States like North Carolina, other places where clearly didn't go that way. I mean, what went wrong?
I'm not sure what went wrong exactly in terms of the fact that Kamala Harris ran a gaffe-free, scandal-free, raised a bunch of money, built a plane while she was flying type of operation since July 21st. I do think we saw an electorate move further to the right, and the electorate was probably more red or conservative than we actually gave it credit for. But there are no tears tonight because Democrats have been here before. I mean, this is not anything new to us. America gets what they deserve. I mean, if you want 4 more years of Donald Trump, you have it. And even more importantly than that, I mean, you think about the fact that Clarence Thomas and Samuel Alito are in their 70s. So you'll have, the Supreme Court will change for the future of my kids and my kids' kids. And that is what was at stake in this particular election. No one's going to say this because everybody tends to get on their high, Dr. Phil horse and say that, this country wasn't built on DEI when it was like literally built on the backs of slaves who did it for free. But there is something to say about the fact that it's very difficult for a woman to lead in this country. Yeah. And everybody's going to be like, oh, no, we rejected identity. No, you didn't. Okay? You literally did not.
And a woman a black woman.
But let's back up. You have someone who is 78 years old, who has displayed more misogyny and racism, has been gaffe prone, and what he's going to have for the next 4 months, 5 months, 6 months, is the benefit of somebody else's economy. Just as he served and just as he had when he got into office in January of 2017, he benefited from Barack Obama's economy. What everybody around the table will tell you, if they're being intellectually honest, is that all economic indicators are trending in the right direction. And although people are, and me and Shermichael talk about this all the time, although people may not be feeling it at their kitchen table, every single economic indicator out there that points to a good economy.
Right, but it seems like rich people are feeling that and working class people aren't. I mean, isn't that kind of the basic message here? Isn't that what we're learning from these voters, right? Like,
I mean, it's
the working class coalition
no
is saying, hey, this isn't working for me.
That has nothing to do with the fact that the economic indicators are what they are. But what I'm saying is that...
I just mean those indicators seem to show that the wealthiest are doing well and others are not included in it.
That's the problem with my Democratic friends, and they seem to be aloof to this. You can point to all the charts in the world. People know how much money they have at the end of every single week. They know how much goods cost in the grocery store today compared to 4 years, 5 years ago. And running on the message that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris have done wonderful things for the economy is just not real for everyday people. And it's why they said, with all due respect, Madam Vice President, we're rejecting this notion. And we do want to go back to at least the first 2 years of the Trump term that we believe were a whole lot better.
That doesn't exist. You can't.
So why didn't you win? Why didn't your candidate win then, Karen, if that doesn't exist?
That has nothing to do with whether or not we won. My point is we can't.
So great.
You're going to get in a time machine and go back 4 years?
Why didn't the Vice President win if the economy was so great?
That's not the point I'm making.
So
the point, don't look at me like that.
What's the point?
The point that I'm trying to make is that where we were in 2017 and 2018, we can't just get in a time machine and go back.
My point is your message didn't resonate.
That's said that.
Point. And I think to try to pretend and paint a picture, and Bakari, I get your points in terms of the charts. I get it. I'm a numbers guy. But most people are saying, I get the numbers. I don't have a 401k. I'm not invested in the stock market.
I was just saying that for the first 6
for me.
All I was saying was for the first 6 months of 2025, whatever successes we're going to get on this TV show and claim that Donald Trump has had are going to be because of the simple fact that the policies put in place were working, and people will begin to feel it by then, although they don't feel it now.
All right, before we wrap up here, Alex Thompson, I've been covering the Biden campaign followed by the very abbreviated Harris campaign. We have not heard from her yet. We expect to hear from her in the morning. What are you hearing from inside the campaign right now about how they think this happened? What the questions are that are being raised? I mean, I certainly have already heard some quiet so far, but people saying, well, if Joe Biden had still been at the top of the ticket, would this have been different? I'm, of course, skeptical of that, but I want to know what you're hearing.
Yeah, the finger pointing is already starting, and it's only going to become more direct. I'll just give you 2 quotes from people that I talked to tonight. This is a former Biden advisor. How do you spend $1 billion and not win? What the F?
Well done.
There's a lot of F-bombs that get thrown.
And then on the other end, just like a long-time Democratic operative said, we sleptwalked into disaster, and swapping the pitcher in the 6th inning wasn't enough. And Kamala Harris did as good a job as she could have done. Now, to Bakari's point, was it gaffe-free? I don't think that's a fair characterization. She also went on The View and said, that she couldn't think of anything she would have done differently than Joe Biden. I think even people in Kamala Harris's world would have admitted that was a gaffe. But that being said, it was a tough hand, and she played it pretty well.
All right. John Berman, back to you.
All right, thanks so much, Casey. Stand by for a CNN projection. All right, we do have breaking news. CNN is ready to make a projection in New Jersey. CNN now projects that Vice President Harris will carry the state of New Jersey. You can see she's some 200,000 votes ahead right now. Less than 5 points ahead. She will get New Jersey's 14 electoral votes. What's surprising is that it's taken us until, what is it, 4:35 a.m. Eastern time to call New Jersey. It's stunning, in fact, that it has taken this long. One of the biggest surprises is how well Donald Trump has done in some of the bluer states that we're used to. We will talk about that extensively, but right now, Kamala Harris, we do project, will win New Jersey and its 14 electoral votes. Just in terms of where that puts the electoral map right now, that gives her 219 electoral votes, but the big, important number is the one on top of that. Donald Trump's at 266, just 4 electoral votes away from the 270 that he needs to officially win the White House. But you can see over there on the map, those states in white are the ones that we have not projected a winner yet in. And you can see Alaska with its 3 electoral votes leaning heavily toward Trump. Nevada, Arizona, Wisconsin, Michigan, all leaning toward Trump right now. So he is absolutely poised to get to that 270 and perhaps soon. Still, there are votes left to count. Our voting desk is tracking them all. We're going to get an update right after a quick break. You're watching CNN's special live coverage of Election Night in America. All right, welcome back to CNN's special live coverage, Election Night in America. Let's get right to the voting desk. Omar Jimenez is standing by there. And Omar, one of the states we have yet to call, yet to make a projection, is in Wisconsin. What are you seeing there?
Well, of course, at this point, we're just trying to see where is there additional vote and what the timing is for that additional vote to come in at this point. So we've got some. So we're looking at to see if there are some numbers where we can find some of that clarity. Specifically, we want to look at Milwaukee, where, of course, we've been keeping an eye on the margins there and the timeline for more info, which may be very shortly, because as we understand from our team on the ground there, the thumb drives with the exports from the tabulating machines have now been handed off to the county, where the upload has now started. And as of now, the estimate is we'll have those votes within 10 to 15 minutes. At this point, it may be less based on when we got that communication. And these are the city of Milwaukee absentee ballots. And part of why this is so critical, I mean, let's just take a look back at when President Biden won the state here in 2020. You see how close it was. Based on where we are right now, with 96% of the vote in at this point, the margin is much bigger than that with Donald Trump in the lead. These added votes, again, if this timing holds up here within the next few minutes, could give us some clarity to how this race will ultimately turn in the end. We'll keep you posted, John.
All right, that is good information there, Omar Jimenez. Thank you very much. The thumb drives delivered in Wisconsin. We could get results, new results from Milwaukee very soon that could be decisive. So let's get back to Phil Mattingly at the magic wall here. We should note right now, Donald Trump leads in Wisconsin by 109,000 votes. Once we see those ballots in Milwaukee, unless Kamala Harris wins Milwaukee by 500,000 votes, which is literally impossible, we may get a better sense of what officially is happening in the state.
Yeah, look, I think if you talk to Democrats or Republicans right now, they have a pretty good sense of where this is going based on how much vote is in. But there is still a significant amount outstanding here in Milwaukee, largest county in the state of Wisconsin, and a Democratic stronghold. And I think the big question with this new batch of votes is not necessarily is it going to change the race, what's it going to do to this margin? Because this margin is an underperformance by a pretty significant margin, by about 5 points from what Joe Biden did, 4 points from what Joe Biden did back in 2020. And I think the issue that Democrats have had, the issue the Harris campaign has had, is they were willing to acknowledge that they had work to do in urban areas, particularly with some of their black voters, and Donald Trump had made inroads there. What they said was, in places like Wisconsin, if you push out or you go into our suburban strongholds, if you go to the more educated parts of the state, that's where we'll make up for it. That's where we'll balance it out. That's Dane County. That's the University of Wisconsin. That's the home of Madison. This is a place that is not just a Democratic stronghold. They expected to blow out the vote here. You look at that margin, you say, all right, 99% reporting, when you've got a 74% in your favor, almost 75%, that must be exactly what you did. but it's underperforming Joe Biden by 1.5 points. You can't drop off. You can't be as soft as they've been in those urban centers, population centers that used to be strongholds. It's still hard to some degree, and not make up for it in a significant way in places like Dane.
So we're talking about Milwaukee, Phil, right there, the results there. Let's drive 2 hours south about it, because, look, we've projected Illinois will go for Kamala Harris here, but the numbers we're seeing in Illinois, particularly in Chicago, man, are they eye-popping.
Yeah, look, did you and I think we were going to be talking about Illinois at this point in the morning after election night? No, but the reason why is the story that it connects to in places like Milwaukee, in places like Detroit, in places throughout the country where Democrats have long held significant advantages in these urban areas and traditionally majority African-American areas. That's a big margin, 88% reporting. Now compare it to 2020. That's stunning.
That is a huge difference.
So Joe Biden got 82.5% of the vote in Chicago in 2020. Kamala Harris right now, with 88% reporting, is at 60, not even 62%. And so people are going to try and figure out, as we've been looking at exit polls, we're trying to get a sense of where things stand. But I'm just going to tell you, if you go into the states where Democrats traditionally win and win by a lot, where they are not doing as well as they traditionally do, where Donald Trump is overperforming in a place like Maryland, which is, again, a state that we called for Kamala Harris. We expected. They got a new senator. Larry Hogan was defeated by Angela Alsobrooks. But pop in over here, Frederick County, but also you go into Baltimore area. This is what I was going for, actually, where the margin here is just not anywhere near what we saw back in 2020. Kamala Harris at 83.9%. 4 and 5 points below. And that's the same in Prince George's County in Maryland. You push up into New Jersey, which we just called. And this was another thing. I've been tracking this throughout states that we normally don't spend a lot of time looking at. And if you look at the places where Democrats traditionally run up big numbers, traditionally have a majority African-American population, Joe Biden won this by 46 points. Kamala Harris is underperforming him by 10 points. This is not a blue wall problem. This is not a Milwaukee problem. This is an issue in urban population centers that Democrats usually blow out the vote on throughout the country right now.
Huge swings in some of the biggest cities in the country. This is part of the story we're seeing tonight in Into the Morning. Phil Mattingly, thanks very much. Let's get back to Casey now.
Yeah, John, and I mean, we're going to continue that fascinating conversation that you're having. I mean, Bakari Sellers, this was the thing that had me looking at Pennsylvania early in the night, because it was really clear that those counties, we've talked about them, for ad nauseum for months, Bucks, Chester, Montgomery, Delaware, those were the places where Harris really needed to run up the score if she was going to have a shot here. And as we saw Trump making gains elsewhere in more rural areas, even in urban centers among, African-American black voters, she really needed to get things going there. They ran a strategy aimed at that, kind of late in the game here, but it wasn't enough. I mean, what is going on?
I mean, it's hard to say what's going on at 4:45 when, we just kind of got the results a little while ago. But I will say that what we saw was black voters kind of held the line in these urban centers, and I think you'll see that. Many of the exit polls still have him at about 12, 13, 14%. But it didn't offset the slight tick that you saw in every single rural county around those states of Pennsylvania or Georgia, where he would tick up 3 points from last year, and she would either hold pat or just fall slightly behind what Joe Biden performed at. And so at the end of the day, you were comparing everything to 2020, and they just did not meet that mark. And that, the question is why? What was that fundamental inability to meet that mark and not being able to offset the rural uptick that we saw Donald Trump being able to achieve?
But also, I think we can't underestimate this. I mean, the theory of the case here was, can somebody run a 100-day, 107-day campaign and win? And it was always going to be very hard. They weren't just trying to build the plane as they were flying it. They were trying to change out the crew, put in the jet fuel. So, I think as we get more data and better understand what's happening in the electorate, some of it may be things we've talked about. The electorate just didn't feel like they knew her well enough, or didn't feel like they knew whether or not they could trust her with the economic issues, which, by the way, for women candidates, the economy and national security are always two very hard issues where you have to, shore up your credentials. And yes, pointing back to 2016, sexism, I'm going to say also racism and bias had to have played a role.
Well, what you're saying, Karen, is part of the reason why a lot of Democrats are very angry at Joe Biden tonight, because they feel that the decision to run again when he was very reckless and a very risky decision, a risky gamble that he lost. And then he basically swapped out, and he chose Kamala Harris, not just in 2020, but then he chose her, basically gave her a $100 million head start when he endorsed her and gave her his campaign. Yeah. And in some ways, while a lot of people want to say, well, Kamala was bad in an interview, and I just mentioned it before, it was bad in an interview with The View. She was bad in an interview with 60 Minutes. There are a lot of Democrats that are actually much more angry at Joe Biden tonight.
Yeah, I think that's, I'll just say, yes, I was expecting that, because some felt like if he'd have dropped out sooner and she would have ascended as the nominee, she would have also had more time.
Yeah. Look, I don't think there's any candidate, no matter when they started, this decisive of a delta between Republicans and Democrats. It doesn't matter who came in. The right choice was putting Kamala Harris in when they did. These numbers would be exponentially worse if Joe Biden was going to be the candidate. And if you would have plugged Kamala or anybody else in earlier, it still would. This was a mandate by America.
I think the question, just really quick, I think the question was if you'd had a process 2 years ago.
If there was a real Democratic primary.
Once again, Donald Trump ran as the outsider and people appealed to it. If they ran the same messaging that they did and didn't talk about the economy or didn't take the border seriously enough, quickly enough, it would have been the same result. I think what I see is that there was a multitude of issues inside the Democrats, right? As I was out there campaigning in Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, North Carolina, Georgia, there's all kinds of issues, right? They weren't speaking clearly about the economy to each individual nuance. The transgender issue bothered some segments of the group. Abortion was one that was spoken in two different divisions, right? There's a healthcare portion of it, and there's a birth control element to it. So there's all types of returning parts. The Democratic Party has got a lot of work to do in soul searching.
All right. Coming up next here, a rubber stamp for the Trump agenda. We're going to take a look at the ongoing fight to control Congress. We've got much more CNN special live coverage coming up in minutes.
Welcome back to CNN's special live coverage. Election night in America. Donald Trump absolutely on the brink of clinching 270 electoral votes and the White House. But control of Congress is also at stake here. CNN has already projected the Senate for the Republicans, but still some key Senate races are still outstanding. We are lucky to have Jessica Dean tracking it all. Jessica, what's the latest?
All right, let me walk you through some of these key race alerts that we have been following as this night has gone on. And these are in the blue wall states that we've paid so much attention to. So let's start first in Pennsylvania, where you see Dave McCormick, the Republican, leading the incumbent Senator Bob Casey, 49.2 to 48.2. That's with 95% of the vote in. Look, this was a seat Democrats certainly hoping to hang on to. Dave McCormick, you'll remember, ran last time in the primary against Mehmet Oz. He did not win, so this is his second try at it. Let's take a look at our next state here, Michigan, where you'll see Mike Rogers leading Alyssa Slotkin, a current representative, at 48.5 to 48.4. Just a razor-thin margin there in Michigan, with 91% of the vote in. And also in Wisconsin, where you have Eric Hovde leading the incumbent Democrat, Tammy Baldwin, 49.8% to 48.1%. Again, 94% of the vote in there. Again, all three of those would be pickups for Republicans who already control the House. Because take a look at the Senate. The balance of power with Republicans at 51 to Democrats 41. They've already picked up 2 seats tonight. So now the question is, John, will they continue to pick up more seats? That is what we're tracking. Again, all three of those blue wall states, should they go Republican, would be pickups for the Republicans.
Yeah, very close, though, especially in Michigan right now. The question is, how long are Donald Trump's coattails there? We could find out in the next several minutes or hours, because the former president appears to be close to crossing 270 electoral votes, the threshold he needs to win. Stay with us. Our special live coverage continues right after this. 4 Electoral College votes from victory. Welcome to CNN's special live coverage election night in America. I'm John Berman, and it is just seconds after 5 a.m. here on the East Coast. The presidential race is officially undecided, but officially is doing a lot of work in that sense. The winner appears more and more obvious by the minute. Donald Trump is on the cusp of clinching the Oval Office and becoming the 47th president of the United States. The battlegrounds that we said would decide the race have all broken for or may soon bend toward the Republican. The 3 big ones already in the Trump column: North Carolina, Georgia, Pennsylvania. The 4 still on the board heading into the 9th inning and showing a Trump lead, a sizable Trump lead: Arizona, Nevada, Michigan, and Wisconsin. Again, ahead or declared in all 7 of the battleground states. So how did Donald Trump do it? Like 2016, he ran up the score in the rural areas, but unlike 2016 or 2020, he seems to be rewriting some of the DNA of his political coalition, cutting in to the traditional Democratic advantages with women, perhaps black voters, definitely Latino voters. Some key states have not yet been called. Stand by for a key race alert. All right, as we just said, 4 states: Arizona, Nevada, Michigan, and Wisconsin. Still at this point, CNN has not made projections there, but let's walk through them one by one. In Arizona, with 11 electoral votes up for grabs, Donald Trump is ahead by some 50,000 votes, 48,000, with 55% of the vote in. Still a lot of votes to be counted there, but Donald Trump ahead. In Nevada, Donald Trump is ahead by 57,000 votes, which is a pretty sizable margin in a fairly small state. 89% of the vote in there. 6 electoral votes up for grabs. A fairly comfortable lead at this moment in Nevada. In Michigan, 15 electoral votes up for grabs. Trump with a 120,000 vote lead now. That actually has just grown over the last few minutes. 94% of the vote in. We will check very shortly to see where some of that new vote just came in. And in Wisconsin, 10 electoral votes up for grabs. Donald Trump ahead by 110,000 votes, 97% of the vote in. One important thing to remind you: every state you're looking at right there, states that Joe Biden won 4 years ago, states that Donald Trump is now leading in. Any one of these states at this point could put him up on top of the 270 electoral votes he needs to win the White House. Let's take a look right now at that math. You can see right now Donald Trump already has 266 electoral votes, Vice President Harris at 219. So practically any state still on this map, save Alaska now, would put him over the top. 270, and he is leading in almost all of these states, save New Hampshire and Maine at this point. So this night into the morning, very much in Donald Trump's favor. Let's go over to the magic wall now and talk to Phil Mattingly and talk about a few of these states where we just saw new votes be tabulated. Michigan.
Yeah, let's start in Michigan, because what we've been waiting for, with 94% reporting Donald Trump with a significant 120,896 vote lead, significant at least if you compare it to his 2016 margin when he first collapsed the blue wall. We've been waiting for this county right here, Wayne County, largest county in the state, more than 17% of the voting population, have been hanging around about 55-60% of the vote had been reported. That's now jumped up to 81%. The biggest takeaway from this new batch of vote that has come in is it did not dramatically move this margin.
I think it moved it in the other direction. I think it moved it in Trump's favor.
Either way, not good news for the Harris team as they've tried to watch this regular cornerstone of Democratic vote gathering, vote kind of turnout in the state of Michigan. This is where you run it up big. Yes, the suburbs are critical, but this is the driver for Democrats in this state. It was for Joe Biden back in 2020. And the reason I mention that is because look at the margin. Look at where Harris is right now with 81% reporting. Now compare it to where Joe Biden was. Underperforming by about 4 points where Joe Biden was in the biggest county in the state, the biggest vote driver in the state. And it doesn't just stop there. We were checking here earlier. This is 2020. Joe Biden in Oakland County, suburban county that really kind of turned towards Democrats, kind of the new, when we talked about realignment and the realignment that was going to balance out Trump's strength in rural counties in the blue wall states like Michigan, Oakland County was what Democrats would point to. You combine that with Wayne County, well, underperforming by 2 points here as well. So where Donald Trump has run up margins in the places he was supposed to run up margins, doing better than he did in 2020 in a number of counties, Kamala Harris is underperforming.
Just very quickly, in Michigan, where is there still vote? We say 94% reporting at this point, 117,000 vote lead. I guess it did just shrink a little bit, but where are there still votes?
So the size of the bubble tells you how much vote is outstanding. The blue bubbles are in counties that Kamala Harris is currently leading. The red bubbles are in counties that Donald Trump is currently leading. You look at the size of this bubble right here, which is, of course, Wayne County, and you say that must be a huge amount of vote. And that is, I mean, comparatively in the state, in terms of what's outstanding, they've got 19% in the biggest county in the state. That's a lot of vote there. Is it 150+ thousand votes that will all go to Kamala Harris? Seems pretty unlikely at this point, but there's a reason this race hasn't been called. It means that we're still trying to get a read on where the vote is outstanding. You take another look, though, and that is that if you pop up to one of Donald Trump's strongholds, this is Macomb County, and this is actually a really important point here. Macomb County back in 2016, I remember as that night started playing out, getting text messages from Republican operatives on the ground in and around Macomb saying, I don't know what we're seeing right now, but this is unlike anything we've ever seen. And that was him blowing out Republican vote in Macomb. Back in 2016, he won Macomb by more than 11 points, helped drive him to his narrow victory here. You flip up to 2020, Trump held on to Macomb, but the margin narrowed. The margin narrowed. What's happening this year?
That's 17 points. That is a huge win.
It's enormous. At the same time, Oakland is underperforming. At the same time, Wayne is underperforming Democratic margins. That's your game. It hasn't been called yet. We'll see what comes in with Wayne. But you said ninth inning earlier. We're like 2 outs in the ninth inning right now as we continue to watch this come in.
And maybe 2 strikes or more at this point. 94%, and we're going to keep watching Michigan. We're going to keep watching Wisconsin. Phil, we'll come back to you in a little bit. In the meantime, let's go over to Harriet in here and talk about some of the exit polling and what we are learning about shifts in rural, urban, suburban voters.
Yeah, I was enjoying your little conversation with Philip over there, and I want to kind of zone out and sort of look at the national picture, right? We'll talk about the suburban vote first. Look, Donald Trump is up by 2 points in the suburbs. This was where Kamala Harris's campaign said, we're going to expand Joe Biden's margin. In fact, what happened was it flipped the other way. Biden had won in the suburbs by 2 points. But what about rural counties as well, right? We've been talking about the fact that Donald Trump has been running up the score in the rural counties. And what do we see in rural counties? We see, look at this margin. Holy smokes, what is that? That's 63 minus 36. That's a 27-point margin. You go back 4 years ago, Donald Trump won in rural areas, but he only won by 15 points. So he's doing more than 10 points better in the rural areas. And then, of course, Kamala Harris might have, even if she couldn't balance it out in the suburban areas, maybe she could do it in the urban areas. You see Kamala Harris winning in the urban areas, but she's only winning by 23 points. 4 years ago, Joe Biden won that group by 22 points, and so she's only doing a point better in the urban areas. The bottom line is, Mr. Berman, when you look at the rural areas, you see Trump expanding upon his margins. You see in the suburban areas, he flipped it from 4 years ago. And in the urban areas, Kamala Harris is just doing a point better. That math, simply put, doesn't work for Harris. It's a big reason why Donald Trump isn't just doing well in Michigan, but why he's doing well across the nation.
All right, Harriet, and thank you very much. Let's speak with our panel. I'm here with Mark Preston and Professor Leah Wright-Rigueur. We're after 5 a.m. on the East Coast. This might be a time when people are starting to wake up if they got any sleep at all, and they're looking at this and saying, what just happened?
Look, I think we've just seen Donald Trump, for all the criticism that Donald Trump is going to get, and he deserves an incredible amount of criticism, what he has shown us is that we are a divided states of America. We're not a United States of America. Look, we come from all different parts of the world, and we come here in this big melting pot, and we think that we're this homogenous stew. And the fact of it is, we are not. And I think that's what we've seen, not only in this election, but we've seen that when Donald Trump came on the scene back in 2016.
I will say counterpoint to that, though, and believe me, I'm not saying that we're all going to join hands and start singing songs together. Harry just pointed out, Professor, that Donald Trump improved, in cities, in rural areas, in the suburbs also. It's kind of an everywhere improvement from 2020 for him, and certainly for Republicans, what they've done in the past.
So I think one of the things that we have to pay attention to is what the electorate was telling us over and over and over again. They said very specifically that they wanted change. We knew from the beginning, I've been saying for several weeks now, since Kamala got into the race, that whoever was the change candidate or that voters perceived as the change candidate would win the election. We also know that they said very specifically that they were feeling the burden of the consequences of the pandemic. So even as you have an administration administration that has a historic highs when it comes to the economy, we're still seeing on a macro level across the country, urban centers, suburban centers, rural areas, that people are saying it is not translating. I'm still feeling the pain of inflation, of high rents, of high mortgages, of colleges. I cannot afford to live. And the last thing that we heard is that a number of Americans said over and over and over again that they felt like they were being left behind. That is incredibly important, because when voters tell you that they feel left behind, they're also telling you that they want to be heard, that they want you to make a deal with them. And the thing that Donald Trump, I think, does well, I don't necessarily know that he ran a better campaign, but what he does well is he picks up on those grievances and he says, I hear you and your grievances are valid.
Look, I mean, Democrats, over the last 4 years kept on pointing at the economic numbers and saying, hey, they're actually pretty good. They're pretty good. The issue is you can't tell people how they feel. People feel how they feel at some points, and you can't tell them they feel otherwise. Harry Etten has made his way over to sit down with us.
You can use the seat.
And one of the things that you've already started hearing over the last few hours, and you will undoubtedly hear for the next several days, if not weeks, if not years, is the idea of a political realignment, that Donald Trump is changing the shape and the coalitions within the parties. What have you seen that supports that argument?
I mean, look, you can look at Latinos in the exit polls and see that Donald Trump is doing better than any Republican candidate has done since the advent of exit polls back in 1972. You could look in my home county where I grew up in the Bronx. We were having some fun over at the Magic Well. The Bronx is one of the most diverse counties in the United States, high levels of Hispanics and African Americans, and Donald Trump is doing the best for a Republican candidate since the 1980s. The bottom line is this. We had seen so many signals in the pre-election polls. John, you and I did all those segments in the morning showing that Donald Trump was showing historic strength among Hispanics and African Americans. A lot of Democrats doubted those pre-election polls. It turns out, as the vote is coming in this evening, those pre-election polls were dead on.
I got to tell you, I like to tell the anecdotal story. And coming over here this evening and got into an Uber, and my driver was from Senegal. And he said, what's going on in the presidential election? And I said, well, it looks like Donald Trump is going to win. And he said, great. And I said, oh, interesting. So why are you so supportive of Donald Trump? And he said, two things. The economy, money. And then he said abortion, which I thought was interesting. I thought that was interesting at that point. But the reason why I say that is, my response to him was, do you get angry at his language and some of the things that he has said? And he just laughed it off. He said, no, you can't take that for serious. It's basically, I'm more interested in how many dollars I'm going to be able to take home every week than what Donald Trump might say that could offend me.
Very interestingly, I'll point out, we talk about, the class divide in this country. We often say college, non-college educated. But now the income has inversed itself. So if you look at the exit polls right now, Donald Trump is winning among voters who made less than $100,000 their family income for the year, while Kamala Harris is winning those who made $100,000 or more. The bottom line is Donald Trump has flipped politics on its head. It is a realignment. It's a race realignment. It's an education realignment. It's an income realignment. It's even an age realignment as well, with Donald Trump doing historically well, at least over the last 20 years, among voters under the age of 30.
Professor, you wanted to jump in there.
Yes, I do. And I just want to be careful here, because while I do think that there is a realignment, I am not necessarily sure that it is tied to the Republican Party or even specifically anything that Donald Trump has done extraordinarily well. That in a lot of respects, there are things that we're seeing, particularly on the exit polling and polling leading up to the election, where voters said over and over again that, they didn't like the things coming out of his mouth, that the majority of voters, including voters who ended up voting for Donald Trump, said they perceived him to be xenophobic, bigoted, racist, all of these things. But that there is also a realignment happening around how Americans interact with politics and how they think about how politics operates. So they are increasingly used to this kind of vitriol, nastiness around politics, but that also extrapolates out to these other things, right? UFC, we saw Dana White on stage with Donald Trump, but we also see that this is a normal part of Joe Rogan, of YouTube, of the streaming era. We also know that people became far more comfortable with this during the pandemic when they were isolated and in their silos. So with the explosion of things like the manosphere or, these kind of interactions, I think we're beginning to see people who are different kinds of voters, and including being transactional voters. So I would really caution some Republicans in terms of saying this is a mandate, because it may actually be something else altogether.
And that is, again, a discussion I know we'll be having later today, tomorrow, in the next few days. What kind of a mandate, if any, is this? We will see how it all develops. In the meantime, we are still counting votes in several important states. Donald Trump poised with almost any movement at this point to officially get over that 270 electoral vote map. Stay with CNN. Our special live coverage continues. Election night now, election morn in America. All right, this is CNN special live coverage, election night in America. Stand by for a key race alert. And these are the races we're still watching, even though Donald Trump clearly ahead in all four right now. Any one of these states would put him over 270 electoral votes, what he needs to win. You can see he is winning by 50,000 votes in Arizona. He's winning by 57,000 votes in Nevada, up by 120,000 votes in Michigan, and 110,000 votes currently in Wisconsin. As we said, he's at 266 electoral votes right now. Any one of those four states would put him over the 270 electoral votes that he would need to officially be the president-elect of the United States, and that moment could come at this point at any time. Now, our Harry Etten has been looking through the exit polls, and Harry, you and I have been talking for weeks now. One of the metrics that generally predicts victory or points you in a direction is who has the higher favorabilities among the candidates.
It's exactly right. You go all the way back since 1956. The more popular candidate has won in every election except for one. But take a look at the numbers we have here. Who has a higher favorable rating, Harris or Trump? It's Kamala Harris who has the higher favorable rating than Donald Trump. And yet, of course, Donald Trump is on the verge of victory. So how the heck did he do it? Well, look at that 8% that said neither and that 2% who said they had a favorable view of both the candidates. I haven't met any of those 2%, but apparently they're out there. But let's take a look. Amongst those who said that they had a favorable rating of neither candidate, this looks very much like 2016, John. Look at this advantage for Donald Trump. It's a 23-point advantage. And then look at this. Among that 2% who had a favorable view of both of them, again, a substantial double-digit advantage for Donald Trump. So the bottom line is this, Mr. Berman. Yes, Kamala Harris, better liked than Donald Trump, but that 10% of the electorate that either like neither of them or like both of them going overwhelmingly for the former president, and that, my friend, has made all the difference in the world.
So the double haters and the double lovers.
The double haters and the double lovers. Maybe we can get those two groups together. They make quite the pair.
I think we just coined that last phrase right there. All right, Harry, thank you very much. Let's go back to Casey and her panel.
Yeah, my eyebrow is stuck to the top of my head, John Berman. You and your double lovers. All right, who wants to take this? I mean, 2% of Americans like both of these people. First of all, who are they? But second of all, that does seem to really underscore the depth of the division in this country and not really bode well necessarily for the next 4 years, Bakari.
Well, I don't know. If anybody thinks the country is going to come together because Donald Trump is the president of the United States, they're delusional. That's kind of first and foremost. I think that the first couple of months of the Trump administration are going to be jarring for many people. I think the executive actions you'll see, the unfettered reign, and the new cast of characters we have that are emerging on the political scene who don't have much political experience.
Who might you be?
That's what you'll have a Kennedy close to government, which kind of warms the soul on its face until you find out that we're talking about RFK Jr. And then you have Elon Musk, who concerns me with his kind of unfettered access to everything. And as a billionaire oligarch, but this is what America, I keep going back to this. And one of the things that I'm not going to do is sit here and reject the notion of this is what the people wanted. America always gets what she deserves. But in this particular case, you're going to have Donald Trump, you're going to have Elon Musk, and you're going to have RFK Jr. And if that puts fear or trepidation in your heart, I think that's rightfully placed. If for some reason you love the risk and that joy, to steal a Kamala Harris phrase, then so be it. But
Well,
we
in
have to
terms
be
of what America wanted, it looks like Trump's going to win the popular vote. which he didn't before.
No,
right?
I literally
That's
just
what he
said.
means. That's what he
I
means.
just said that's what America gets what she deserves. That's what they wanted.
Okay.
I think the problem is that elections, the way you have to win an election now sets a candidate up for failure in the actual job that they run for, right? So you think about all these things that Donald Trump has to do now, right? He had to do and say all these things to win the election. And now he's got to go execute on an economic plan. He's got to go execute on an immigration plan. He's got to go execute on a foreign policy plan. And the delta between what you have to say to get votes on the trail versus what you have to do to be effective. And I think that's this anomaly. This is the 2% that shows up, or the thin margin that doesn't like either side, because it's shirts versus skins. It's tribalism at its finest on the campaign trail, and you never get back to where you actually solve problems. Nobody is going to solve these problems with campaign rhetoric.
But just real quick, to piggyback on what Jeff said, just briefly, let's extrapolate what you said to the foreign policy realm. Because right now, immediately, you have Putin in Ukraine. What does Donald Trump do with that? I think we all know what we believe he's going to do with that. We also have a war raging in Gaza. What does Donald Trump do with that? I mean, and so when you're talking about that delta, people are, there are people who literally, they're on Twitter, they're out in the streets. I think Shermichael may know this. They say that we're voting for Donald Trump because we don't want any more wars, right? That it's America.
That's one of the things I heard on the trail.
That's America first. So the question,
all the time.
I think that question that Jeff brought on is something that will be.
In the exit polls, only a few voters said that foreign policy was their number one issue. But if they did, Donald Trump won those voters by an enormous margin. I mean, it's very easy to talk about this election as being, it's the economy, stupid, right? And there is an element of incumbent parties around the world have been following the Democrats or the incumbent party. People want change. The economy hasn't been great, even though it's been getting better. People haven't been feeling it. But I think there's something even bigger going on here. When I ask voters in my focus groups, and we did this in a survey too, what is this election about to you? Very few people said it's about the fact that milk is expensive. Very few people said it's about the fact that cost of living has gone up. Some people did, but most people talked about it at a much higher level. Just a feeling that stuff's not working. Nothing's working. It doesn't feel like someone like me has a voice anymore. And I think for Democrats, they're very surprised to discover that a majority of Americans think that Donald Trump is the solution to, rather than the cause of, that problem for a lot of Americans.
In 2023, Pew Research had an analysis that came out, and they talked about how more Americans are more pessimistic about the future and have fond memories of the past. You see that in the exit results. Donald Trump's approval rating have increased. His standing is certainly stronger than it ever has been. He's improved his margins across various demographic groups, despite months and months of messaging from Democrats about his character or about what a potential second term of a Trump administration would look like. Voters still said, we hear you, but we don't care, because we think that this guy is better on all of these other things. We remember that fonder time in the past with him. Things have not been great for a lot of people over the past 4 years. Many people voted for President Biden and the vice president thinking that this would be a new direction. And that hasn't been the case, Casey.
Alex, one of the things that I keep thinking about is that for so long, and obviously Biden was in this race for the vast majority of it, so for a long time it was comparing him to Donald Trump. But I think that this dynamic continued when Kamala Harris was at the top of the ticket, and that was strength versus weakness. And that really, when people talked about Biden's health and how old he was, it was really about whether or not he was a strong leader. How much of that was at play here?
You can see it in Trump's paid advertising. They never tried to play into sort of, she's, the racist trope of an angry black woman. Instead, they actually usually played the fact that she was laughing, right? They tried to make her, and that was really a synonym for being weak, for being flip. And that was a big...
Unserious.
Yes, unserious. Like, not ready for it. And in every single ad, it was weak, dangerously liberal, failed, right? That was like their thing in the ad, in every single ad. And, the internal tumult in the Democratic Party is only just beginning. And they just like seeing my phone just in the last hour, I mean, it's pretty incredible, just the amount of sort of second guessing that's already going on. One person already involved in the Harris campaign said people are just super depressed because this morning the leadership of the campaign was expressing like extraordinary confidence. They felt that they were definitely going to win. And that was different from 2016 and 2020. Donald Trump was the underdog in both those races. If you talk to the Trump people, they'd be like, we think we can make it, but maybe not. it sort of recalled 2012, which I know you covered, where both campaigns felt pretty confident going into election night, and then it clearly went one way.
Yeah, I will say, I spend my election nights talking to dozens of sources at once, and when I asked them tonight before the polls closed who was poised to win this election, I mean, overwhelmingly, they all said, even those who had previously expressed, thoughts that, well, okay, Donald Trump is on path to win this, said, well, at this point, I kind of feel like Harris has this edge. So, I think that point is well taken, because obviously it was incredibly repudiated here. I mean, Karen, where do you come down on this question of whether or not Biden shouldn't have run here, and would that have decided what the outcome differently?
Yeah, look, I think if Biden had decided not to run sooner, let's say in the first place decided not to run, or even closer to that initial decision, it certainly would have given the vice president more time to build the relationship with the American people. And again, as I mentioned before, with women, we have 20 years of data looking at women running for executive office. When it comes to the economy and when it comes to security/national security, those are always the two areas. In fact, for women who run for governorship, usually having been the attorney general is the pathway, because then you've got certain credentials.
Karen, I unfortunately have to push pause here, because we have reached an historic moment in this election. John Berman?
That's right, Casey. We can now project the winner of the presidential race. It is now official. CNN projects that Donald Trump has been elected president, defeating Vice President Kamala Harris and making a political comeback unlike any in modern American politics. Now, we can make this projection now because CNN projects that Donald Trump has won Wisconsin. You can see right there, currently ahead by 30,000 votes with 99% of the vote in. Mr. Trump is only the second former president in U.S. history to be reelected to the White House. He will return to office after 2 impeachments in his first term, followed by unprecedented criminal indictments and felony convictions. Mr. Trump scoring a landmark victory as he now heads back to power, leading a politically divided nation. Again, CNN projects that Donald J. Trump is elected the 47th president of the United States. Let's go over. Actually, let's just take a quick look at the wall here. We can see with Wisconsin, Donald Trump now has 276 electoral votes, Harris with 219. You need 270 to win. He is now over that mark. The 10 electoral votes in Wisconsin puts him over that threshold, and CNN now considers him the president-elect of the United States of America. Let's go over to the magic wall. Phil Mattingly is there. Let's talk about Wisconsin, because those votes from Milwaukee that we were promised came in. That's what made the difference. The margin's actually a lot smaller for Trump than it had been, but still enough.
Right. What we've been waiting for throughout the course of the night has been a significant chunk of vote in Milwaukee had been outstanding. What we saw about 5 minutes ago was 109,000 votes that came in Milwaukee, largest county in the state, 16% of the population, usually a Democratic stronghold. That vote broke down about 80% Harris to 20% Trump, roughly, based on, as I was kind of doing the math on it. It changed the margin in Milwaukee by a fairly couple points amount. Not a dramatic amount, but a fairly couple points amount. There is still some vote outstanding, but obviously this was enough for our decision desk to make the calculation that Donald Trump's 30,000 plus vote lead right now was enough to call the state of Wisconsin, give Donald Trump, project Donald Trump to be the next president of the United States. I think what this doesn't change, despite the fact more than 100,000 votes came in a Democratic county, that vote split 80-20 for Harris, that margin, while it is significant, is still beneath what Joe Biden was doing in 2020. And so it's the similar story. It's not as dramatic as it had been in terms of Harris underperforming Biden in Milwaukee County, like we've seen in some other urban areas. Wayne County right now is still holding in that space. Philadelphia is still holding in that space as well. But underperforming in Milwaukee County by a point or around a point. At the same time, there's underperformance or matching margins in a place like Dane County, the second largest county in the state, a Democratic stronghold. Joe Biden back in 2020 won this 75.5%. Harris running about 0.6 of a point behind him. And the reason that's problematic is if you push up into areas around vote drivers like Waukesha. Look, what's interesting about Waukesha, if you push up into the more rural parts of Wisconsin, Donald Trump's running up big margins, not a ton of vote. Waukesha, Washington, and Ozaukee, we call them the WOW counties. These are pushing out in the exurban counties around Milwaukee, where there's been some view, and I think there's been some midterm years where Democrats have said Ozaukee in particular is that type of demographic makeup, that type of median income makeup that we can really make some inroads here. Donald Trump lost a little bit of ground here back in 2020. He won it by a little over 12 points, but holding more or less the margin, shedding a little bit here, actually doing better over here in Washington County. Waukesha, crucial, Waukesha, as they like to say, third largest county in the state. So in these big vote drivers, the Democrats thought they could make inroads, pushing out of their urban and suburban areas into the exurban areas. They simply didn't.
Normally when we just project the winner of the presidential race, it would be a huge historic moment. I will say that it's been so clear over the last few hours it was trending this way. It maybe doesn't land with the same boom that it would have otherwise, and that's because of what we're seeing in these other so-called blue wall states. Let's just check on Michigan, which we haven't called yet, where that's trending.
So 95% in right now. Donald Trump with 116,503 vote lead. The question kind of always in these moments of time, race hasn't been called yet. You see a lead like that in Michigan, which is significantly larger than Donald Trump had when he first shattered the blue wall back in 2016. Where's the vote outstanding? What are people waiting for? What are the potential pathways? You're looking at the biggest blue bubble. That's where the most vote is outstanding in a Democrat-led district right now. This is Wayne County. It's the largest county in the state. 17+% of the population, voting population, lives right here, home of Detroit. There's still 19% outstanding. We saw how the vote batch that just came in Milwaukee County split so heavily towards Harris. What does that mean for Michigan? Is there a possible pathway here, right here in Wayne? I think the big question right now is, if you look at the margin in Wayne right now, 64.5% to 32.4%, and you compare it back to 2020, underperforming by 4+ points. And I think the question is this a composition or makeup of the vote up to this point? Or is this kind of what we've seen in urban areas in Philadelphia, in Milwaukee, to some degree in Detroit, but also the added element here of the second largest city in this county is Dearborn. Dearborn is the largest Arab American community in Michigan that has been a concern for Democrats because of what's happening in Gaza throughout the course of the last year, whether or not that has an effect as well. So we're going to have to wait and see as that vote comes in. That's really what we're waiting on right now. The other place where, if you're a Trump voter, you're looking at right now, this is the 2020 map. We'll flip back to 2024. 7% outstanding, and this is a place where not only is Donald Trump running up a margin and a Republican stronghold, he's blowing out his 2020 and 2016 margin.
At this point, somewhat academic, at least in the race, the official race for the White House, because we now do project that Donald Trump has been elected President of the United States. Phil, thank you very much. We will continue to count the votes as they come in because they do tell an important story, and there are still super important races for the Senate and Congress, which we will get to in a minute. In the meantime, let's go over to Casey and her panel now that we have projected a winner, Casey, in the presidential race.
We have indeed, John. The history this morning, 5:30 a.m. on Wednesday, that Donald Trump has won the presidency for a second time. This time after having served for 4 years, then disputing the 2020 election, and then, of course, rallying a mob to the Capitol to try to interrupt the peaceful transfer of power there. Americans deciding to send him back to the White House for a second term. And Jeff Duncan, as we mark this moment, I do want to take a second to reflect on that reality, because there was a point in the wake of what happened on January 6th where the Republican Party had a choice about what to do. They could have decided to convict him in his impeachment trial, which would have prevented him from running again in the future. They didn't do that. Kevin McCarthy went down to Mar-a-Lago, posed with Donald Trump, and it was the beginning of what would become another run for him to the presidency. And of course, now we know how that has turned out. Considering what you lived through, what the country lived through, what do you think it says about us as a country that we're here?
Well, I want to start by just a heartfelt congratulations to, or a sincere congratulations to Donald Trump. I've worked for 4 years to try to not elect him as a candidate for our party and also as president, but he's won the race and he's won it the hard way. I never would have thought we would have been here. I think tens of millions of Americans, including Republicans, never thought we would have been here. You just add up all of the baggage along the way on the time in office and the time out of office. It's uncomfortable for somebody like me who is a lifelong conservative to watch this happen. But it is what it is. I think the ball's in his court. What's he going to do with this? Is he going to wreck the car because he wants to and because he can? Is he going to sow chaos and confusion and build anger? Or is he going to actually take the time to try to fix stuff? And he's that one personality that can actually do this. Like if he just changed course and just tried to work across the aisle and put a Nikki Haley in his cabinet, showed a propensity to work with people that he doesn't agree with, it would send shockwaves through this country in a positive way.
Well, considering he couldn't campaign with her in the final
Right,
days,
I was going to say,
what do we think?
that doesn't seem to be his mojo, right? That's not his deal, right? He doesn't kind of heal and bring people together and say, okay, now let's come together and move forward. And I think, Jeff, you said something earlier about solving problems. What concerns me is I don't think he cares about really solving problems except for the most expedient one of not going to jail, basically. I mean, when he was talking about tariffs, what have we heard? That's going to bring inflation back up. It's going to be bad for the economy and bad for jobs. So even some of the things, if he enacts some of the things he's talked about, mass deportations, what is that going to mean in the day-to-day lives in our country and the damage that could do? And I hear what folks are saying about, I agree, America, this is what you want, this is what you got, this is who you are. And yet we will have to live with the consequences if he does plan to and actually move forward on enacting. We could have a national abortion ban. Women are going to have to deal with it. So that's what my concern is. I don't think he's someone who's going to try to bring people together or try to work across the aisle. And given the way things seem to be going with the congressional races, he may not have to.
I used a hopeful tone.
But wait a minute.
I know,
There was a hopeful tone.
I know we always talk about these things of bringing people together, and I don't know if that's necessarily the aims of politics. You need dissension. You need two parties going back and forth. Did President Biden bring the country together after 3.5 years? I know a whole lot of Republicans who would say, hell no. When you spent 3.5 years criticizing these people, calling them racist, calling them bigots, referring to them as uneducated. And now they've won. They've shown force. They've won. They've rejected the elitism that comes out of Washington, D.C. They've rejected the elitism that has come from Republican establishment. And they've made it clear we want to go in a different direction. And I don't know why we keep ignoring this reality. Donald Trump won again by a very sizable margin for a reason, Casey. And I think to minimize the concerns that people continue to say they have about our party establishment, Jeff, about the Democratic Party establishment, is not going to change things. What propelled this man to the White House in 2016 is still there. It is still there. And I think it's incumbent upon the leaders in both parties to figure out what they need to do to serve those grievances.
I think
one thing. Well, sorry.
No, go ahead, Alex.
Oh, I was just going to say, like, one thing that sources are saying to me is it wasn't just that Republicans rehabilitated Donald Trump. But Democrats, including most especially the Biden White House, gave him an opening to come back. The fact is that Joe Biden, when inflation was coming back, they were very dismissive of concerns. They called it transitory. When it looked there was a potential for COVID to come back in the form of Delta and Omicron, they held a celebration in the White House South Lawn, called it Independence from COVID Day. There was Afghanistan. There was the denial and dismissiveness about the border was not a crisis. And all of those governing issues, they treated it in some ways. This is what I'm just reflecting the views of people within the administration as they're reflecting on tonight. They now feel that the administration sometimes treated it as a PR problem instead of an actual governance problem.
And it absolutely created that opening. What we saw in polling during the Republican primary was that the primary message being used against Trump by his opponents, by Ron DeSantis, by Nikki Haley, was Donald Trump's gonna lose. He's a surefire loser. Go with me. I can be a winner. And yet in every poll I saw, when you asked Republican voters, who do you think has the best chance to beat Joe Biden? They'd say Donald Trump. Do you think that Donald Trump will beat Joe Biden? Those numbers were through the roof. Republicans felt confident that in a Donald Trump versus Joe Biden matchup, that Donald Trump was going to wipe the floor with Joe Biden. And that's why they felt confident saying, I like Donald Trump. You're not scaring me with this argument that he's going to lose. I think he's a winner. And they went ahead with him as their candidate.
One of the things that we also need to reflect on is Donald Trump is a very, very, very flawed man. And I don't think that can be lost on where we are today. I mean, you literally have someone who I don't want to run down the resume of who Donald Trump is in terms of the felonies and, inciting an insurrection and criminal charges that most likely now will go away because he now controls the Department of Justice, or, the things with Stormy Daniels, or all of these things that are kind of baked into the cake. But as a country, you asked a very big question, Casey. We became numb to the lack of character that is Donald Trump. And it's fascinating to me because I know religious conservatives who will go to the mat for Donald Trump. And that's what I don't necessarily understand. Somebody's going to have to explain to me, particularly the white male evangelical, and what we saw today were white women come out. I think that the missed bet for Kamala Harris was betting that white women would support her in a way unlike how we felt they left Hillary Clinton at the altar in 2016. We thought that was going to be vastly different, but in fact it wasn't. Rural white women, college-educated white women, suburban white women, all those white women we thought in those wild counties that Phil were talking about, they just didn't come home. And the question is, when you have someone who is as fundamentally flawed, there is no one around this table, there is no one who literally with good common sense would say, I want my child to grow up and be like Donald Trump.
But I think as everybody goes through this election and is trying to figure out what could have gone differently, I am sure there's going to be a lot of instinct to say, gosh, if only we just told Americans more of how Donald Trump was a terrible person and so and so. And I just think you have enough voters who are telling us in the exit polls, I don't like Donald Trump personally, but I'm voting for him anyways. I think
no, I hear you. I'm looking at. I was just trying to answer Casey. I hear you. Politically, it's what you're saying is politically prudent. But you asked, what questions do we learn as a country? And we literally have one of the most fundamentally flawed men that we've ever put in a position of power back there again. And all I have to do is point to the rhetoric, not from Democrats. I'm not making this up. I can point to the rhetoric from Republicans on January 7th and talk about what type of man this is.
I think that's the problem. I think Donald Trump, judged as a candidate, is almost like a Republican god, but judged as an actual executive isn't. And I think that's the problem. And he's got this very fragile period of time for the Republican Party where if he doesn't get his act together and doesn't clean up, his favorabilities are going to start to go down. You'll see that start to show up on the polling data. And the Republican Party is going to divide. To your point, Ronald Reagan would roll over in his grave if he listened to this, well, we won, and so we're just going to lock in and get our way, this 80-20 idea. And I think there's this gravitational pull that's happening in one segment of the Republican Party where, you're with me 80% of the time, you're a friend and an ally, not a 20% traitor. That mentality is lost in Donald Trump's administration.
I don't disagree with that, Jeff, necessarily. But I do think when you talk to a lot of rural Republican voters about the Republican Party, the whole Tea Party movement itself, they will say the establishment wing of the party, they have completely forgotten about us. We turn out and vote every single election. We empower these people, and they go to D.C. and they adopt policies and legislation and rhetoric that is completely irrelevant to mobilizing and uplifting us. And I hear that often. I spend a lot of time with Trump voters, and I talk to them about why they're so angry with our party. And they will go through a litany, going all the way back to Ronald Reagan, about all of the failures of the party writ large, and say, you know what, maybe I don't like Donald Trump. Maybe I don't like some of the rhetoric he uses. But you know what, sure, Michael, he's putting a spotlight on all of the failures from George W. Bush and the wars, and my son was killed, and the trillions of dollars we spent. Or I'll go back to the Gingrich era, and they said they were going to do this in terms of morality, and look what the hell happened. And folks are still angry about those things, Jeff. And I think the failure was on us as a party to not address those things. And we promised to address them, and we never got around to it, as long as we were winning elections.
I just think in a place of anger is a horrible place to make decisions and set policy. And that's the juxtapose inside the Republican Party. There's this angry voice that's trying to set policy and direction, and that's what resonates with Donald Trump as a campaigner, but not as an executive.
But a lot of people in our party are angry, Jeff. And
two things can be right at the same time. They can be angry and they can be wrong.
That's fair, but why haven't we as a party attempted to reconcile that? Why haven't we? We had the Tea Party movement. It was a clear opportunity for us to figure out what in the hell are we doing wrong as a party? Why are so many people in our party looking at the leadership and saying, wait a minute here, you're still moving in the wrong direction?
Karen.
Well, no, ironically, y'all just won. You sound like we
Ish.
should be.
Ish.
True.
Yeah,
Well, Jeff,
ish.
yes,
I mean,
I'm with
ish.
you.
Well, and from Jeff's perspective, he did
Yes.
work very hard to
Yes.
elect Kamala Harris.
But I want to pick up on something Kristen said, because this is a mistake we made in 2016 that I saw them making again in 2024, which is we kept telling people more bad facts about Donald Trump. Oh my God, he said this thing. Oh, look, he was he discriminated against black people. Oh, he's done. But at a point, what people didn't hear, and I do think this was a mistake in this campaign, you have to bring that home to why that matters to you. Because what I heard from Republican voters in those suburbs in Pennsylvania, white, blue-collar voters, was we're not hearing him talk about us. We're hearing him talk about the revenge and retribution and tax breaks for the wealthy, but we don't hear him talking about us. I think one of the pathways was to connect why the flaws in this individual is actually going to damage your life. It is actually going to have a meaningful impact on you. It's not just us saying he's bad.
Well, and that was one of the fundamental disconnects inside the alliance of Democrats who were trying to get Harris elected at the end,
100%.
of the race. All right, again, it's official. Donald Trump elected the 47th president of the United States. Next, new reaction, analysis. Stay with us.
All right, welcome back to our special coverage. Donald Trump will now be the next president. He will have a Republican Senate, but at this point, we can't project who will control the House of Representatives. Jessica Dean has a new projection in that fight. Jessica.
That's right, John. We have some key CNN projections in this fight for the House. Let's start first in New York. That is the place where it really fueled Republicans' thin majority in the midterms. Let's take a look. Mike Lawler hanging on to his seat in the 17th district in the House, defeating Mondaire Jones. So again, that is something Republicans certainly wanted to see. Democrats hoping to flip that seat. Let's now move to Michigan. We're going to go to the 7th district. This was Alyssa Slotkin's seat. She's, of course, running for the Senate. And for this one, Tom Barrett picking this one up. This is a Republican pickup in the fight for the House. Let's go to the 8th district in Michigan. This is Dan Kilde's seat. He's retiring. This one is going to stay Democratic. Kristen McDonald-Rivet defeating Paul Jung in that race in the 8th district in Michigan. And in Wisconsin, the 3rd district. Let's take a look at this. You see Derek Van Orden winning there, the incumbent. So the Republicans keep that seat. And as I said, a lot of eyes now on the House. Will it become a check for President Trump as he takes office with a Republican Senate, or will it stay Republican and make the Congress kind of a glide path for a lot of his legislation? This is the balance of power as it currently stands. Again, the magic number is 218 to control the House. Right now, Republicans sitting at 201 with 5 pickups so far. The Democrats at 177 with 2 pickups, 57 seats remaining. One thing to remember as we continue to get this data, a lot of these seats that they're hoping to flip, Democrats, are out in California. And John, of course, that's going to take a while. They are notoriously slower in counting their ballots.
Yeah, I will say, though, those 5 Republican pickups makes it a lot harder for the Republicans to lose control and the Democrats to take back control, which is something the Democrats would love at this point. Some sign of success in this morning. Thank you so much, Jessica. Just a huge moment for the country. Donald Trump, as of minutes ago, has been elected the next president of the United States. You are watching CNN special live coverage, so stay with us.